Hey, welcome back, UFC fans and everyone else. We are out here for the League of Legends grand finals for the intramural season here. So yeah, I'm joined tonight by Na, co-caster, and we're out to have
Hello.
some fun. How you feeling, Na?
I'm doing great. I'm ready for some League of Legends. How about you?
Oh, same here. It's been a little while, and it was a long Christmas break, and it's good to see some of the gamers getting back to it, right? And it's a
hmm
long season, a long semester ahead as well. There's a lot to do and there's a lot to see, and some players, fresh players and all that, and yeah, it's always exciting. Always
hmm
is.
Two great teams going up against each other. Plus, we've got the new Noxus map that's just been unveiled. I'm not sure how much time you spent on it, but I've got a couple games, and that stuff is really exciting.
Yeah, lots of changes as you're saying, and I've been researching them recently, so I'm excited to see them in action, of course. But if we want to take a look at the teams here, we're going to be having a couple of them going. So first off, we are going to take a look at report mid. So here they are. We've got top lane Waffles, the jungle, 3 winning lanes, mid Akari, AD carry Eerie, and support B&J.
Some interesting names out here. Feel like they've got a strong team across the board. Feel like everyone here can really make a difference. I'm really interested to see the differences between the top and bottom lane picks, because that's where Otacon's going to be spawning and really where power can come in a full team comp.
Yeah, the more action we see in either of those affirmation locations is where we're going to see the objective spawn. And then, of course, all
Mm-hmm.
those different stacking buffs and the opportunity to get some big buffs during some later fights.
Mm-hmm.
And if we take a look at the other team, we also have 4 humans and 1 jungler playing tonight, going through the roster here. We've got Turtle in top, Steven and Jungle, mid, Hollow, Charlie as AD carry, and Ray as support. Those being some of the nicknames, of course. But the players themselves, should be good to see what they're going to pick. And yeah, some cool little preview champs. Obviously, these are not the ones that they do select, but there are some cool options there. Somebody popular like Jace right now, especially after Arcane, making the character kind of go up in the popularity charts. And now, what do you think about some of these guys here?
I think they got a lot of opportunities. They got a lot of power behind their picks. I'm not too familiar with any one in particular, but I've seen a lot of good stuff from this bot lane, and I know Turtle has a lot of strength in his picks, so I'm excited to see these team comps that they put together. I know Seraphine bot lane may be in the cards for 4 humans, 1 jungler, and I'm interested to see what Team 4 does in response, whether that's another enchanter slash AP ADC, or whether they just counter it with something a little more traditional. They go full damage and just look to outscale them in the late game.
Yeah, it's a lot of space to really kind of improve your choices there, and we'll see how they feel each other out. And the bans are also going to come down,
Hmm.
despite Seraphine being an option. Popular characters do get knocked out early sometimes, and yeah, it's cool to see that back as well. Like that's an older strategy from like seasons ago when there's like a whole kind of
Yep,
like schism in like the way that League was going. The whole thing got thrown off, and now they're back in the limelight with
definitely.
this season. So I'm excited to
Yep.
see that. Maybe some itemization is pushing that as well, and the new boot
Hmm.
system, right? I expect to see all these red boots coming along.
Yep. And you know, no matter what happens, no matter what the patch notes say, ADCs are not going to be happy. And so they're going to be throwing some new things into the mix. Um, just a couple reminders for this game itself. First and second place both come with a prize pool, $50 for second place and $100 for first place. So big rewards on the line. You know, everyone's going to be playing up till their wits end. We're going to be trying as hard as you can. This is no normal intramural game. This is a grand finals.
Yeah, there is money on the line as you're saying, and $20 per player is pretty hefty. That's team dinner right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe not so much in Toronto. Prices are getting high these days, but part of a team dinner per player, right? Get part of your meal paid off by good old
Mm-hmm.
U of T, along with our sponsor BMO, as we've been saying, and it's cool to see those guys supporting us out here.
Yep.
Man, I'm excited to see the action here, getting to the draft soon, and seeing what people pick, because yeah, like these previews are cool, and yeah, I guess we will kind of hone back in on Seraphine and the Senna in the bot lane there. Hopefully, they get something kind of like that. Be cool to see.
Yep. Reminder, big thanks to BMO. We'll talk more about that later into the game, but they're what makes these streams possible and bringing together the um, prize pools and whatnot. Just big thanks to them once again.
Yeah, thank you, BMO. All right, and yeah, looking at these teams once again, just seeing what's going on here, or even the season itself. We want to talk about that a little bit for anybody who's uninformed. We mentioned a couple things, but Otacon being one of the big ones. If you want to give us a rundown on maybe
Hmm.
exactly what Otacon's going to offer, because he has 2 different buffs that can occur based on what's going on.
He has 2 different forms. To
Forms,
my
okay.
knowledge, the buff is the same. Um, yeah, the general Noxus theming of the map brings a whole bunch of different things that League players are maybe not used to. Things such as the new neutral monster Otacon, as well as respawning Nexus towers, as well as roses and flowers that will spawn throughout the map, in which you can pick up for some extra bonuses in adaptive force and XP. Um, the other changes are slipping my mind right now, but just to know that this season is more snowbally than ever, and
Mhm.
so greater emphasis will be placed on those early game skirmishes, those early game fights. Whoever gets the 2 out of the 3 feats ends up getting the availability for the boots as well. So keep an eye out for that first blood, for the first tower, and the first 3 objectives, and um, who knows? Maybe that team might be on their way to victory.
Yeah, the boots. All right. So I'm excited to see that because how
Hmm.
incremental is like the benefit of having these? Like is it huge or just kind of tiny or
Well, the discussion lately has been, as you mentioned, on the power level of these boots. Of course, it's
okay?
an extra thing that you can slot into your build and it doesn't take up an item slot. But in reality, analysis seems to be leading towards the idea that these boots are more of a late game power bump rather than an early game must buy. We may see some people uh, curtailing their scaling actually by buying them too early. And I would say instead, what you should be focusing on is gaining that gold advantage, gaining that feed advantage, and bringing those boots power spikes into maybe the 20, 30 minutes before buying them and getting your core itemization before you look towards upgrading your boots. Because in reality, the upgrades that the boots bring with an 800 gold investment are not nearly as important as, say, a chain vest to your tank item, or even like a dirk to a assassin's item.
Okay, all right. So that's fair, certainly. You gotta kind of
Mm-hmm.
sacrifice your build
Mm-hmm.
path a little bit to get to what you
Definitely.
want, or
Yeah.
even not to what you want, and just kind of go for this FOMO boot upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
if you're winning, hopefully there's a lot of money on the table for you to keep snowballing it, as you said, because we're just coming off
Exactly.
of like a really bad, arguably like a tank season, right? Tanks were awesome this last season. Guys like Tom Kench were
Mm-hmm.
walking around invincible and
Yeah.
doing damage. That was the issue, right? That he can just still do as much as an 80 carry. You see clips on Twitter and Twitch and whatever, and like, yeah,
Yeah.
it is crazy. So I'm not gonna miss that. I'm hoping that some of the power is back to these 80s and stuff. I know you said they won't be happy, but I don't know. With these intramural
Yeah.
players, this isn't exactly like the career. Like people are very high ranked here, but like it's
Mm-hmm.
not the be all end all. And there's still a lot of creativity that can happen here because it's a tournament setting. This
Yep.
isn't solo queue. Like these guys have been playing
Mm-hmm.
together. They've made it to this point. They can rely on each other. They can try kind of cheeky tactics, little combos, and I'm so eager to see what they pick now and what they're gonna do with
Yep.
it. Right? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I'm so interested to see how team comps play into this new map system. Like skirmishes are so much more important, and playing those objectives can be your winning your win con towards whether your team flourishes or falls apart in the end. And it's something that I haven't seen on this map yet, such that LCS isn't quite in full effect yet, and World hasn't been seen on this new stage. So I'd be interested to see what these players bring to the table.
Oh, it's gonna be cool to see kind of a different dynamic every Worlds. Because we've been on
Mm-hmm.
like the damn 3 lanes with like few changes
Yep.
forever.
Mm-hmm.
And now I mean Dragons always shook things up and Otacon, man. That's cool. And I guess we'll
Yeah.
have a new one when we get to the Ionia or the Demacia season coming up because Arcane, they
Mm-hmm.
got those spin-offs coming along and they're gonna pick some stuff up. And okay, this just in though, we do have draft coming along. So we're gonna take a look at that in a moment. Let's go check it out. All right, so here we are. How are we looking right now? So first ban's coming out from Report Mid, and they're gonna lock down a ban onto Teemo. Okay, is he like
Interesting.
super
Interesting.
sick now? Is that what's going on with him? Or nope, spoke too
The
soon. It's
Jace, the
Jace.
hover.
It's they saw him in the
Mm-hmm.
preview. They heard he's popular. They heard he's strong. They buffed him up so you would watch the show, and now he's off the board, right? Okay, and there goes
Yeah.
Xerath over on red side. 4 humans, 1 jungler. Possibly, we'll see. A mage into mid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Oh, Sin. Sorry, more arcane
The
roster.
yeah.
Yeah.
Other than the arcane theming in these bands here, it's interesting to see how they're prioritizing the solo lanes. Um, Normally I would be under the assumption that you're looking to get rid of those impactful supports or maybe a top laner, but the splits between the two teams are very interesting with Zera Thresh being banned out and Jace Olaf for report mid. We've got quite a diverse range of bans.
Oh yeah, and Thresh certainly a great character. Evergreen, great character. If you can hit his stuff, like he is just so golden. Here comes back the ban for both Olaf and Mord. Mord was being covered earlier, but they were just discussing. And yeah, 3 top laners over on report mid towards 4 humans, 1 jungler. Possibly another mage going towards them as well. Here we go. So 2 mids and a support for them, and 3 tops for report mid. Yeah, okay. I guess that's why they're reporting mid. Are they really good? It's like a joke, inside joke that I'm not privy to. But here we go with the picks. First pick for report mid. They are hovering Briar right now. An interesting one. big damage assassin lock in, but they're gonna go for Viego instead. So much potential with that guy, stealing ultimates and high play potential, right? How are we feeling?
Yeah, it's an interesting first pick for me because Viego is highly team dependent, and while he gets that incredibly scaling power on those messy skirmishes where he can pick up a body or two and snowball that advantage, I'd be interested to see what type of team comp they build around it because it is quite CC and engage dependent on the rest of your team.
Oh yeah,
And
it's really. Ooh, go ahead.
it allows the enemy team to counterpick with something that's a little stronger in the dueling 1v1, say a Wukong or maybe a Shaco even to invade. Yeah, Wukong Ziggs.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so what do
smart
you think about that
potential.
Ziggs pick?
Yeah, Ziggs is interesting, especially in a season now where he's got to kill more towers overall with his
Mm-hmm.
passive, right? So that's gonna come in handy if they fail like a winning push, and you need Ziggs to kind of throw that last little satchel there to knock out the tower. They have that power. And here's Victor. Wow, a really high priority pick from what I understand right now, along with Ari. Okay, so we're gonna see Victor can go top now, right? Like he's got some good potential
Mm-hmm.
there, and you see Ari in the mid. And there goes Galio, possibly counter. He sees two mages showing up. That's great
Yeah.
answer right there. He's got some damage behind him. And we're not seeing the bot lane picked yet. So I guess both bot lane duos are coming along for the second half here.
Interesting. This is a very high level draft with all the flex picks. You see Victor, Ari, Ziggs, Galio. They both can go in multiple lanes. They can swap
Yeah.
about whether the lane matchup is a little poor for them. And I'd be interested to see whether this is an ADC Ziggs, whether this is a Galio mid, and who they're willing to put up against that Galio. Because, as you know, both Victor and Ari have a little bit of a rough time into him, and whether they're picking themselves into a deeper and deeper hole.
Yeah,
I
Galio.
think even possibly it could be, and I don't want to count my chickens too early, it could be Ziggs against Victor bot lane, and they could be done with ADCs entirely.
Okay, well, let's see what they choose to ban out here based on the vibes. So we've got Aurelia coming out from 4 Humans, 1 Jungler, and Mbessa being banned out from Report Mid.
Yeah.
I guess, does Mbessa really go to... I'm familiar with her, she's newer, right? She mostly sticks in top lane, though, right?
Yeah, which is
Okay.
interesting to me because that signals to me that Report Mid doesn't think that it's Wukong top or Galio top, for that matter, and that they're scared of that AD top laner sort of shoring up their defenses. As you can see, they're quite heavily AP right now, if that is the Ziggs ADC, meaning that they will have to balance it out with maybe an AD top laner or an AD support, maybe Senna, maybe Pantheon.
Yeah, they certainly think that he's not going to be up in those upper lanes there, as they're going for more mid and top laners here. And then the final ban from 4 Humans is going to be towards Pike. Really interesting support. It can give your team a lot of really good resources if you can play him right. And we're not going to have to worry about that this game, and Shark's not in the water. So yeah, here comes some of these picks for 3 Humans, 1 Jungler. And it's going to be Ornn for top. Okay, so top wasn't finished quite yet.
Wow.
Because there he is. Super late game potential for the whole team. And great into a lot of things if you can play safe and really bide his time and get that armory up and running. The whole forge heated up.
And I'm getting a little scared for red team over here. They have 3 pretty heavy, tanky AP picks. I would be wondering whether they're lacking damage in this team comp, and whether they can get a harsh counter pick like Sion.
Yeah, Sion is awesome. He can finish the game on his own sometimes if he really plays it right. I've seen some stuff on Reddit, man. He's just running into towers all day and playing 1v9. But this is a team game, so we have team game characters like Yumi. We don't have to worry about moving around. Just sit down and make sure you hit those skill shots. Keep your team in the fight. Great with Viego. If you slap her on Viego, Viego's going to be immortal. But we're going to go for true immortality here as Taric, the bedazzled man, comes along. And he's going to just... He adds a whole new level to this. Slap that passive onto some of your melee and just get some stuns across the board. And there's the aforementioned Senna that we were seeing in the preview earlier. So glad she made it in here. And good call on that. We're going to have the long range and no AD on the side of either team. It's going to be Wizards in the bot lane, it seems.
Yeah, don't say I called it, but this is the meta
nice.
that we're facing into. I mean,
Man.
we're looking at some unconventional picks, but unconventional is what is strong right now. I mean, you want that brawling strength early game. You cannot afford to draft a scaling ADC if you cannot back that power up with something that can support it. And it seems like both teams seem to be handshaking that decision, saying, you know what? We don't need this ADC. We just need to win early game. Get those feats, get Otacon, get the neutral objectives on the map, and end the game.
Oh yeah, yeah, fighting for that new gentleman there, that Otacon dude. It's gonna be interesting to see. And you have really heavy hitters in the bot lane ready to go respawn there. Senna and Ziggs, big damage. And then our guess is Ari for bot lane over Victor, or what are we thinking there?
So my belief, at least for personal choice, I would feel a little better with Ari in the mid lane because she has a touch of true damage, which is able to
Okay.
shred through Galio. Um, Plus the fact that I think Victor's a little more conventional bot lane pick just because of the slightly better wave clear that he has. Although it could really go either way. I can see an Ari bot lane as well. Um, the rest of the game seems pretty straightforward. Targ support, Viego jungle, Sion top lane. I mean, these are all pretty traditional picks, but be interested to see how they lay out in the actual game state, whether they're moving around their map, whether we see maybe some roaming supports if top lane gets really fiery. But as you know, two tanks, they're probably just going to be brawling the entire game.
Oh, it's gonna be cool to see those grass stacks going up, right?
Mm-hmm,
Oh man,
mm-hmm.
Orin's gonna be huge. He's gonna have that armory to back it up, and the passive coming along. Galio is
Yeah.
gonna benefit a lot from all that extra MR as well. Oh, it's gonna be cool to see. I think Viego is definitely a big difference maker here. He's got some good sustained damage on his attacks. Gonna get that healing, stay in the fight, and has lots of support as well. Yeah, lots of ways to keep him in. Oh man.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah, and I would say the key here is realizing what both teams' win cons are. I mean, you can see both teams have these massive tanks in Taric Scion and Ornn Galio, even Wukong and Viego to some length. But really, what's important is those secondary carries, the Senna, the Ziggs, and how they can snowball their lead just so that their supporting laners can say Galio ult on top of them. And then it doesn't matter what the other team does. You have too much gold, you have too much damage, just put it front to back and you win.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Characters like Senna, she could definitely snipe
Mhm.
some kills out in there as well. Yeah, once she gets
Mhm.
those, oh, they're gonna be in this game for a long time, possibly. So yeah, those stacks, that attack range is gonna keep going up, right?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. And then, but there's also push potential here, right? Like both Ziggs and Sion have some really good push mechanics that are unique to them, and kind
Mhm.
of sneak some towers when you don't expect it. They might have to kill the Nexus turrets multiple times, like we were talking about, and that's a lot of work involved. But I'm sure they're up to the task here with their selections, and I'm really excited to see what Sion gets up to here. He's gonna hang out with Ornn for a couple minutes, and see where he gets to after that. Holy.
I'd be interested to see how comfortable the Scion player is on Scion because we might be able to see a proxy strategy, maybe? Depends on how he feels
yeah.
into this Ornn matchup. Normally you only do it if you feel really uncomfortable. Maybe you're playing a ranged top lane matchup, but it can still be strong, even maybe double proxying, if I hesitate to say. Get that gold advantage early, or maybe just a kill in lane. I mean, you know how strong a Fed Scion can be, splitting the entire game, taking towers, pulling pressure, do
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, a lot of potential with that guy. Well, now I'm
Mhm.
just itching to see. We can only talk about it so long, but yeah, I want to see these guys in action, get into work, and man, excited to see the new map too. It's been a good couple days, but this is gonna be the highlight for sure. And yeah, yeah. So getting around to it.
Yeah, we should be loading into game in just 3 minutes here. So
Right, we've got build that delay up, right? So yeah, it's no
Mhm,
trouble.
mhm.
We'll get there, I'm sure. But yeah, welcome back to us, and we took a look at those picks, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah, man. And I think that what we're really looking to see here, though, They've got a whole series up to 5 games tonight, right? So this is not the end of it. Like there's so much more, and there's so many more
Hmm.
options here, and see how it all shifts after one game. Who's gonna grab some momentum? Who's gonna really show off, and what player's gonna be big? We've got Waffles over on Scion there. He's gonna be a big impact for them, and then we know that they're running an inhuman player on one of the two teams, given the namesake, right? For humans and a jungler. That's gonna be Masquerade Steven. Uh, Over on their team. So yeah, he's got some work to do with I believe he's on Wukong then. Yeah, Wukong's gonna be the jungler, so see what he does with that. And a tricky champion and a lot of work to be done. And man, he's been around a long time and he's seen so many changes. But now here he is back in the new season with his new tech, maybe a new pair of
Hmm.
shoes if they play right. Yeah, it could be cool. And then Otacon, that's gonna be the exciting thing to see who's gonna grab that, man. Holy.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
all
yeah.
these old players getting ready and gearing up for some new map changes. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't know if you remember the last time the map had changes, but the alcoves were a little bit, and
Uh-huh.
then before that, maybe dragon pits, and then maybe before that, I'm still racking my brain. The full map update, if you're that old
Okay.
as I am, back to
Yeah,
like season 3, season 4.
yeah, no, I'll age myself a little bit too, man. I've been around since season two, dude. I got that Judgment Kale skin on the account. I hear it's worth a couple bucks or
Okay.
something or whatever. But yeah, man, Twisted Tree Line was back in the day, and now they got, dude, Summoner's Rift, dude. Yeah, it's crazy.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
no, yeah, certainly Dragons feels like the last time when Dragon was getting major changes. It's like a big
Yeah.
shake up for the game and a lot to learn. And Otacon to some degree is very similar to that. He's got two different forms he's going to be taking on. Is it's called Ravenous and Voracious. Ruinous and
Hmm.
Voracious. Yeah, those are the two that he's going to be having there, and I'm excited to see. And the fight potential. Okay, let's take some guesses here. So bot lane, if we see Otacon going down there, who's going to make more of an
Hmm.
impact, kind of in that lane? So we got report mid and 4 humans, one jungler. Who we got for bot lane matchup? Who's winning that?
Well, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna pick with the meta here. I really think that Viego is a little bit stronger than a Ziggs. While Ziggs does have that pushing potential, like you mentioned, really important to knock down those turrets early. I just think Victor is still really, really strong. So, here we are, loading into the game right now.
Oh
We
yeah.
got uh, on the red side, Jungle Diff, and sorry.
Oh, no
On
problem. Yeah, we've got it's gonna be a bit of a swap there. So report mid on the blue side and 4 humans
there
from
you
jungler
go.
on the red side. I think the flags were throwing us off there, but that's okay. We're on the map now. We're taking a look at what's going on. We're gonna check out the new kind of visuals, which is a big highlight here. We got the fancy old like free cam right now. Seeing what's going on here. We got Slender Old Victor, new design, and Lumberjack Scion Canadians represent. All right. There he is, making his way down, and yeah. Also, all this kind of architecture is new, of course, and it looks familiar for the most part. But what really matters is that Otacon changing the lane, sorry, the river a little bit. That's what I really want to see.
And the new colors and everything. I think the map looks absolutely gorgeous. From the update, even though they didn't change that much, I like the new toning, the new mid lane. You can see on the ground there. There's a little bit changes there as well. Um, just a beautiful new season overall. Happy that they're engaged with the changes and they're engaged with the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, one with the rift. That's the way to be, and that's what you need to kind of secure victory these days. You gotta really enter that flow state, and they can mess around here in game one, right? They've got up to 4 more to kind of burn, but yeah, I want to see what they're up to. Early wards, typical stuff, pinging it out, and Akari in mid. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be Ari in mid. Let's talk about where these players ended up. Of course, Orin and Sion on top. We've got the Hollow versus Akari in mid on Galio and Ari. And then in bot lane, we've got those duos that we were looking at earlier. Iri and Jay versus Risaka, sorry, Charlie and Ray. So yeah, getting into it now. It's exciting to see after so much kind of foreplay there. But yeah, the pokes are going to be interesting here. And you were really highlighting the true damage potential from Akari. Be it a little bit, it can really matter.
Yeah, and definitely, if you're thinking about the early game power and the early game strength between these two teams, you've got quite a big mismatch between the players. I mean, Zig's got good poke, but so does Victor. Ari's got some strong ranged potential, but as you know, Galio is that AP denier. And so while Ari might have some true damage, the rest of her damage is virtually all magic damage. So I think this matchup and the powerful mid lane really works up to whether or not Ari can get into that winning game state and poke Galio out of that all-in potential that he gets at level 3.
Yeah, we see the shield coming back there from the passive. It is going to be a lot of work to continuously keep that down
Mm-hmm.
or really burn through it when you make your commit. But yeah, the all in, as you're saying, that's going to be really cool to see too. And what I'm really worried about is where he's going with that ultimate later on. Supporting his friends,
Yep.
right? Keeping them in the fight. And yeah, some poking in top lane here, trying to get those graph stats on either side. This guy's going to be very big very soon.
Yeah, it's important to note while Ari has both sides in the mid lane matchup have some pretty good setup for their junglers, it is definitely not in red side's um, interests to play around that mid. Rather, the opposite, where mid lane will be looking to, as they're doing here, push and roam and get some prio, get some good wards, and get some pressure for their bot lane to win, so that later in the game they can maybe ult down bot lane, or even just walk down bot lane to get that powerful support that maybe Ari can provide, but not quite in the same way.
Oh man, and poor Jay here's gonna take kind of like a passive game, just healing up his team because he's got no poke to really offer there, minus maybe the stun, but it's not that far. So yeah, that's gonna suck. Getting double poked out in bot lane. We see how that goes. So far though, these players are not letting anything get to them. They're just sticking to it. We see the proxy in top lane here
Mm-hmm.
that you're talking about in the select, making it a bit difficult for Turtle Gaming to really stay in, get that value. But we'll see. Maybe his under tower farming skills are super good, and there's not gonna be too much disparity here in terms of the gold.
Yeah, interesting to see that, especially since they're blue side. I know Scions really love to be on the actual opposite side of the map so that they can clear their waves and then go take their own jungler's Krugs. But seeing as Krugs were not alive and we've got Scion on the blue side, he's just looking to reset, take that safe gold, buy a cull, get back to lane, start building that CS advantage.
Yeah, taking a look at that CS advantage in the chart here. It's not too big, but here comes a stun attempt by Eerie. Jay's gonna walk on in, find their stun. Unfortunately, the shadowy mist is gonna make it kind of hard to lock down any consistent damage on to Ray. But yeah, we see that trade going through, and yeah, sorry, commenting on the money here. The only big disparity right now, we see 4 humans, 1 jungler. Good old the Hollow taking the value in mid lane, whereas in bot lane, it's a slight advantage for Report Mid. Good job on Eerie.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me, considering Ari's normally meant to have that early game presence with the auto attack pokes, but even now we can see they're running out of mana, and it looks like Ari may be forced to back in the near future while these very important objectives are becoming coming online. As you know, one of the feats of strength to get the Otacon boot upgrades is the first person to get 3 objectives. So seeing as Ari has now used that teleport, that global teleport, Galio has the strength now to back himself, get that push off, and maybe rotate top lane for a response here.
Oh yeah, and the Dragon's gonna get started here by Masquerade and Ray from JP. Gonna find some damage onto that. In the meantime, though, they are setting up for the Void Grubs in the top lane, so I'm not sure if they were privy to what's going on down here, but they're gonna trade these objectives, it looks like. And personally, I think Void Grubs is going to be super valuable in times like this, especially when your team has Scion. Definitely a character that's going to benefit from those, right?
And you can even see Scion here deep proxying. He's got that confidence. He knows where the rest of the team is now that they've gotten Dragon. And looks like Red Team are looking to make a play here.
Yeah, great dash out by 3 winning lanes. Good timing. Avoiding that knock-up from Turtle. But yeah, maybe he's going to look around now. He was planning to go back, but he got rudely interrupted, and Akari's going to find some damage into Hollow here in mid lane. Electrocute proc. Nothing crazy, though. We're taking it easy. And yeah, still 0 kills on the board, but good timing on the objectives, of course.
Yeah, it looks like the teams are shaking off a little bit of that rust. Not really willing to make any of these heavy trades. More looking to feel out their opponents, feel where their comp is putting them. I mean, both teams have this late game win condition, and while I think red team's late game is a little bit stronger with the Senna and the Ornn, you cannot count out both a stacking Scion and a way over buffed Victor. I mean, once Victor gets that level 6, once he gets that level 11, and once that level 16 comes online, you can definitely see that power start to grow.
Yeah, man, stuff that just late game strategies. Oh, it's gonna be good to see later. It makes it more explosive. Makes these lulls in the gameplay worth it. But maybe I'm not appreciating it enough because these little things are what really matters. Here comes a Hollow, giving a shot at an attack on this guy here. And then we missed something in top lane here, unfortunately. I do believe the Ornn ult came out, and so did the Scion ult, trading ults there to kind of stay alive and stay out of the fight. Because they're so worried about this late game right now. And, I mean, when there's $100 on the line, you know, you want to secure that the best way you can. Here comes in trading in top lane here, getting those grass procs. I don't think it's going to turn to a kill per se, but, you know, scaring him off is really important. Going to find that CS advantage his way eventually if you can keep Ornn at bay.
Yeah, very interesting that after 8, almost 9 minutes, gold is virtually even. There's maybe 100 gold difference between the two teams, and that's merely just the timing between the waves, as we see Scion catching his own wave top lane, blue side getting pushed in a little bit bot lane. I'd be interested to see when this tempo picks up, because I know right now both teams are itching for a kill, itching for an invade. Both teams want to use those ultis. I mean, everyone has ulti up except for top lane. Can these junglers make a difference?
Yeah, we see some pings coming along, and we have Masquerade getting really close to bot lane here. We're going to see what he can do. I have to question all these wards. Erie's getting dangerously low, though. Risaka and Ray giving him a lot of heat right now. He's got to watch out, because, Masquerade Steven, he's creeping up right now, going through the try. There is no ward in there. So can he do a bit of a jump in? Will he go for it? Tower dive this early? I mean, the wave's coming along. Here comes the ultimate from Risaka, finding some damage. Not enough. But there goes the full commit. The ultimate coming along from Jay, a bit too slow. A stun into the back here, maybe trying to find some kind of value. Unfortunately, Masquerade is going to make it out with his life, I believe, as Risaka, Ray, they just pass the shot around here. Great heal to keep them both in the game. We see the plate break, too. Okay, so that's an explosive play we got right there. Lots of money. We were wondering about that gold difference, and there it is, 1K in the bank. Four humans, 1 jungler.
Wow, incredibly disciplined dive from red side over here. I mean, I saw it coming from a mile away. I'm sure you guys did too, but even though that Ziggs whiffed by quite a bit, it was a zoning Ziggs R, as we so commonly say, and they had the discipline to slowly walk at them and believe in their own skills. Like you mentioned, that heal was instrumental in leaving them enough HP to carry out that dive. And we have another play coming out right here.
Oh, 3v2 coming along for report mid. They have the advantage in numbers, but here comes a Masquerade and Ray to even it up here. Great CC from Hollow, finding so much value. Turtle Gaming gonna lock one up. Masquerade locking one up as well. And then Waffles is on the run, gonna flash out there, stay alive. But it doesn't matter because here comes Void Grubs right away. Gonna find some vision onto it. Oh man, it's dicey here. 4-0 in terms of kills for 4 humans, 1 jungler. And gonna turn into Void Grubs. And of course, Dragon's going to be coming along in a moment as well.
And that's incredibly damning for blue side, as that means not only do they have first blood feat, but they also are 2 out of 3 of objectives on the way to securing those boots upgrades. I mean, in just a few minutes here, they could be completely locked out for blue side. Seeing as red side is deciding to back here, we may look for a recontest on the bottom side of the map. Seeing as where both these teams are going, I'd be interested to see whether they make maybe a desperation play, maybe a play on the side of Viego to see if he can get back into the game, back to his carrying status. Bot lane looks to be struggling just a bit here, but Victor definitely will be outscaling these poke lanes, which make him a little bit difficult in the bot lane. Ultis come out.
Yeah, 4 humans making their way along here. They found a
Oh.
kill for Report Man, but it doesn't matter because the whole team is here to lock up the other two that are trying to get out of here. And they can turn this into a
Mm.
dragon for sure. We could see 3 winning lanes to make some crazy contests, but it's so risky at this point.
Yeah, and just as I was talking about that desperation play, I mean,
Oh,
I'm
man.
sure Blue Side knew about those roams coming back after the Grubs timing, but they just had to make something happen. Uh, Ziggs was allowed to farm for way too long, and see now whether they did that or not, they seem to be getting that third objective in the jungle, in the dragon in the bot lane.
Yeah, 2 soul
Uh,
points for them, as well as that triple objective that we've been talking about. And it's gonna be
mm-hmm.
cool what they do with that, man. But yeah, the gold advantage is there now. Just about 2K. Turtle taking some time to forge an item for himself. And take a look at bot lane once again. Oh man, it's gonna be up to these guys to really take their time, because now they're incentivized to really take their time on report mid and find that value that they kind of just lost, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, that was the last feat they needed. They got the feat of monster slaying plus the first blood feat, meaning that Red Side has secured themselves that boot upgrade. Whether they choose to build into it now or later, it's going to be definitely another aspect of their scaling power comp. I mean, they no longer have to be scared of this Scion really when they've got 2 or 3 extra upgrades that they can get for themselves. I mean, I know late in the game, Senna's gonna have not only that upgraded swiftness boots, which everyone's been talking about, but also the Ornn upgrade and also the
Oh my
crazy
god.
amount of stacks that they're gonna have.
Yeah, everything's going to be stacking up for them in this game. And in a couple seconds here, we're also going to see where Altica ends up, right? I think 14 minutes is when we get the kind of the preview.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 10 seconds to that one. And my bet's on bot lane. There's a lot of action down here.
Yep.
Yeah, Eerie trying to save Jay in the moment here. Find some damage onto Risaka. But Ray and Risaka are so slippery. And yeah, there it is, bot lane. The wall's going up. A bit of action in mid here. Always poking. Akari's just got to try and stay in the game best they can and find some value. Good for them staying out of the death pool here. Staying alive. Getting as much money as they can. But in bot lane, we're back to it. A couple guys really dangerous low. Here comes a flash play from Jay to lock up a kill. Eerie making sure that they can go into some big damage onto Ray. Keep Jay alive, but there's the ultimate from both of them there. Galio's on the scene. Hollow trying to make some value here. 3 winning lanes on the way through the mist. And there goes the ultimate to close the gap. Ray is getting low. That's going to be it. Damage down from good old 3 winning lanes. And impressive. That trade there. Putting some money for themselves into the bank. Closing that gap up to just under a K.
Yeah, beautiful plays by Blue Side this fight. You can really see them leveraging their power bumps as Victor looks to take these fights that he wasn't able to in the early game against Ziggs. I mean, you can see just how strong that scaling has become. Now that we're out of the early game, we're moving into the mid game, and I'd be interested to see whether or not Victor looks to move his scaling into the mid lane, maybe. I mean, I know he's still not that strong against Galio, but I would think that he would want to put his team's strength in the best possible position.
Yeah, having that presence in mid will also let him kind of get around more in terms of the fights. If anything breaks out, he can be there in a moment's notice and add
Hmm.
some power to some damage, really, because that's what they're lacking sometimes, and they're going to need it
Yeah.
if they're going to kill these opponents here. But we see a 3-man siege on mid lane. Akari doing their best to clear the wave, fast as they can. Going to get hit by that snare by the Senna, but that's okay. Dodges out of that bomb.
I'd be also interested to see how these later game team fights go, because not only is Galio and Scion ulti available to make those long distance plays, but also both teams have triple TP. So we could potentially see full 5-man team fights starting as soon as right now.
Yeah, 3 winning lanes out of position here. They're going to use the fog to their advantage. Maybe they can get the blast cone. Not going to work out, so they can get the flash the wall. But Akari's getting low in the meantime, while Ray and Risaka are in pursuit. 3 winning lanes making it out barely. Looks like they're all going to make it out barely here. And giving away no gold right now is definitely a good idea. And they're eyeballing those bounties on the opposite side, though. Eerie with that great poke potential on the Victor abilities there. But man, They're waiting for something to break out now as the objectives are coming around. I believe third dragon. Yeah, we got 40 seconds on third dragon. And also, this good old Shelly is up right now. So Masquerade is going to get to start up. But the vision is there. Report mid has eyes on it.
Yeah, looks like blue side is a bit behind in their timings as three winning lanes is still clearing his jungle before he looks to move up and contest this Herald here. Be interested to see where this fight goes.
He brought friends along for it too. Masquerade's gonna have to get out best he can, maybe find an ultimate if he can, but that's on cooldown right now. Gonna tank the Victor ultimate in the meantime. Rusaka backing off. The Dragon is up. Shelly's not complete just yet. It may reset if they don't get too close, but Turtle's gonna walk down, looking tanky, scare them off. And they're going to have to disperse here and find a new kind of goal as the team is looking not too healthy for humans and one jungler.
Yeah, I would brush that up to a pretty big loss for blue side, as not only do they not get the Herald, but that also means they're not in tempo for the real objective that's coming up. This is Soul Point Dragon, while it's not full soul. Having that Hextech third Drake is really important in terms of scaling. If you can lock out the ability for the other team to get a Dragon Soul at any point, you've pretty much confirmed yourself to have a 80-90% win rate with all these extra advantages. And we got a fight in the top lane breaking out.
Yeah, Hollow making his way up here, scaring off three winning lanes off the objective once again. They're really trying to get it. Here comes the three-man taunt. But they don't have too much damage in this fight yet until Masquerade, Risaka, and Ray make their way in. Here comes the ultimate. Cologne's going to knock up a couple players there. Masquerade finding a rampage by taking down three winning lanes. They're running away best they can, but unfortunately Jay's going to get stuck in the pit, and Waffles may be the sole survivor along with Akari, who didn't make it.
Yeah, and you can see just the importance of those teleports there. The ability for Galio to be there no matter what, and to have that extra ultimate, means that these fights are never what they seem to be. I mean, blue side seems to keep trying to get the winning advantage in these skirmishes, and yet Ari never TP'd. Ari never moved for that fight, and they seem just a bit less coordinated in red side here.
They're going to have to do something about that if they want to stay in, because like giving up all these objectives, just having grubs themselves is not too big, and towers are starting to fall as well. The map's going to get smaller for them, making it harder to get out to these guys. And at 20 minutes, we're going to see Otacon show up. So that's going to be about just half a minute now, and see how he's going to go bot lane. It's going to be a bit of a trek for Report Mid to make it out there. But I'm excited to see how that goes. If they go for it right away or stays up for a while and they get that buff on either side, it could be a comeback potential.
Yeah, and I'll say Otacon is coming at just the right time for red side, because their power levels are spiking. They've got all the gold on their side. They've got all the damage. They still have quite a few of their summoners, and a lot of their ultimates are coming up. I wouldn't be surprised if they look to get a pick here and force a fight.
Yeah, I also want to highlight that Masquerade, the inhuman jungler, has managed to get most of the kills here on their side as well. So lots of money's funneled to him. He's got the triports. He's got that, what's it called? Sundering something. A bruiser item. He's out here. He's gonna make some value with it. And Otacon has begun. A bit of a different boss. Tons of HP on it. It's gonna be a lot of teamwork to get it down, and it's quite dangerous if the opponents come to contest it. But at the moment, it's going pretty smooth for them.
Yeah, and like I said, Otacon is incredibly important here, and the fact that they're able to just rush it down, choose their own fights as blue side looks to trade for maybe mid tower, top tower. They look plenty happy to then look for plays in the bot lane.
Yeah, gonna turn this right into a bot lane push. They've got that buff. They have Shelly in the pocket. Right, he hasn't made an appearance since he went down. So here he is. Jay passing through a bit of an odd one here, flashing back to his tower. Gonna give his passive over to Waffles and try to tank best they can, but it doesn't matter because Shelly finds a destruction right there. They're gonna walk it into the next one. Oh, and he's gonna pilot him. Tokyo Drift time. Here we go. He's going to the front line. That's a tank in there. Wait, Risaka, what are you doing in top lane? And we're gonna take back a look down into the bot lane. Unfortunately, he's going out of style, and they're gonna walk away. But they found some big damage, a tier 2, and then they're gonna hurt that inhibitor turret as well. Still looking for some fight, maybe. Wow, dash into a charm. Great play by Akari to kind of disengage that fight best they can. Now it's into mid lane siege, possibly.
Yeah, I'm interested that pretty surprised, honestly, that Blue side didn't choose to fight that right there, considering their ADC had just teleported top lane with no way to rejoin the fight. But I guess they are quite inclined to respect that Otacon Guardian Angel passive, which allows you to respawn once at
Holy.
virtually no cost to the user, meaning you can take free fights pretty much whenever you want, up until its duration is over. But you can see they're resetting here, looking to spend their gold, spend their items. You can see some of the upgrades now, as you mentioned, the boot upgrades for Wukong here. We've got Sundered Sky Ornn upgraded. He's got his Mercury Treads upgraded. I'm not sure what the upgraded name's called. Chain Lace Crushers. Wow. And as you
Okay.
notice there, extra 184 magic shield for 4 seconds, which will be amazing in these duels against scaling Victor, against scaling Ari, in which their damage could be the only damage that really matters.
Yeah, man, they gotta spite those wizards best they can. That's what Galio's all about, right? Anti-magic. And man, there's gonna be the Soul itself is gonna come along here now, and you know both teams have got to start looking at it. Erie's making the way with some of this vision denial, but Dragon is up. Top lane is hanging out. They both have teleport up. I know you've been kind of gassing up the teleport, and it's true. Turning a small fight into a big fight can happen anytime, but they're progressing it pretty quickly here. No one's that close to really respond right now. Jay's gonna take a little stroll over here, skipping and hopping to put some vision down. There's a blue ward, but it doesn't matter. No contest at all. Hex Drake is down, and that is the soul for 4 humans and 1 jungler.
Yeah, that seems a little bit dejected to me because, I mean, giving up the feats is one thing, but giving up a full Hextech Soul is an entire different thing as we see a fight breaking out.
Yeah, all the ultimates coming stacked here. Great use by Jay for an ultimate, keeping the team alive right now. Tarek gonna bless the whole squad, but Ray is getting really low. The jump-ins are awesome right now. This is the comeback they're looking for. Akari is leading the charge along with Viego. Here comes 3 winning lanes, finding lots of value with the ultimate there, jumping onto each of them. Are they gonna make it out with no deaths? There we go, triple kill on to that guy there. Oh, I got confused for a second. I'm like, wait a second. Galio's dead, but that's actually that's 3 winning lanes on Viego in Galio mood, finding a lot of value. This is the comeback you want to see. They're running down mid lane right now. Waffle's gonna find so much damage on these turrets here. I'm sure he's got the demolish. There's the proc. Oh man, I can't believe this is happening right now. Like, come on. Like, they were looking so strong over our 4 humans and 1 jungler, but this is a big gold gap close. They actually passed them in gold with this play because of all those shutdowns. Amazing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, completely ignore all my analysis. I mean, give everything,
out the window.
give absolutely every objective to red side, and they still managed to mess up that team fight. It looks like they were pretty overconfident. They seem to have dumped everything, including the Senna ulti, right into Tarek's waiting invulnerability, which is a incredibly decisive spell. You can see how important it was in that team fight there. And interestingly, how these fights can be flipped on their heads. I mean, Sion got 1 good flank. Ari got incredible value off her ultimate and true damage, as well as Victor seems to be doling out that damage, even though he seems to be 2 and 3, a little bit behind the curve. Still incredibly powerful. Plus, like I mentioned before, while Viego is incredibly team dependent, even if he's behind and he's able to possess a winning player's body, he gets all of their items, including their upgraded items. So this can completely flip how a game's meant to be functioned if Viego is able to get even 1 reset on his passive.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we saw that in full effect right there. And yeah, good job highlighting Tarek as we see another fight here. Jay taking a bit of heat. The Cologne gonna find some damage there. Wukong, man, Masquerade has been playing that character so great this game. I'm not gonna count them out at all because they have so much potential left here. Now the shutdowns are actually sitting on Report Mid's team now, so there's always potential to come on back for the gold. But now we're looking at the purple lizard in the pit there. Baron is up, and he has some really valuable stuff to obtain. So we can see how that goes for them. Man, because both teams are eyeballing, huh?
Yeah. They're itching for a fight. I mean, after that last fight, looks like Red Side is wishing to redeem themselves from the last skirmish, which failed them, lost them 2 turrets mid. Looks like they're, even though they're, I just noticed, 2,000 gold behind, I feel as though they should be leveraging their dragon advantage, their objective advantage. I mean, the gold difference doesn't speak the entire story, but they still, in my belief, are quite a bit ahead. What do you think?
I think it's going to be up to them to really hide their carries from three winning lanes. Because Viego can
Mm-hmm.
just kind of eat you guys apart, hit you with the stun, has support from mages like Victor and Ari to find lots of damage. So more damage, kind of front-loaded damage overall on report mid side that they can really leverage. And I want to see how they use it. Because, yeah, Risaka and Ray and Masquerade. Masquerade can do a lot of damage if you can get in. So it's up to these damagers staying alive. Because the tanks, they're going to be there at the end of the day, slapping each other,
Mm-hmm.
staying in the fight. But these DPS are where they're going to change everything.
I'd be interested to see the gold breakdown if our observer is able
Ooh,
to
okay.
pull that up and see as these skirmishes are dying down a little bit. Yeah, as we can see, while Wukong in the jungle, you see the jungle matchup is 6-1 to 4-2. Viego has quite the large gold advantage, almost 1,000 gold, and this is stemming quite a bit from his almost 40 CS advantage. As you know, Wukong, a great skirmisher, a great fighter. However, a little bit worse of a clearer as traditional junglers go. He's going to be looking to supplement that advantage that he got in the kills. But I'd be interested to see whether his farming can keep up. I mean, all these champions are incredibly hell-bent on farming, and whether he can maybe funnel his Senna, maybe funnel his Ziggs into getting some more of the gold. I mean, Victor is even 30 gold up, 30 CS up himself. They seem to be letting themselves down just a little bit in that farming department, meaning their leads aren't quite as potent as they should be.
Yeah, really, really spending your money on the right stuff too is really important. That doubles for real life, of course. But yeah, making sure you make the right purchases, good fiscal spending. Yeah, I think that what they've selected for themselves has been really valuable here, trying to keep the opposing players out with the MR over on their side. Galio as a champion himself, staying in the game. And what level is Ornn right now? He's on 16, so he's dished out quite a few of those Masterwork upgrades as well, which are going to be a big difference. So we'll see how they spend it. But yeah, here comes a real engage now. Turtle and Masquerade leading the charge, finding big damage on the Eerie, knocking him out of the fight. There goes the knock-up with the Ram, and that's 2 kills for them. And so hard to come back from this. They have so much advantage right now. Baron is on the map. They have options to push. But in the meantime, Waffles is going to go ahead and start pushing down the mid lane. I know we're not focused on that, but here's the Elder Drake as well. It's just a game-winning fight buff sometimes if you can get into the enemy base. And no contest on this. There's just no time for it. And there it goes, little by little. Nah, what are we thinking now? This is a huge swing for them in terms of fight potential.
Yeah, it just shocks me on these jungle contests. In my mind, a lot of these would be game-winning, game-ending decisions. I feel as though virtually any time I'm playing jungle, I'll fight to my death's end to even try to steal that jungle. Maybe, sorry, steal that dragon, steal the Elder. I mean, this means Elder Drake on the side of red side means they can basically do Baron uncontested. They want the fight at any point during this buff's duration, and blue side are unwilling to even look their way, meaning they can leverage this into more gold deficit and push the lead even further into their favor.
Yeah, they are so late right now because the Baron is already dead. And they're just going to start backing because they know they win if they fight. But, you know, 3 winning lanes. You can put up the mist here, scare them off. Here comes a bit of poke from them. Eerie can do some good damage, but they are so beefy right now. In the meantime, though, as we've been talking, Waffles has been getting to work, chopping down those turrets with his handy axe and making his way off. But we'll have to watch him because he could sneak a game if they are not careful on 4 humans and 1 jungler.
Yeah, definitely. And I think some of this power in blue side comes from their ability to split push. I mean, of course, Galio, Ornn, Wukong are not weak on their own, but they really don't even hold a candle to this 280 CS, cull finished 400
Holy.
Heartsteel stack Scion. Just absolutely massive in that top lane, able to get himself and his team ahead in these split push lanes.
Oh man, if they can manage the defense in the meantime, though, as tier 2 and mid, taking some heat from 4 players on 4 humans from jungler, going down. to the demolish, and here comes the inhibitor turret on the menu now. What's next? Yeah, defense is what is going to be the name of the day, as we do see the indicator for the Elder, as we see the engage onto Waffle. It's not going to matter because he's a brick wall. Jay is getting dangerously low. I think they're just trying to tick that passive off the Elder, finding Jay, putting him in the ground. It's going to be a last resort defense here. Lots of damage coming out. The Ram is going to not make it to a connect, but that's okay because Masquerade's popping the ult and trying to find some damage. They get Waffles a bit lower. There goes the explosion into passive mode. Zombie mode going to try and keep some damage onto the opponents here. They're running out of time though as the flash taunt comes down, and that's going to keep them all locked in. And oh my gosh, they are just entirely obliterated right now as the Nexus goes down. Holy, okay. So yeah, they were just, minus that one fight, they felt unbeatable in some of these matchups here. Oh my gosh. And it's a shame that we didn't see a bit more value from the split pushing, but like it was starting to get scary there. We're getting close towards the inhibitors, right? So, oh my gosh, man. Yeah.
Yeah, a wonderful game in that first game right there. I feel like that was exactly what we expected to see, sort of feeling themselves out, feeling the other team out, seeing how they slotted into these new objectives, these new power bumps. But I think both teams adapted really well. I mean, I wouldn't look at this game as a manner of mistakes, but a manner of seized opportunities. Both teams look to play to their winning conditions, to their power spikes. You could see, even though it looked like this entire game was snowballing to a general win, there were some hiccups throughout. There were some team fights that went the other way, and even some gold flips where, at a point in time, gold was entirely on the blue side by
Yeah,
quite an
yeah.
advantage.
It was a small margin most of the game, but then like that one fight brought them back a couple K, and then it was 1K, and man, it was cool to see
Mm-hmm.
them ahead for
Mm-hmm.
a little while because there was so much hope for them as well after that fight. But I think
Yeah.
that fight, you got to really attribute it to some of that initial poking was really heavy from blue side towards four humans, one jungler, unfortunately. And I don't think they had that kind of dream scenario come up again. They were always a bit late to the objectives. The objectives were well over at that point, and there's so much kind of like buffs that were on the side of four humans, and you got to give it to them. So good job to four humans taking round one here, best of five series. Not bad.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, and I'd be interested to see whether this changes the game plan for either team, whether they decide that these late game team comps aren't necessarily what they need. Maybe they need a little extra power. I know that Senna Zig's bot lane must have felt really great up until the mid game bump, but maybe that's what they need. Maybe they just need some assurance that a Senna will be carrying them into the late game and that Ziggs will carry them through that early game. A very, very interesting team comp and a very well played by both teams.
Yeah. Congratulations to both teams. I'm excited to see what they do next because it didn't feel too doomed, especially with a low kill game. The farm was awesome on both sides, especially
Hmm.
for report mid. They were keeping it up even when they were a bit down in the kills initially in the middle
Yep.
there. They kept it together. You kept highlighting how much we were at. We had 280 on the damn Scion by the end. But yeah, we're gonna see what they're up to soon. We're gonna go to a little break here as they prepare for game two and get round for round two. So yeah, we'll see you shortly. Hey, welcome back, U of T fans. We are here for the League of Legends Intramurals Grand Finals Round 2. We saw a victory for good old 4 Humans 1 Jungler last game, carried by Masquerade on Wukong. That was awesome. How we doing now?
We're doing great. I mean, that last game was everything I wanted and more. Just to remind you guys, this series is brought to you by BMO. BMO has checking and savings account, credit cards, and borrowing options specifically designed for students. Plus, you can get up to 12 months of Domino's pizza worth $190 with BMO's current student offers. You can visit bmo.com/students for details. That's bmo.com/students for details for promotions and everything that's going on here.
Yeah, thank you very much, BMO. And Domino's
Thank
by
you.
extension, of course. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's
Mm-hmm.
exciting. It's good to be a student and get some dollars off, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Somewhere to put the money to. Oh
Mm-hmm.
man. But yeah, we'll be getting into the draft shortly here. And I'll have a pretty very farmy game one until they got into some of those buffs.
Mm-hmm.
And man, good job grabbing all the objectives. Minus I think one Void Grubs. Void Grubs got missed.
Yeah.
But otherwise they had it all, man. Yeah, Soul
Mm-hmm.
Elder,
Mm-hmm.
Otacon, dude. Still gotta read exactly what it does. I just know it makes you sick. Yeah, that was fun, man. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking. Here's my goal for this stream
Mhm.
is to be able to call out which Otacon form it is,
Ooh.
whether it's ruinous or voracious
You got it. Those are the names.
Otacons. And while they might not be giving any specific buffs, it's sort of like the changes to Baron that happened a little earlier in the year, where the different forms mean they have different attacks, they have different ways to play around it. Some favor a little more range, some favor some melee matchups, and means that these objectives can be a little more interesting. Here we
Okay.
got draft coming up, so anything you're looking forward for this draft?
Oh man. So like the bans I'm sure are going to be a little bit different this time with certain players very good on certain characters. I'm sure after the mages having a bit of trouble with Galio, he might not make it to the Rift this time around. And then some of the characters might even open up as well. All those top laners were getting blasted last game, but then uh Turtle just grabbed Horn and he chilled. He didn't pick any of these crazy duelers, no Mbessa, which was out, right? But yeah, so we'll see if he takes another chill champ or something kind of aggro this time around, because they were awesome last round.
Definitely, and I think Onus is definitely on the losing team to decide whether or not they want to swap things out, whether they thought they maybe misplayed things a little differently. And actually, from the bans here, it seems nothing is changing, with the exact same bans from last game, both Xerath and Jace being brought out there. These solo lanes really putting heavy emphasis on.
Yeah, is Xerath just like a crazy menace right now? Like he's artillery mage god? Is that what's going on? Or is there like a one trick? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that For Humans just has a crazy Xerath mid laner.
Okay.
And as well as Report Mid has a crazy Xerath mid laner, as well as For Humans has a incredibly strong top laner, seeing as we're still seeing all of these top lane bans coming out.
Yeah, identical ones from one side, and maybe the same on For Humans here. Oh man, yeah, but I mean, Ornn was impactful in his own way, and there's same bans once again. Okay, that's a shame. I was hoping to see something like that in Vagar and all that. But yeah, now the picks has got to be different, right? Okay, I see. All right, let's just grab Viego again. We'll shove him. He definitely worked. He could be any character he wants to be. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, a Wukong. Oh. This one's new, right? No, I'm just kidding. He's back. Yeah, good job in Masquerade, dude. Yeah, he was pretty tricky. I saw some pretty good clone plays. Ziggs is back. Okay. All right. Sorry, production. Are you sure you're not replaying the same one? I'm just need to confirm here real quick. But yeah. If you're just tuning in now, these are identical sequencing even to what we saw earlier. And these picks were super impactful. Ziggs was cool. There's some cool skirmishes in bot lane. Victor definitely gave him not the easiest time, but we'll see how he does against somebody else, or maybe even Victor again. There's Ari. Okay. All right. I'd love to give some new insight with you on this knob, but we're gonna get to see the new insight potential. Oh, okay. The fire guy. The fire guy, dude.
I was about to say, I think their biggest change will likely come in the bot lane. While Victor was quite strong past that 15-minute, 20-minute mark, I think their importance now lies on whether or not they can win that poke game. And as you know, Brand, incredibly good poke with that WE combo, with some of the synergies he has with other support laners. Maybe a Nami we might be seeing in the near future. Something to really contest that Ziggs in that early game damage, so that Report Mid can bring a fighting chance in the early game skirmishes, no longer having to give up those early dragons.
Man, it's a big blast from the past for me, man, because like when mages became really good at AD, like I don't know what season that was, but mid lifespan of League, like mages became great in the bot lane, and Bram was one of those trailblazers along with Seraphine and stuff, and his auto attack is super strong, right? Some of the higher kind of base damage auto attacks from what I understand, so securing CS has always been pretty decent for him, and it's cool to see him back down there, and also to be the first change. And here comes something that we were talking about. Ornn is out of the picture now. They're going all in on this turtle ban here, and no more Masterworks for Humans, one jungler this game.
I'd be interested to see whether there were scrims before this in which they saw Turtle going absolutely 1v9, considering they're using all their bans to get him out of the game, including the very passive, very non-lane dependent Ornn. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw an Ornn ban in my games at all.
Yeah, he's usually just chilling, gives some value, but he did some good jobs in those fights as well. You saw his Ram coming through, finding some pops. And there's another adjustment there. We've got Taric banned out, stopping Jay from finding that the one fight that they really popped off in. I'm sure we talked about it a bunch, but Jay popped that invulnerability, and they were chilling. So I guess that's not going to happen this time around. Could be Yuumi was the hover last time, optional as opposed to Taric. So maybe they'll go that way. We'll see. But yeah, how are we feeling about Renata? That's a new one.
Yeah, to me, it just screams that you really want that hyper-scaling, high-damage ADC. With both Galio and Renata, it means you have the means to bail out an ADC in out of position. And you can see this countered with a Poppy who looks to disengage the enemy team, the Wukong, the Galio, separate them from their Ziggs damage carries, and maybe bring the fight to them.
Yeah, anti-dash technology is going to be really useful here. Wukong's got a lot of like kind of small ones between him and his clones, so that's going to be cool to see. And I wonder if we're going to get like a real AD carry over on 4 Humans 1 Jungler. Because, man, that would be cool. Like, just like somebody really high DPS. But here's Jax. Arguably an awesome carry. Can scale so high, and the damage is big on report mid this time around. They're going for 4 big damage characters as opposed to 3 from the last game. So, man, they're going to have to kind of steer clear here. They got 2 really good engagers along with Pop. So 3 really good engagers that disengage, as you said. Oh, man. Okay, it's looking really interesting over on report mid. Some old characters, too, man. Poppy, Jax, Brandon, Ari, those are old characters. They've been around for a long time, dude, and they're looking good these days. But here is the final pick, the Ambessa for Humans 1 Jungler, a character that got banned last game, I believe, in the second half of the bans. Missed this time around. Okay, there she is.
Yeah, and as you noted, there were virtually no change-ups other than the switches in the bans allowing Ambessa to get through. Maybe they're going to regret this, given that they could have just let Ornn be given to Turtle Gaming, and I'd be interested to see how that swap in the top lane counterpick rather than support counterpick allows 4 Humans 1 Jungler to maybe leverage top lane, maybe swap up their game plan. They don't need to win through bot lane and those dragons anymore. Maybe they can get 6 grubs, get a couple kills on that Ambessa, and snowball through top lane.
I assume we're going to see the Observer Cam on top a little bit more often this time around, because Ambessa and Jax, they got some beef to settle. They're both damaging each other. They're jumping in and out, and yeah, the junglers are going to really mix that up for sure. And maybe Ozcon will go top. You never know. But bot lane looks to be kind of chilling farm once again, with Brand having really big teamfight potential with their well-placed ultimate. I'm going to love to see that.
Yeah, really, honestly, really surprising to me that we didn't see the Nami come out here. I would say that virtually every time that I see Brand in my games, they're coming with something that can help peel, help support Brand's mobility. Maybe, if not a Nami, maybe a Thresh or whatnot. But the fact that they locked in Poppy indicates a lot to their confidence and how they can win this game. Maybe instead of slowly poking them out, they're going to look to make some plays around that dragon pit, slam them into walls, and bring the winning game to themselves.
Yeah, different CC combos this time around, but fundamentals and Ari are still going to be there, and hopefully we can get some cool charms with her into a couple other things. And man, Ambessa, I've run through a lot of trouble with that character in my own personal games, so I'm worried to see her on the map. And she really stuck through the bans, huh? Ornn over her. But Renekton also got kind of sniped there too, another tanky bruiser guy. Man, 5 bans to Turtle, that's some high praise, man. So let's see how he does on let's see what he does with a real weapon, right? And Bess is out here doing some DPS. I'm excited too. Holy
yeah, and you know that's got to be a big ego boost for Turtle, seeing that they spent all 5 bans on him. You know, he's yelling at his team, "You guys, you gotta carry me. They're using all their bans on me. There goes all my champions." And still, he gets a pretty aggressive pick. I mean, I know Jax and Bess is incredibly inflammatory. I mean, the lane can go really either way, in my opinion. But the fact that he's willing to pick such a aggressive, such a carry top laner when 5 of his other champions have been banned out just shows the breadth of play that this man has.
Oh man, yeah, and even if you took this away, he's probably got more in the chamber, right? But other than him, it's gonna be cool to see. I believe it's Ray. Ray is switching over to Renata. That's a new pick for them, and character with some really good CC chains and an awesome ultimate. Now that you got Jax over on report mid, Renata really has a great auto attacker to take advantage of when they threw that chem punk kind of distraction out there. I don't know the name of the ultimate, but the one that makes them fight each other, and that's going to be a bit of a mess when Jax is looking really strong and he's smacking poor Poppy over the head, right? So a bit of friendly fire coming along here. Man, Brand, definitely friendly fire. So yeah, let's see how that is, man. I'm excited, dude. And Galio has this tall order. who was it on Galio? It was Hollow. Hollow was playing really awesome last game. They didn't give Akari any inches in the mid lane there. They made sure that they could always kind of get to every fight. They have that ultimate that had so much presence. There was a time when Report Mid looked really strong in a bot lane skirmish early on, but he was there charging in out of nowhere to really turn it back into the favor of 4 humans, 1 jungler. And I'm sure that we're going to see that presence from Hollow once again.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that both teams seem hell-bent on not picking any ADCs in the bot lane and rather handshaking that 80 damage somewhere else in maybe the jungle, maybe the top lane, and deciding that no, we need this early game damage. We cannot afford any scaling, even though some of these games seem to be going into scaling territory.
Oh yeah, that last game certainly, man. They didn't have any kills for like a good bulk of the game there, and then they were
Hmm.
making sure that they're keeping that farm up the whole game. Even when Report Mid was looking a bit downtrodden, they always had those numbers slowly climbing, and it kept them in the match. It gave them that surprise win of a fight, but then it came back around to four and jungler. But yeah, Masquerade. Let's see how he does on objectives this time. I'm sure that they're gonna make an effort. Through winning lanes, they're gonna make a big effort to keep some objectives on the side of Report Mid this time because those are pretty important, especially when they just added the new one into the game. And also about Otacon, I saw like some previous stuff. I've seen some gameplay. You can wipe on this fight, right? Like he's in there, man. He's got Dark Souls mechanics, dude. Like he's got telegraphs. You gotta be careful in there, man. So like I want to see if anybody gets wiped during one of those. That's what I want to see. Yeah, like is he gonna get some kills, man? What's his kill count, dude?
Yeah,
Let me know.
yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting to see that in virtually every objective fight from last game, they were uncontested. I mean,
Yeah.
normally the idea is that you leverage that neutral objective damage, that armor and MR shred from Baron maybe, or even just the blatant damage from something like an Elder Drake, and use it to flip a fight. I mean, it's shocking to me that Report Mid wasn't willing to maybe flip a coin, trade some of
Yeah.
these objectives and see if they can get on the winning side of them.
Yeah, come on, 3 winning lanes, man. Like your lanes were going even. I know it's not your namesake or whatever, but like you got a job to do too, man. The jungler over there, he's inhuman, dude. It's in the freaking name. Like you gotta start teaching him, man. Bring him back down, so some humanity, dude. Make him respawn sometimes, you know? Because when he's on the man making value, and you're not, dude. Like this message directly to you, man. Come on, let's lock in. Let's see something happen there. I believe in you, dude. We got
Hmm.
5 games in this series possibly, and like the world's your oyster, dude. So yeah, Report Mid. Let's see what they got, man. I want to see what they're going on with, and they can do some changes here. They changed out 3 characters. It's pretty drastic. Some more team fight potential with some of them. A counterplay with Poppy. It's gonna be super valuable, and yeah, let's see how they do on the Rift.
Hmm. We're loading in here in just a
Oh
second
yeah.
to see the beautiful Noxus map once again. I'm excited for this, what I believe to be a much quicker game coming up in just a few seconds.
hmm Yeah, more aggro equals less time on the Rift, hopefully. And here we are. We're taking a look. I got a couple skins on either side too. Base skin and Bessa, but you know she's on the Noxus map. She's in her element. She's nourished. It's all good. And there they are running off. Man, Ziggs and oh, Akari's gonna take a
Mm.
little pre-game break. I'm sure something's going on there. They're gonna settled. Yeah. But here we are.
And
Welcome back to us.
instant
Yeah.
pause. You hate to
So
see it
yeah,
happen.
you said okay, cast a curse, man. You're like, oh, this game's gonna be quick. Hey, come on, man. Like this quick,
Sorry.
dude. Like you gotta get to the part where they get gold and stuff, and they get buy some items. Ah, God, okay. All right, dude.
Well,
Oh
just gives
man.
us more time to talk about this game. What do you
Ah.
think? You got anything you're looking forward to? Who do you think won this
Hmm.
draft?
Who didn't I speak about already, man? Like you love to see change ups, and it really kind of sets the mold for this one. With the more
Hmm.
damage on Report Mid, and the new Avengers level threat up in the top lane. You know, like they're coming down. Ambessa is a monster. Correct me if wrong. Did she get nerfed this season? Like is she?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
All right. Well, I mean,
Hmm.
look, yeah, 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 it's still awesome, right? The base kit is there. The potential is still up, I'm sure. But
Yep.
yeah, anything besides a tank is going to be valuable for Turtle to make a bit of a difference with, and definitely one of them for sure. Let's see how he does around grubs. You know, keep some of those. I want
Yeah.
to see someone get 4 grubs this game. You know, that'd be cool. Get that value,
Mm-hmm.
get that split push. There's no more Scion pushing, but they have options.
Yeah. And I think options is the key term there. I
Mhm.
mean, last game, I think the entire world revolved around what bot lane was doing,
Mhm.
whether they could make those roams with Galio, whether they could make those roams with Ari. And while uh, we still have that triple teleport, I think top lane is instead going to be that winning condition, especially in that early game, as we get back into this game and we
Okay.
unpause.
All right, top lane. Let's take a look over there, right? Yeah, but we're heading back over there in a moment. I believe they're just about 30 seconds in. And here we are. Oh, okay. A bit of production trouble. So we're getting back, though. We'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, just a little
There
freeze.
we go.
No
Okay, we're,
problem.
we're back to live, and there they are. Oh,
Didn't miss
okay.
anything.
With some cheeky stuff going on, possible invade, but they're not going to commit because Turtle Gaming is holding down the fort in the tri-bush and making sure that nobody gets in. But they're looking around here. Masquerade getting their eyes on them, and Akari getting that same ward they got last game. They love that spot, and Masquerade knows about it, but still, it is valuable to know how far he is on the path.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, a little more feisty early game. You can see the same wards coming in from blue side. Same jungle tracking wards. This one, interesting this time, Wukong wasn't in the position to ping it. While he might know it's there, it's not readily available. And interestingly, makes him swap his jungle approach. Looks like he's pathing
Oh,
up, whereas three winning lane seems to be pathing down bot lane. Feel like this can make a pretty big impact come 3 minutes when both junglers decide to start ganking.
yeah, good stuff to Masquerade making that adjustment. As we do take a look at the bot lane here, looking a bit unfamiliar for them. Eerie and Jay on some more aggro, kind of early game damage. Level 2 is going to be big for them, man. If they get that Poppy dash in onto Renato, or even maybe Ziggs for Sokka. But yeah, top lane. Do they got Grasp in this game? Okay, Waffles is still on Grasp, which is cool. So he's got some mini games to play towards. But Turtle is all about that fight potential. Pick and Conqueror and make sure they can get some value here. Okay, looking pretty even right now. Here comes the stun, though. Big damage. Gonna hit the Grasp proc. Gonna get a bit more going here. Gonna have to walk it off as their stuff is down. But Turtle's looking a bit dangerous with that bar filling right now. And that's it. Slight advantage towards Waffles. Level 2 at the same time, which is good. Opportune for both of them. And keeps them out of harm's way for the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a big win for Jax. Definitely before level 2 comes in, that ability to not only build a little health advantage, but also not to waste too much mana. I mean, if you're able to get some of your base damage out, just straight out of auto attacks, he even has that biscuit advantage. He's got the pushing lane. He's got everything in his advantage right now to maybe look to make a solo kill.
Yeah, man, a healthy diet is certainly a path to victory for any good young man or woman. But yeah,
Hmm.
we're going to see how they turn that into a full-on win as we're looking at mid lane here. And I guess it might be a while till we see some kills. We've seen these teams last time, but they are just brawling. This is the place to watch, right? Like, oh my gosh. And the CS advantage, right? Holy, 16 to 6, 17 to 6 right now in favor of Waffles.
Plus, he gets the wave in on time without a freeze as Masquerade looks to move to top lane. Interestingly, can almost completely deny this pressure that they seem to be applying as a fight looks to break out in the bot side.
Yeah, 4 main gank setup right now. Unfortunately, they're not all going to commit, but that's a great placement on the charm there. Big damage to Versaka. It's getting low. Here comes a flash from Jay. A bit too aggro. Not going to work out, but they get the flash off of Versaka. So the next time that they come knocking, I'm sure there's going to be a kill for Report Mid.
Yeah, very well disciplined by both teams. It seems that Poppy was holding her flash just for that very opportunity. Of course, this means that now Ziggs has no means of escape with flash used and Poppy W able to interrupt that satchel dash. Means that this bot lane
Oh my
is
gosh, it does.
incredibly vulnerable.
Yo, the level of Poppy like counterplay is crazy in this match. You're so right. I
Mm-hmm.
thought it was all
Mm-hmm.
about the Wukong and like the Galio and stuff, but like yeah, I guess Sokka himself. But here comes another fight in top lane here. Stun down onto Turtle, hit him a couple more times. The next one, man, but this healing is like little by little. And there goes the flash into a bop on the head, live in the tower shot, and Waffles claims first blood. Amazing, dude. And that's what you want to see. Getting that revenge on Turtle, showing that he came to play this round, and that's it. That's it, man. Big advantage for him. In as well as the CS, right? Okay.
Definitely. And I'd say maybe this is some of that champion insecurity that we're seeing from all five of those bands. I mean, I know myself, I can play quite a few champions while ahead, but if you're even or even behind, it becomes pretty difficult to pull out that new pick, to pull out something that you're a little less comfortable with and try to get back into the game. As we see, Turtle is going to have to do that for the rest of this laning.
I also give it to Waffles, man. Picking like an old school fundamentalist character like Jax, like I'm sure Waffles has a long history on this character, or hopefully they do. If not, they're making it look easy, because they are out there and they're making it like just work for them with that little jump in, the flash commit. It is awesome. And now 3 winning lanes has heard some of our critique and is taking a look at the dragon here, backing off for the first time, first sign of danger, unfortunately. But they're going to have to make a response here. Jay called up Erie's like, hey, we got a situation forming here. Akari's coming down. It's a 4v3 right now until we got the Hollow in pursuit. It's getting pretty low right now. The smites are in the chambers, and here comes some poke. Flash out for Akari, unfortunately. Board grubs up, whatever. But there we go, and it is down at the moment as we see Masquerade locking it in, making sure they keep their jungle advantage.
Yeah, what's interesting to me there is that it seems Waffles was unwilling or even unable to teleport to that. He
Ooh.
still has that teleport advantage as Turtle was forced to teleport back to lane after that solo kill, and yet they're more willing to give up Dragon, it seems, and a couple flashes in response. And it seems they would rather contest these Void Grubs, which doesn't seem to be quite going their way. Waffles may be screaming at his team, come on guys, play around me. What are we doing? But yeah,
Here
finally 3 winning lanes comes in and the fight begins.
Yeah, there's the first steal, the ultimate from Galio making an entrance right now. Waffle finding a major stun onto the back line here, trying to stay in the fight. But Akari and 3 winning lanes are not finding too much value just yet as they're making their way through. Here's Eerie, great ultimate to lock down a kill. They're getting dangerously low on 4 humans, 1 jungler. Masquerade getting away with a sliver of life for the moment, but Jay and 3 winning lanes are not giving up. Flash into a stun, not going to find it. Jay is still going. If they can take a couple shots, just got to click one button on Masquerade and he is in the ground. Unless it's a clone, you never know. But 3 winning lanes, finding some siege. They got the 4-man here. They know they're low. There's going to be a bit of organization required. And there goes Hollow, finding lots of damage onto himself. Jay going down to secure a kill into Masquerade. It's certainly worth it as 3 winning lanes gets out with the buddies. And that is a slight advantage of kills for Report Mid.
And that was incredibly well disciplined. Unfortunately, I saw Masquerade's attempt to bluff out Poppy there.
Yeah.
Failed quite a bit. Pressed S in that fight to attempt to make it look like he had cloned when in reality he had just stopped. But seemed to have backfired on him as Poppy's able to slam into that wall, get that dive, get that kill, and put him even further behind.
Yeah, it's certainly a mix-up, but it's a risk you're going to have to take when you're on a sliver of HP and you've got this short little dude trying to get you with their big hammer. And it's tough sometimes, you know, it's threatening. They did find a kill on to Jay in the end, so there's some value there. It's not entirely a blowout. But yeah, they're going to have to be more careful. And good job to them. I believe they got 1 or 2 of the grubs. They got some of the grubs, right? No, they just got the 1 grub. Yeah, 1 grub versus 2 at the moment. Favored towards Report Mid. So good job on the steal.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty well played from both teams. I mean, they're still working towards their win con. I mean, Turtle, while he's behind, still got 1 kill there. Little CS differential, but still doesn't mean the game's over. I mean, both teams looking to play towards their strength, whereas, yeah, it looks like Blue Side's doing a little better this game.
You're glad to see it too. Coming off of a loss, they got to try their best to get back in. And they're trying something new, which is cool too. But yeah, we're going to see how it continues in these lanes here. Taking a look at some of this economy as well in terms of the individual prowess. But in the meantime, there's always a fight to be had in top lane. Some DPS coming down from Waffles and Turtle Gaming, going pretty even there. But man, Waffles has so much control over this wave, dude. Just like an angry dog, like don't take any of my snack, you know, just like scaring him off constantly. But yeah, I'm sure he can make his way back eventually, right? They got a kill in the pocket, and we're looking down here. Scuttle Crab in contest right now. Ooh, the smite gets missed, unfortunately, by Masquerade, and that's going to be a secure. But here comes the ultimate. They're committing to a fight right now. Jay is working with Eerie to take down Risaka right now, who got caught out of position. they do still have Jay up at the moment, but not for long, as they also go down with 3 winning lanes.
Yeah, trade 2 for 1 there. It's pretty beneficial for 4 humans, 1 jungler. Seems like they are finally making that Galio and those team fight compositions work for them rather than against them. Collapsing right on top, making that character advantage allow them to make these more aggressive plays, as Waffles takes 2 tower shots, almost making this tower dive a little more risky.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, Turtle missing that ultimate and gets charmed. Such a shame. Almost made that work, but instead gets carried out and put back into that gray screen.
The coordination was really great between Akari and Waffles there. When the initial kind of fight didn't work out, we just saw the focus from Akari to get that charm, get that Q, get that damage onto him, and lock down Turtle. Not making Turtle's game easy this time around.
And I'd say these teams really look like they've been playing together for quite a while. You see the number of dives and calls that they're able to make confidently, whether it's even sacrificing 1 kill in that later, that last dive top lane, but it's still worth it. If you're able to get 2 kills or 3 kills for 1, you're willing to take that fight every time. And all it is discipline and knowledge of your game and your teammates that allow you to make it happen.
Yeah, and that knowledge of the game brings him to another dragon, another soul point here, as the Hex gates are open. It looks like Hex Drake 2 games in a row. Not bad. Definitely a soul that gives a lot of damage if you can make your way there. And along the way, they picked up those 2. But yeah, let's see how they're looking. They're pinging up around the pit right now, as their objectives to be had very soon. Void grubs are probably around the corner. And yeah, vision control is what's really important right now, as they're making their way to these aforementioned void grubs. Let's see how they do. Big thing to note too, Jay does not have their ultimate yet. They're still on level 5, along with Ray, but I'm sure they're getting there very soon. And those are some big game-making ultimates occasionally too, both from Renata and from Poppy. As the pokes coming in there along right now.
And this fight is incredibly influential, as it decides, or virtually decides, who can get these feats of strength right here. As fight begins to break out on this Galio and Renata around the grubs.
Yeah, they're forcing
this fight to go either way.
They want it to happen. This is their turf right now, but they're stuck in the pit, actually. Here comes that big Renata ultimate. Gonna find so much damage into a damn hollow Galio ultimate. Huge. Waffles and Akari are putting on the pursuit right now. It's hard to tell who's really coming out on top at the moment, as both teams are taking lots of damage right now, and they're down to just a 2v3 with a slight advantage for Report Mid.
Yeah, I don't quite know what happened to Poppy there. Did they die earlier before everything else?
I don't think they had the opportunity to do much, because you see they're still even level 5, so they didn't benefit much from the fight. But Renata made a big play there, trying to get some damage in. It was hard though, with all the void grubs running around doing DPS themselves. And well, at the end of the day, there's a tie in the gold and a 1 kill advantage on this side. Doesn't matter much because the gold is tied up, and the bounties are starting to accrue as well. Hollow with the largest bounty on the board of 250 in the mid lane.
And while the kills themselves may not have been that important, relatively trading evenly, the objective definitely is.
Oh, 4. They got all 4, huh? Okay.
They got all 4, plus, on top of that, with the third jungle neutral objective secured for them, means they have acquired the feat of monster slaying, whereas Report Mid got that first blood feat. So that means that Boots could be up for anyone's grabs here, as an engage gets on. Ziggs knocked up, bailed out by Renata, and doesn't have the damage to get the kill trade back and revive him. Interestingly, Renata seems to be a little lackluster on this damage front, not able to quite capitalize on those techniques that they're getting.
Yeah, it's hard without an AD, right? You're up to just a couple of mage abilities. But Masquerade and Ray are on the run here right now. But Masquerade turns around, trying to find some damage into the overly ambitious Jay. But they're not going to find either of themselves at the moment as they go back off. But that does mean a bit more priority in this river right now, which doesn't mean too much, as the objectives are all down.
Yeah, objectives are down. Everyone is floundering for some sort of advantage that they can build through these fights. You see Ari TPing top to catch these waves, catch these gold. It really looks like Report Mid is much more confident on these champions to move around the map, mix up these fights, and ultimately push their advantage as they're almost 1,000 gold up already, even though they seem to be maybe trading or losing some of these objective fights.
Oh man, those are gonna be so crucial soon. As oh hey, look, we got Otacons Little Arena spawning in the top lane this time. Definitely attributed to that fight that was going on at the Void Grubs the last couple times, and less action in the bot lane this time around. But yeah, excited to see that in about 5 minutes. And here comes a siege onto mid lane. Demolish is getting stacked right now, but Jay and 3 winning lanes have something to say about it.
Yep, and I'd be interested to see what happens now that both supports are completely devoted to roaming. The feat of the final feat of strength is that first tower bonus, which I would say definitely lies in the hands of whatever this Ziggs can get done in the bot lane. Whether that means they're gonna sack maybe some pressure to get this Rift Herald and ultimately claim that tower, or if they're going to be looking to teleport and make a 5-man fight.
It's pretty even right now, but once again, here comes the ultimate out from 2 of the players on 4 humans, 1 jungler. Big damage going along. Masquerade finding a kill into 3 winning lanes. Has no jungler, so no steal in the chamber there. Waffle chasing down Risaka, not finding a kill just yet, turning around to find some value. Here comes the stun. Gonna go down to some damage from Eerie and Akari at the moment, as they are in pursuit of Ray at low HP right now in enemy territory right now. And Masquerade is looking really healthy, though, as they're back in the fight. Turtle finding the way around, shut down onto Akari, followed down into a kill on Eerie, and it is looking decimating. Favor on 4 humans, 1 jungler, and back over to their Shelly.
Yeah, and that is a massive win for 4 humans, 1
Oh,
jungler, as not only do they claim that gold advantage back from Report Mid, but also they gain the Rift Herald advantage, which basically ensures that you're able to get that first tower feat. Even further than that, you're able to claim waves, push it in, and maybe look for some tempo on Dragon, whether or not they feel confident enough in making that team fight 5v5 win once again. Because as you know, it's very dependent on those ultimates, which you can see on the right side are quite far from ticking over, especially that Galio ultimate, especially that Wukong ultimate. Viego can make some chaotic things happen when the enemy team doesn't have enough damage or enough pick to shut him down.
Yeah, we could see a repeat of last game, but they're gonna get into the driver's seat here. Big slam onto mid turret as the fight breaks out alongside of it. Awesome use of the Poppy W to shut down Masquerade there as he tries to escape. Damage is coming along. Akari's in ult form right now, finding lots of DPS along with Eerie's awesome flame full ultimate. Lots of damage. 2 kills down towards 4 humans, 1 jungle. 5-man siege on mid lane here. Demolish is ticking at the moment. It's going to be up to possibly a taunt from the Hollow that locks someone down. Not going to be just close enough, and that's so much value. They turn around. They know the dragon is in the pit. They know they can find some value there. Catch up on those points. Break some wards on the way there. This is what you want to see, and good job to them finding that mid-game fight that they are known for from the last round.
Yeah, overall win for Report Mid, really making that that pick on the mid lane tower, that overextend on Rift Herald matter. Get that jungle pressure, get that that dragon advantage back in their favor, and maybe flip this soul advantage that 4 humans, 1 jungler was able to so viciously push on them last game.
I love that. I love that they're trying to make an effort there, and now they got their eyes on possibly Otacon, who's spawning in just under a minute right now, giving big buffs to whoever can beat that boss fight up in the top lane. And you know, we do have one of the top players up there, Turtle, hanging out. Not the best score this time. They got the Eclipse built. They got the Tunneler in the inventory. They got some damage potential, and I'm sure it only gets better and better. But Waffles is really just like a huge difference maker right now, finding sustained damage during each of these fights, and they are also going to be in the vicinity very soon. Jay and Ray poking each other here, doing some vision control as you do, and just funny to see. It's like you got it done, but there's the ward once again. It is ping, so as you said, the timer is up, so not such a big deal. And yeah, we're gonna see when they make their way there very soon into the top lane.
I would say the biggest problematic issue for 4 humans, 1 jungler this game is the distribution of gold. As you can
Oh
see from
man.
these bounties here on the red side, almost everything is in favor of the Galio and Mbessa. While Mbessa herself is not that problematic, having quite a bit of gold, you would definitely rather have it on your carries, on your Ziggs, on your Wukong, as we saw last game, so you're able to make those plays rather than purely relying on your tankiness to carry you through fights.
Luckily, Hollow has made some use of that money and put it into a Darksteel, which is not fully stacked. So the DPS shouldn't be anything to scoff at in terms of him. But right now, Ray is in trouble. Going to pop the ultimate to try and disengage this out of position catch at the moment. And they're going to have to refuel before they get back over for the Otacon. You've seen the pings coming out right now. Turtle Gaming doing all the dashes to get out of there right now. And man, they just got that area control is going in the favor of Report Mid right at the moment. And it's up to them to keep it up as the Red Wars coming through. 2 Red Wars are coming through into the Tri-Bush right now. Holy. Okay. There we are.
Interestingly, we see use of some of the new runes there. We see Deep Ward being into effect, where if you place a ward in the enemy's jungle, it has not only increased health, but also increased duration, meaning that Jay really over here emphasizing that roaming potential that you have with Poppy, the ability to get picks in the enemy jungle, the ability to play off of maybe some bushes and some vision advantages to make your team grow that advantage.
Oh, I see. Okay, so maybe I may have mistaken some of the red wards for deep wards. Okay. Well, regardless of what it is, there's a lot of vision investment in that Tri-Bush because it is the prime staging ground for 4 humans, 1 jungler to make their way towards this Otacon at the moment. And now they're clearing it out. Masquerade's on the scene. While they are here, as always, Report Mid is making big value in terms of their farming, while all the resources are being spent by 4 humans to try and keep this Otacon on lock at the moment. And as they do have the backs going, once again, 3 lanes and his squad are on their way up into the top area. Because they're going to keep kind of posturing until they see something break out, right?
Yep. And some good lane assignments by both teams as top laners seem to go to bot lane where they're able to most exert the pressure and have that availability of the teleport to reach the team fight. Really great macro moves as both teams look to maybe make a play around Otacon and shift their game plan around how this map is shaping up to be.
Yeah, and it's going to be so crucial here, especially the resources they're going to really put into the fight itself, depending on how it goes. I'm sure they're going to find a push after it or something like that. We do keep pinging, and yeah, Waffles finding some poking up the turtle. A bit low himself, unfortunately, but I'm sure he'll be out of the garage by the time it's a fight up there. And here we are. They do start the objective. They do witness that. Unfortunately, Waffles is a bit low at the moment, so they can find some time while he's getting back up to shape. And they're not fully committed. It feels like a bit of a bait, despite the ward being on it, right? So Jay is just hanging out, ready to do some vision control. And it is half HP.
They know this is going down. They know what they've got to do. They have to contest this. Both top laners have TP. The question is whether they want to fight it. Looks like they're both backing off to teleport in the near future. As the engage comes in from Ahri,
yeah, it's going to be really big by them to try and find something, but the Ziggs ultimate, Rusaka finding some great damage there. Lots coming out from 4 humans, 1 jungler as they make their way down. Unfortunately, Waffles is here. He's made his way in. He's auto-attacking everybody like crazy. Ray is getting really low. Finding his way out to Turtle Gaming right now. Could be a bit of a swap if he can get back onto it, but this play is just excellent until Turtle Gaming finds the final kill. And, mistake me, who exactly caught the Otacon in all that action?
That's a good question. Looks like Wukong has slain Voracious Otacon. That means that 4 humans. Looks like Wukong caught that Otacon for himself, meaning that
okay,
red side gets it, even though it doesn't look like quite any of them have that buff on them. Maybe I'm wrong. No, as you can see. Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of them did die in the meantime, so they're not going to be able to make full use of it, but they can use that bit of time to make their way down to this dragon. There may be a steal coming along, but unfortunately, 4 humans, 1 jungler, the inhuman jungler is going to have that perfect focus on this smite and lock it down for his team, threatening soul point for the next dragon.
Yeah, and even though quite a few of them died utilizing that revive buff, it still looks like they're able to utilize the bonuses that you get from slaying monsters and takedowns for the rest of the game. I mean, looks like they're leveraging it right now as the jungle is dead to start up Baron and push their advantage to maybe ending the game.
Man, they just have like a perfect kind of like sequence of events here to get every objective, as you're saying. And right now they're doing big damage on the Baron. Not that many players are here in form for report mid, as they are trying to do something. You see Poppy holding up that hammer, trying to knock out someone. Hopefully the jungler, but they're gonna make their way in here. Damage is coming out. Erie's got the ultimate pop. It's a bunch going on. Unfortunately, we are gonna see Ray's ultimate kind of make some space for them. And there goes the Poppy, unfortunately. But there they are, making their way back around this kind of land formation. And there goes Waffles popping in, finding a kill. There's going to be a revive, unfortunately, though. I think that's the Otacon at work right now, as they are going to go down. Masquerade going down, and that is a wipe for the most part towards 4Humans on Jungler. Report mid making their way onto the Baron themselves. Turtle Gaming is back, though. But I think the Otacon just, like, paid off right now. Like, we're seeing those resurrections come in. It's a bit strange to see. But Waffles are getting dangerously low right now. Can't keep DPS up on this. They may not have the damage they need before players show up. Turtle Gaming threatening many of them at the moment. We do have Rasaka on the way as well. It's going to be a little wild, but I'm sure they're making their way here. And it's getting a bit kind of dicey. There is no smite present for humans, one jungler, but they do have the fight potential to find an absurd amount of them all of a sudden. Turtle Gaming leading the charge. 3-way lanes have to jump all the way off. And there's Rasaka making his way, finding some spacing. Jay, unfortunately, is going to find a kill onto Turtle Gaming. It is Rasaka versus 3-way lanes and Jay, and there they go down, popping in. They don't have the resources to take Baron anymore, but they have a commanding response to the interruption.
Wow, the juggling between the two teams on that Baron fight was incredible. I mean, both teams seemed incredibly willing to force their advantage, force their death timers into what looked like for both teams a Baron advantage. And in reality, you can see this this Poppy making the difference. Like we were talking about in the early game, I had doubts. I was questioning whether this Poppy pick could have been a completely mismatch for what seemed to be quite a dash light team comp. But in reality, that's not what they were picking it for. I see the vision now, and the vision was bring the hardest skirmish you can wherever you can. And I know for sure Poppy has got that in droves.
Man, Poppy has a very particular set of skills for the job, and they showed up to play. But here they are, Waffles finding some damage onto Hollow, the immortal Hollow at the moment. Very powerful, very tanky, but they do have some friends in pursuit here. This feels like a bit of a trap right now as the taunts are coming out. There goes the Berserk, unfortunately, for Jay. Not going to find as much value as they could if they weren't under that status, but here's Waffles trying to stun off, but Turtle Gaming is looking so strong right now with Ray in pursuit as well, and there goes a bunch of damage. Very commanding victory for 4Humans, one jungler in that given fight. 3 winning lanes have to run away, unfortunately, but Turtle Gaming is not done yet. Gonna find him in the jungle, gonna find his IP address, dox him out, see where he's headed, follow him home. This is not looking so hot. So much time wasted and lots of value, as we do see the Hex Gates getting blown here as they're making their way up to the Baron for 4Humans, one jungler.
Interestingly, while doesn't look like Report Mid has much agency to be able to contest this dragon like they did the last one, they definitely did see the teleport moving across the map. So they know where they're going to be, they know what they're going to do, and maybe, just maybe, they can finally look to make something happen on this Dragon Soul Point. 4Humans, one jungler, definitely pressing their advantage to measurable lengths, even larger than last game. You can see the gold differential in the top of the screen right here. Almost 6,000 gold on the side of 4Humans, one jungler. Finally stacked onto some of their carries. Ambessa with 9 kills. Wukong back to his 6-kill high of last game. Maybe, just maybe, they have the strength to get this dragon, get this soul, and push out to the end of the game.
And that's what you want to see, man. Like, a great use of these objectives. That's been kind of the motto for Humans One Jungler, making sure that the jungle is their territory, finding everything they can in terms of value, and threatening Soul Point with Baron buff. in their pocket right now. Jay doing their best to keep some ward control, but that red buff is, sorry, that red ward is in a great spot right now. The dragon is started. They are channeling that hammer right now. Gonna hopefully knock someone out. Gonna cancel it, unfortunately, and it's gonna be back up very shortly, but it's gonna be up to them to find something. 3 winning lanes is in the mist. Looking out here. Here comes the teleport from the pit. Red team, good old forms of catch it there. There comes the ultimate from Renata, taking a lot of them into berserk status. It is so damning right now. The taunt is coming along. Waffles is going to be hitting the wrong guy right now as Ray whittles him down along with Hollow's help. Turtle Gaming is here to finish off the good old grudge match, and that is just another fight victory. Just commit to an objective, and there he is. Four humans, 1 juggler. Amazing. Okay, this feels like endgame territory right now.
Yeah, a decisive win. I mean, you can start to see this snowballing effect. I mean, most of the players on the team have purchased those tier 3 boots. They finally have that Dragon Soul. They have the Baron buff. And it looks like they might be looking to claim some objectives that put them in the position to be able to finish the game. I mean, I know that mid inhibitor and mid tower doesn't mean that much gold-wise, but it means that they constantly have to match this pushing wave mid. They have to match these stronger super minions, which will be placing themselves at this pressure disadvantage, allowing themselves maybe 4 humans, 1 jungler to claim everything else, claim all the jungle, claim every single tower, and put themselves into what could be even a 10k gold differential.
Oh my god, like how do you come back from that, right? Like they need some kind of master fight. If Report Mid wants to stay in, they need some genius fight to really keep them around. Jay making their way back here, make sure they ain't caught. But yeah, I think there's so much that needs to be done in terms of these fights. Their early game presence was awesome over on Report Mid, and I think they need to recapture some of that glory.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not looking great for Report Mid as they're getting dove under their tier 2
Oh
tower.
my gosh.
Just absolutely ravaged that Jax. Really sad state to see from that first blood as Ambessa ults in, allows Galio to ult in, following up. Ambessa diving deep under that mid inhibitor, getting kills, getting picks, dashing in, chasing down this Viego as the final remaining player on Report Mid.
Yeah, 3 winning lanes. Gonna have to sit in the fountain and watch hopelessly as they are just bashing down his Nexus turrets right now. And that is the end of round 2, I believe. Another awesome victory for 4 humans, 1 jungler, man. It turns out that playing non-humans on your team is a pretty good strategy in this game, dude. I mean, I'd argue a lot of League players ain't human, but you know, they're just packing one this time around, and it's working for them, dude. I don't think they got a Report Mid. I think they got a couple other issues going on with their Report Mid team here, but they're gonna find some. They still have 1 more shot. They got 1 more shot to reverse sweep this whole thing, you know, like everyone stay calm. There's adjustments can be made, some different bans. I don't know if you can keep Turtle down anymore, man. Like he's gonna find some value no matter what he does. And he looked a bit shaky early game against Jax, but Jax is a monster in the lane. So good job to Turtle for coming around and making themselves known in that end game and mid to end game even. And once again, jungle gameplay is going really well for all of them, making sure that they're fully committed. And I love to see all that vision interaction that they had there with Jay and Ray down in the support and in the jungle, man. Awesome. That's an awesome game.
Yeah. And I hesitate to say that it's reverse sweep technology, but that was quite a close game. I would say even closer than the first one, even though the gold may not have shown it. I feel like they're really getting that hunger, and I hope that game doesn't put them down too much, because that was a really close fight. Some of them looked almost like it was in their favor.
Oh yeah, they had some really good fights there. I'd argue this game was much more even than the first one, even just based on the scoreboard. Until the end there, where the gold disparity was huge, but that's like end game buffs and stuff that are just like undeniable. And the Otacon gameplay, it felt like really well done by them, trying to keep them off of it initially and make sure like they dedicated, I believe, just Jay to kind of vision controlling that while the rest of the team kept farming, which has been something they've been doing really well. Despite what's been happening around these objectives, they've kept the lanes kind of going in terms of their economy and staying in. And I'm sure that's going to break through eventually, and it certainly can. So let's see how they go with this next one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for game 3. It's quite the battle of titans. I mean, we've seen what one mix-up can do, one change-up. Maybe blue side decides that this is all or nothing. We've got to win this third game. We've got to maybe flip the feeling, flip the emotions. I know I've played in a couple tournament matches, couple of 5v5 team matches, but that morale really gets down when you're down 0-2, you're down in your lanes. Maybe you've
Mhm.
got that first blood top lane and ended up losing. Maybe you're blaming the rest of your team. Maybe you're galvanizing your team to win for this next one.
Yeah, no, it's a lot to be said. I'm sure that the comms are quite complicated right now, and they're strategizing the best they can because they still have that shot. They really do, and
Hmm.
I agree with you. Another mix-up could be really good, something
Yeah.
drastic. Yo, there's this type of character, AD carry, that could be it. That could be it. When they auto attack, it does damage. It's crazy, dude. From a range,
Hmm.
there's a new concept. They might be coming out next season or coming back next season for that matter. But like, yeah, AD carry could be the secret sauce. I don't know. They've got kind of the space for it, possibly. I'm excited to see what they do, man. And yeah, just note that it's been awesome having you on. I understand that we have another caster coming through for the second kind of portion of games here. And
Hmm.
before that, we are gonna take a break as well. But no, before you head out, anything else you wanna add on here? And thanks for coming out tonight. Cass, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. I mean, it's been great games. I just want to thank BMO one more time.
Oh yeah.
BMO Next Level Twitch runs in conjunction with this stream. It's live every Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. It's run by Sean Frame, BMO's gaming relations specialist, and he brings a commitment to helping viewers achieve their financial goals, has a passion for gaming as an active member of the gaming community. And I know we can use every single person we can get investing in these matches, investing in these amateur games that you love seeing and we love casting. So thank you once again to BMO and BMO Next Level.
Thanks very much, BMO. Okay, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Once again, thank you, Noah, for coming on.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back, U of T fans. We're here with some more League of Legends Intramurals Grand Finals. As aforementioned, not had to head off tonight, but I am joined by Ciro. How you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. Round one and two were pretty interesting towards the ends of the matches, and the fight in round two was really explosive in that beginning kind of segment. So we're amped up. We're ready for round three, you know?
That's true. In round three, game three, actually, this could be the set. With down to 2-0, they got to come back with this reverse sweep, or they could just go home right here. So the pressure has to be mounting, I think.
Yeah, it's a $50 difference there too, right? It's 100 for first place and 50 for second place, from what I understand. So it's a team dinner, or not everyone's gonna make it tonight, you know. So yes, a big disparity there. And yeah, we were talking between games, Sierra and I, and what we're thinking about, like in terms of shakeups here. There's the 80 carry role, dude. We're hyped for some AD, you know. See if one of them can pull one of those out this next match.
It's true. It would appear that from those last two games, everyone's a big fan of picking these mages in the bot lane. These sort of long range poke. We saw Victor. We saw a lot of Ziggs. So maybe if we get someone with a gun or a bow
Oh,
to click that 80 damage, things might be different in this game three.
yeah.
And I think different is a little bit what they need right now.
Yeah, keeping that player safe is super good, and their defense is interesting. But what's been interesting about a report mid these last games is they've had some really good mid game fights, and then they kind of lost the ball after that. So maybe if they can turn that into something more than just like an end game goal disparity, they could come back. They could certainly could.
Yeah, and as you and I'll mention in the previous two games, they were trying different things around the map. With a very bot-centered game in game one, and then game two was more at the top lane and taking those skirmishes, those 1v1s even, and even then it sort of got out of control. So we'll see if they go for a different strategy this time. As I understand it, they're sticking to the same sides as they were in the last games.
Yeah, yeah. Blue side three times for report mid. Maybe a third time's a charm kind of thing. But this is their last shot, so hopefully this is where it really pans out for them. I'm not sure how it affected them much recently. It made their Scion proxy a bit strange in game one, but we'll see how they use it this time. Especially with that Otacon showed up top last game, bought the first game, and we're gonna see how that goes this time around as well. Because that is a mess. That is a mess. And they really made an effort though to contest it last game, which is impressive.
That's true, and definitely, with Riot adding these new changes to the Rift, it definitely shifts everything more towards the early game. What with like these first objectives being so important: first blood, first tower, and the first team to get three epic monsters. So, Otacon, there may very well be a turning point for the entire game, whichever team is able to get those feats of strength.
Yeah, the resurrection passive was the one they had last time, and it was strange to watch. Like it was a bit confusing, but it certainly paid off because they were able to check out the Baron pit very quick after the fight was done because their players were back in action. And now here we are in the draft itself. So we're going to take a look at what is getting selected, and yeah, possibly some repeats from last time. They've definitely had some trends, but report mid banning out top is what always happens and continues to happen. But so far we're on the same track right now. And yeah, a bit of a difference there, though. Galio, a very commanding presence for 4 humans, 1 jungler these first couple of matches. He definitely kept the mages out and some of the other players down with his super good taunt. But Thresh is off the map once again. Thresh is really good this patch from what I hear, Ciro, so I guess he's just staying away, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I think, definitely one of the more engaging things. Obviously, the hook is just such an important skill shot.
Yeah.
And it has been ever since, Thresh was introduced, right? There's this sort of meme about these hook champions sort of scaling infinitely into the late game as they become more and more of a threat. Especially, again, in the League of Legends late game, where one fight can turn an entire game around.
Yeah, and shutting down someone for so long, as you're saying, man. So let's see if they pick something kind of in that realm. Last time they had Renata, which didn't work out too well. It was interesting. Like, it had some big ultimates, but it didn't seem that crazy in comparison to Jay's Poppy, which felt really impactful lots of the game, and hopefully they can utilize that once again. Jay's really good on tanks. That's what we're learning tonight, and I love to see that.
Exactly, and also I'm noticing they banned the Wukong that was so dominant in those earlier games.
Yeah,
Honestly,
so
even after that first game, I might have considered banning it, but...
Oh, man. Yeah, that's all Masquerade's been playing tonight. So we're going to see Masquerade on a fresh set of champs now. Oh, Brand is back. Yeah, Brand had some really good ultimates. I'm sure that he he has lots of potential once again. And how are they going to get him to that status? Like the biggest one for him was, I believe, in the Baron pit last time, which is very opportune. So let's see if they can keep that up. I'm excited to see what they pick, but now they have the option to counterplay because this is probably bot lane brand again, unfortunately, and we're hoping it's the 80s, but back to the Wizards.
Right. And it might be interesting to see them flex maybe like a brand mid, but I'm not sure how likely that is. Again, we're seeing the Victor, again, maybe mid, maybe bot lane once again. We'll see how it sort of plays out with the rest of the draft.
Yeah, Ari was the mid laner that they've been bringing to report mid recently. We'll see if Akari. If Akari picks up Ari again, it could be. But here we go. Brand new pick for Masquerade. Xin Zhao possibly in the jungle. Super interesting dueler champ that can kind of make space for his team and single out one guy to take down. So I'm sure Brand is going to have some trouble with him possibly.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to close that distance and really isolate a single target, literally shoving everyone out and getting those big damage onto those squishy targets so quickly is sort of Xin Zhao's specialty. But now we see the Nocturne, and it's going to be locked in. So sort of the same thing on the other side, more of like a pick oriented rather than sort of team fight potentially.
Yeah, and map presence is the biggest thing about him, right? Like they can kind of, you never know, maybe if he's the jungler himself, he could bring the smite to a crazy steal. That's something they've been having some trouble on. And we got Akali being covered by Akari right now, switching a letter around there. But yeah, that's a character with really high fight potential. I'm not sure, are they big this season? Like I haven't heard about them much recently, but how they doing?
I'm also not super sure about Akali. I don't think I've seen that much. Maybe just like a sleeper or pocket pick. But I guess we'll be interested to see how it plays out. I'm not really too sure about that, but now we see Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf was actually banned out the first 2 games. Report mid locked him down the first 3, so they traded Wukong for Olaf this time around with the Galio. So definitely one of the high priority picks for Turtle on 4 humans, 1 jungler. We see the next ones come through. Aurelia once again grabbed in the second half of bans. That is a repeat. But we're going to see what they're looking at here. They got some options, maybe put out some supports if that's important to them, because Ray has been doing a really good job on their supports. So we'll see how they do.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
And like you said, banning the support, the Renata ban coming out that was in Pike. Okay, 2 support bans back to back. Really, I guess going to town wanting to win that bot lane matchup again with these sort of scaling mages that can do so much in a team fight.
Yeah, Victor especially is a great example, and he's locked in on the board here. Like he can get really big by the end of the game and do some really commanding damage, and especially his ultimate has been redesigned a bit. It can grow and do more damage, right? So like there's lots of potential with that, especially with squishy targets on the opposite side here. But we'll see how they build for sure. Oh, and the final ban of the night is going to be of the match here is going to be Sona. All right. And then, oh, okay, Seraphine, possibly in the bot lane here or the mid. They could go any which way. Victor and Seraphine bumping around. Oh my gosh.
That's true. Yeah. I think typically you'll see more Seraphine ADCs than mid, so perhaps this is actually a case of Victor in the mid lane.
Yeah, Victor, and we got Hollow has been playing really good all night. So if that's Hollow and Victor, he's got a lot of map presence, making heads-up plays, seeing what's going on. No global ultimate at the moment without Galio, unfortunately. But I'm sure they're going to be really careful with how they put that teleport together to get around the map there. And Camille coming out, really isolating character. Similar to Xin Zhao, can jump in, make some space, and get out as well if they really got that hook shot going the right way. And for the final pick of the report mid's team here, they need a support, right? Yeah, they got to grab someone for support.
Unless it's brand support, which would be the most insane mix-up. But of course not. It's the Rakan coming in.
Yeah, tanks have definitely been a strong suit for Jay tonight, so I'm glad to see them back on another really good one. And character that can lock down a whole team.
Especially Rakan has a lot of agency, so much movement, so many dashes, able to both engage as well as keep your team's most important players safe. Will definitely go a long way. Champions like Victor, Xin Zhao, Olaf with these incredibly high damage characters that just really want to blow you up. But now we see Tahm Kench, another sort of more defensive tank.
Yeah, he's got that opportunity to eat anybody up, and whether it's friend or foe, keep someone safe, tank someone down. There's lots of really good choices for him to make this game, and he's super tanky. And even last season, he was super tanky. So we'll see how he's doing now, how healthy the frog is. He's unbenched right now, and it's good to see him out here, man. Tom Kench and Seraphine in the bot lane. That's a lot of kind of poke potential. Even the tongue is very strong. It's got a lot of damage on it, as well as a heal for himself. Sustain.
Exactly. I think this actually will be a very active bottom lane, and what with these really high damage spells, even with both Brand and Seraphine definitely just chucking all sorts of projectiles at each other. And just looking at the other lanes, I think Victor is in a really good position right now in this season with just again, as you mentioned, the change to the ult that just grows over the course of a team fight.
Man.
With takedown, it can cover an entire screen and just absolutely take over if the opportunity is given. And even then, sort of, if they allow Victor to build these stacks to evolve all of his abilities, just even scale into the late game in general, he definitely becomes a real problem in a lot of games.
Yeah, we saw it earlier. I believe Report Mid had him in game 1, and he was one of the most influential characters on the map. There was the one major fight that they won that game was definitely attributed to Victor. He threw down a couple laser beams to poke out the team, and then they followed up with a crazy Taric ultimate. And now they have another really big wombo over here for Report Mid. Now they have lots of characters that can be explosive and get in there, do some damage, higher damage than last game possibly, depending on how they play it. And let's see how they do with the jungle. That's definitely been one of the weak points for Report Mid, is keeping those jungle objectives on their side. And 4 humans, 1 jungler, it's in the damn name. They've been getting so much value, so like systemically, man. So I'm excited to see what they change there. Holy.
Yeah, I think definitely with the sort of early game being much more geared towards team play rather than just this, slowly scale up your lane and farm well. It doesn't really cut it anymore, especially with this game-changing thing of these feats of strength. Again, we really want to get these first bloods. We really want to be able to get these early objectives in order to secure those, buffed boots.
Yeah, the buff boots. We were talking with Na about it, and it seems like it's interesting because you do have to make a little break in your build path to go grab them. But it's probably worth it in the long run because it's got some good value on it. It's another really valuable slot in your set of items there. And I'm excited to see how it goes for them. And yeah, I do like the look of 4 humans, 1 jungler's team here. I think there's a lot of really good characters, and they got some tankiness to it. So it's up to Report Mid to really find the gaps in the armor and find some big damage there, making sure they take down critical characters that are in the backline bothering them, like Victor and Seraphine. And oh man, so let's see how they do. I want to see what Camille's up to. That's going to be Waffles on Camille, I believe, and Waffles was pretty commanding last game. They're one of the biggest threats for Report Mid. Is there any player here that you're looking at particularly, Sarakune?
Definitely, I think for Report Mid, I'm looking at 3 winning lanes on the Nocturne, especially since you did mention on 4 humans, 1 jungler. There's so many scary backline threats, Victor and Seraphine, that if the Nocturne is able to get ahead and really just dive into the back with the spell shield, with the incredible damage, and maybe not even necessarily kill, but chunk them out really early in the fight, that could definitely affect the games in a major way.
Yeah, no, you're right, man. They have quite a few kind of like jumping ultimates. So Camille, Rakan, and Nocturne all have the opportunity, and Akali is pretty tricky. They can certainly get in there, and they're backed up by Brand, a character that can kind of take his time and make sure his combos go off well and find big damage. You can even engage with him if they're like kind of in a neutral situation. Find that Brand ultimate to start off the fight, get some stuns, get some explosions with that fire passive right every 3 shots. Oh, yeah, that's cool, man.
And I'm also curious to see how this top lane is going to play out, because if one top laner is able to shut down the other in the early game and then sort of reduce the threat later in the game, losing such a key player as part of the structure of both teams, with Camille being able to sort of dive in the back with the Hextech ultimatum and sort of lock everyone out of the box, and Olaf being so sticky and so being able to live for a really long time. Taking out any one of those major threats will be, I think, incredibly significant, even more so than maybe just keeping Akali or Victor down for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there for sure. Last game, Waffles and Turtle in the top lane really had kind of like a beef going, and Waffles did manage to keep Turtle's score a bit lower than the prior game. So I'm sure that that's another place to watch once again. They're not gonna settle that to the end of the night kind of thing, and but Turtle did come back in that match for sure, and they were really powerful in the end game there on Mbessa and making lots of value. And but Olaf is a character that has been banned 2 games in a row, and now they've seeped through the cracks. So let's see what they can do with that one, man. Holy.
Exactly. And now the draft is over, and I believe we're just loading into the game now, waiting for everything to get, completely loaded in, everyone to be in the game, and then it's off to the races, backs against the wall in this game 3, and we just got to see how it turns out.
Oh man, hopefully they can hold it together here on report mid, or else our night's over if they lose, right? Like they're
That's true.
currently down 0-2, and they gotta really they have the option to reverse sweep, but it's a lot of work and something's got to change here. They're on blue side again. They've changed their team quite a bit, and so has the opponent though. The opponent has changed more than usual this time, so they're gonna have to see how that mixes up for them. And yeah, I think we've certainly highlighted the players that we're excited about, and we've talked about the objectives that have been going the way of 4 humans, 1 jungler. And yeah, man, I'd like to plan for the future, but this might be the last chance. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, I mean, obviously, like you said, we have, laid out everything, but it definitely is all up to the players to sort of execute on all of these plans. And just hope it's a good game at the end of the day. Go home with no regrets. Play your best, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, there could be some behind the scenes pep talking going, or like big speeches coming out. There's $100 on the line. I know, like, we'd like to talk about it, and we want to thank BMO once again for providing us with the opportunity to give some prize pools to our players, which is awesome, and it gives something to play for, because there's been a big, long, grueling set of intramurals, and we're in the grand finals now after they've been through so many rounds. Like, these teams are no joke. Sure, it's looking a bit tough for report mid right now, but they made it all the way here, and they came to play. So we're gonna see how they do. And man, I'm giddy. I'm just ready to go check this one out, man.
Exactly. And while we're just waiting for the last minute to count down on the spectator delay, like you said, it is the grand final. So even if they don't walk away with a first, maybe even to walk away with a second place, and that's still, quite a significant achievement in my eyes, at least.
Yeah, it's not easy getting through so many teams. I had the pleasure of doing Overwatch intramurals just last semester for the stream here, and those teams, same deal, man. Like, they played to the end kind of thing, and it was a similar situation. They were down 0-2 in the grand finals, and then they almost reverse sweep. So we could see it go quite a few more matches here, and I'm sure they're motivated to do so. And I want to see what these characters are up to too. And yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see Yumi come out all night. It's funny, they were hovering it initially during the first round, and it didn't come back around, and that's okay with me. There's more interesting characters to be watched and to play with.
It's true. Yeah, from a spectator's perspective,
Yeah.
Yumi might not be the most interesting, even if it might, be an effective pick within the context of the game.
Yeah, it would suck to have a U of T fan walk around and be like, "Hey, wait, this looks like a 4v5. What's going on here?" Yeah, because that's what it looks like with that. But here we are, checking out the 2 teams. They got their logos once again. Love to know the story behind the one on the left there. But yeah, we are heading in now. I'm sure we're just about there. They're loading now, so that's awesome. They got a wide array of skins suited up there, and yeah, it's gonna be good.
We have default Olaf though.
yeah, it's like this guy's been a boogeyman all night. Watch out for the Olaf. And then now he's just on default Olaf, but he's on default at best. And maybe he's just one of those guys. It's like that faker kind of thing. It's like, I play on base skin. It's the way it's meant to be played. Experience. You don't want to give any microtransactions to the multi-bajillion-dollar company, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
taking prize money for yourself. Don't put it back into the game.
Yeah, please don't. Advisory for the winners of tonight. Spend your dollars where they matter most, especially when the Canadian dollars are down so much. You got to hold on to every last one. Our percentage ain't great right now, man. Yeah, I'm sure these guys all live in Toronto, right? So they're gonna need it.
I just hope no one's living, tournament to tournament off of prize money.
No. you gotta pay for for university somehow, right? Oh man,
that's true.
Yeah, it ain't easy out here. Yeah. But as we waffle around and wait for it to come along, I believe they're just about done here, and we're gonna take a look at what's going on. It's good to check out those skins that we've been talking about too. Everyone's looking pretty, and this new Noxus map. How do you like this Noxus map, Zero? How's it looking for you?
I think they did, a lot of really good things, like visually with the Rift. I like the turrets, because before it was kind of weird, just a guy holding like a magic stick just shooting at you. But now, we have like actual cannons and things that make a little bit more sense within the context of everything. But on sort of the topic of visual changes, I've seen a lot of people really not like what they've done with Flash. You know, it looks more green than yellow now.
Oh. Oh, the icon or like the
Yeah, the
imagery.
icon, the
Oh
icon.
yeah, yeah, it is kind of like yucky green, if you could call it that. Yucky yellow. Huh.
Yeah, and a
Man.
lot of the icons. Oh, hold that thought. We have a
Yeah,
little scuffle in the top lane. Four
they
people trying
bother
to
him
invade.
every game. Like Turtle is just minding his own business, checking out the try like he does, and they come give him a little tap, remind him what's out there in the
That's
dark of the
true.
jungle.
Just
Yeah.
stay scared, stay alert.
Yeah, man. It was working a little bit last game, but he eventually he toughened up and he came back to play and he was all over the map with his teleport. This game though, no teleport on Turtle Gaming. He's just gonna be holding that ghost, which makes Olaf super menacing. Running through players, man. Holy, okay. Pick up that axe.
Yeah. I think, as any Olaf player knows, the most annoying thing is to be blocked from picking up your axe. You need to get those resets. You need to throw more of them.
Yeah,
But,
certainly. Eerie walking by Ray here. Okay. Damn. Okay, he was
ooh.
moving at like 1 miles per hour, dude. Like I holy. Okay, if that's gonna set any tone, but I'm sure he'll be back with some more tongues. He'll get a bit of a lashing later on. Checking out mid lane here. We're back to two wizards in the mid lane now. It's been Galio, the brick wall for Hollow Wall Knight, but now he's off the table, so he's on Victor right now. And they are scuffling as always, finding that way back in there. Waffles is on a character that is very adept at skirmishing, but Turtle is no stranger to it as well with that axe.
Yeah, and Camille tends to favor shorter trades, but can still flourish in those longer trades after you get those enhanced Qs off. But Olaf definitely prefers to be in the thick of it and be really just swinging those axes around.
Yeah, I think they
But a
should
lot of
dedicate some
spells
resources
coming out in the
up there.
bot lane, like we sort of mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it's Seraphine now, isn't it? Seraphine and Tom Kench versus once again Aerie is on brand and Jay is swapped to a different tank, playing the Rakan, which has some more commanding teamfight potential than Poppy does possibly, but they do lose that technology they were using with that anti-dash W, right? But oh
Yeah.
man, in the top lane here, yeah, Camilla is just great at this because they get that shield every time off their passive when they jump in, adaptive, right? But Turtle does have the range with that X.
That's true, and Camille's only sort of more range option is the much slower W. It's definitely much more committal than just throwing an axe and calling it a day. But I think for now in the early game, until the junglers decide to make a move, both of them pathing towards their top side, it's just going to be a lot of poking, especially in the bot lane, a little bit in the mid lane with the Victor.
Yeah, definitely, especially for report mid. They're really big on the farming, but we're seeing mid engage here. They're finding damage onto Ray, getting the triple hit for the passive, and there is, he waits for the flash, doesn't just find it, unfortunately, commits the ignite onto Turtle. That's an interesting one. But they are holding teleport in the pocket, so it's a teleport ignite for Waffles, so it's an interesting resource spread there. But Masquerade, as you mentioned, the path is completed up here, and they're looking top lane. The hook shot is down. They are finding some damage, and they might get a kill. That shield might keep them up just enough. Great flashing by Masquerade to save Turtle Gaming. He's just gonna go back to base. He knows that he can rely on Masquerade to make the plays when they count.
And that's first blood going down in the favor of 4 humans, 1 jungle. Again, the Masquerade on the jungle coming in clutch.
Oh yeah. And Na was talking about all the feats, right? So that first blood counts as one of those feats?
Exactly, and so the feats, there's 3 different ways to get them. It's first blood, first turret, and the first team to get 3 epic monster objectives. So that's already, 1 of 2 needed for them to obtain the buffs.
Slowly but surely they will get there, and you can see how they do on jungle objectives again. That's definitely been, I'm a broken record now, but yeah, they love getting the jungle objectives over on 4 humans 1 jungler. It's in the name. But here comes the teleport blow for Hollow to get back in the mid. Akari gonna put up the smoke cloud to find some value. But yeah, Turtle and Waffles always dueling the top lane here, rudely interrupted by Masquerade last time, but Waffles wants Turtle all to themselves.
Exactly, we're looking, a little bit slow here, but bot wave is pushing into the red side tower, and it's going to eventually be pushing back, so we're just going to get a little more poke, but, low on mana. Everyone's looking to get these resets, their first resets, come back with more items, and then continue the fight.
Yeah, something that Turtle and Waffles have been doing all day up in the top lane here, constantly poking each other. This game, we do see Waffles. Waffles has been great about this. They've been on grasp all night, making sure that even, no matter how the laning phase goes, if they are poking, if they're getting those little skirmishes, they're going to get some HP off of their Keystone Rune and bring themselves to a better point in the later part of the game. And here's the 3 winning lanes. Haven't heard much from them this game, making sure they get that stuff. But now here comes the first big invade, Masquerade. They love the jungle. They're out here. Gonna miss the slow, unfortunately, but they do get some knowledge of where 3 winning lanes has been at. And they're gonna pop their blue flower as well. And what do you think about this mid? Sorry.
No, you're all good. I was just going to say that, you know, Shinzao and Nocturne, definitely 2 champs that do like to fight, but Shinzao maybe a little bit stronger in the early game, Nocturne having to back up, but not losing too much other than, like you mentioned, the knowledge. But here they are on the Void Grubs, because once again, that knowledge difference coming into effect almost immediately.
Yeah, well timed on all of that. And they're making their way down through it now, but lots of players are en route here. Report mid is making their way through. Ray is going to jump in. Waffles is going to find a decimating blow onto Turtle Gaming to get him off of that. Looks like they're going to claim 2 out of 3, whereas 4 humans only gets 1 possibly. So that's a shame, but there's still potential to get that threshold of 4, which is what really matters with the Void Grubs.
Exactly, and another interesting thing to note about that last skirmish in the jungle there was that, you know, blue side, these they really did have their ultimate advantage, the level advantage. So they had, you know, more resources available, especially with Camille coming in. That maybe the timing wasn't so great after all. You know, their call to go on to the Void Grubs right there.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes to make that decision. But they got at least 1, so we'll see how they do. And now the big deal is the dragon, right? I believe that Masquerade is getting to work on it at the moment. Gonna make his way there. Yeah, he's on it. He's got the crab. There is a red ward in the back of the pit, so it's not a secret that he's there with Rasaka, and Masquerade and Ray are all around. There's a bit of bait now as they do detect some enemy presence in the territory, making their way away. As Akari and 3 lanes posture to scare them off. And yeah, you think they're gonna make their way back there pretty soon then, Zero?
I think so, because once again, these, you know, early game objectives, Shinzao can just once again clear his bot side and try it one more time again, but the vision, that red ward in the pit is a bit of a nuisance. But as Akali is backing now, Akari, excuse me, they, you know, will try to mobilize their forces again to try to get onto that dragon, and we might even see a bigger skirmish here once, you know, everyone has their ultimates online. We see Brand now at level 6, and Seraphine is the same.
Yeah, these ultimates can be so important to some of these engagements, especially when they are still eyeballing Dragon right now. Akari checking out the jungle. Rasaka a bit low, so maybe can't respond to anything going on, but at the moment, there's not too much. So they're just keeping up that farm. And in terms of economy, I'm taking a look at the bottom here. It's pretty even overall. It's like quite literally the gold is the same between the 2 teams. With more farm in the favor of mid there. Great job on Hollow. But Jay and Eerie are making their way up. They see Rasaka is low. They got the sense of blood. Here comes that ultimate you've been talking about. And there is a lock-in for Eerie, getting some important money onto a very important player. And unfortunately, Ray's going to just have to run.
Exactly, and I think now the blue side can now go on to the dragon now that they've taken out one of these key players in the Seraphine. Just a bit too far pushed up with too little health in the sights of the Nocturne, and it's lights out.
Yeah, quite literally. The ultimate turns off the lights, right? So it's tough, man. Like, you don't see it here in the stream exactly, but like, yeah, when Nocturne ults, like, it is scary as hell. You don't know what's going on. You gotta talk in your little Discord call, make sure that all your buddies are safe and sound. And that's just what they're gonna have to keep up to, because yeah, Rasaka is a prime target for it. Other players like Masquerade and Hollow gotta watch out as well. Especially Hollow. I think when Hollow gets big, they're gonna be like a top priority in terms of ulting down with 3 winning lanes. Ultimately.
Exactly. And once again, you know, 4 humans, 1 jungle, they're going for that map control, especially around the top side jungle, because they had already put Waffles at sort of a disadvantage for that early kill. Naturally, they had the teleport, were able to reset the lane, but they're still able to just go into that jungle and sort of take all of these crabs and all of these objectives, get that vision down. Taking advantage of the fact that sort of these 2 top laners are just always fighting each other, and, you know, stir up some discord on the top side.
Yeah, topside was explosive, and as always, we have that new Otacon objective that spawns based on where the action is. So it's slightly towards top right now, right? So we could see that happen again, which made the Shelly and the Baron like a big mess because it was just in the way, and they had to put so many resources up there, and bot lane was a bit neglected, minus players who had teleport down there, and there are fewer teleports on the side of 4Humans this time.
That's true, but also considering that, little pick on Seraphine that happened in the bot lane earlier, it might be hard
Oh
to say
yeah.
where the Otacon will actually land.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, but we got some action here. Jay getting caught out, unfortunately. Big combo by Tom Kench. Ray finding lots of value. Another pop back around. Akari trying to make something happen, but just got the ultimate out. Flash away from the slow. Not bad. Great timing, but they lost quite a bit there. And they're going to see a lead start to kind of get made as these are going to be the threshold of 4 grubs that they're looking for. And the gold is going to be within the 1 to 2K range now. This is just awesome, and it makes 4Humans. It reminds us that this is the team that is currently leading the overall series.
Yeah, and much like the first 2 games, they're sort of winning these skirmishes in the jungle for those early objectives, really playing as a team and sort of trying to pick up this lead early, and they seem to be able to convert it into a victory in the long run.
They've done a great job with that. And between the players here, who do you think is gonna be critical for that? Like we got contenders like Turtle and Hollow and Masquerade, Risaka. Who are we watching?
I think definitely, given their performance in the first 2 games, I think Masquerade is sort of the playmaker of what I've been seeing so far. Definitely, really pushing to get these objectives. Oh, but we missed something, a solo kill in the top lane?
Oh man, and that's what Waffle's been looking for, right? They picked this character to try and shut down whatever other duelist that Turtle's gonna bring to the table. And I guess it just wasn't enough. Olaf wasn't enough to stand up to him. But that's okay. I'm sure he can come back. We've seen it before. He can certainly come back around. But they're going to have to keep some more eyes on top lane, more than they want to, for 4Humans.
Exactly, but with every mistake they make, the gap is closing. Before there was a 1K difference. Now it's looking like a very even game in terms of the gold.
Yeah, good way to catch it up. Great way to catch it up. And some plates going down too. Plates are still in effect for another minute and a half. Some great gold opportunities there. Keep that money flowing as they truly catch up the gold gap now. It's even once again. And down in the bot lane here, we're taking a look. It's very even in terms of the economy down there. You do see a bit more itemization for Eerie at the moment. A bit slightly ahead, but I'm sure that Risaka is going to keep it up. Bit of poking as always. And for 3 winning lanes,
the 2 junglers about to run into each other.
They're checking out this crab together. The fight is going on. He's prioritizing the crab initially, which is not going to get much damage to the Masquerade, but he has friends on the way. Jay and Eerie are making their way up. Risaka's going to flash in, try to find the snare. Not quite. Ultimate from Ray to keep Risaka in good health. There goes the ultimate from the Hollow as well. They're coming through here, going to turn off the lights in response to try and dissuade them from going any further, right? But there goes Akari back into the fight here, trying to find something in the back line, but didn't really work out, unfortunately. They do have the Shuriken Kunai way back in the back there. Everyone's getting quite low. It's tough with no one going down. They're all being quite careful for the most part. But in the meantime, Waffles is walking all over Turtle once again in the top lane. Holy.
Yeah, I think, taking that 4v4 was actually kind of smart there. You really want to hold on to your lead, send all the resources, and fortunately for both teams, I guess we could say, no one really died in that encounter. But looking at the gold again, we're once again neck and neck within, like 100 gold to 100, 200 range.
Oh man, they want to keep that up too. It gives them more of a fighting chance in that late game. And we just had a turret. Wait, the turret just killed Waffles? Oh my gosh, we're missing a whole mini series in the top lane during this match. Like there's a whole nother arc going on up there. There's character development. There's surprise twists. And it's unfortunately we're not gonna get to see it. That's okay though. What really matters is despite the big news up there, Dragon is on the menu right now, and we've got Masquerade, Risaka, all of his friends around here. Turtle Gaming making his way down right now, making a presence, trying to find some value while Camille is dead to an unfortunate circumstance, and I believe that results in a Dragon. Great job by Turtle making it down here to try and help out with the effort.
Yeah, exactly, and the Waffles getting executed May have been fortunate, may have been unlucky, you know, depending on sort of the situation there. At least the gold, you know, didn't go to Turtle.
Yeah.
But not being up for the pivotal dragon fight right there really hurts.
It gives them 1 dragon each, of course. And it makes Turtle's decisions look even stronger. But they're back on their way up here. That tower is getting quite low. One of the feats is first tower, right? So this could be pretty crucial if Waffle's going to hit it. Do they have Demolish on them? Not at the moment, but Camille's got some really swift kicks and big damage to bring it down. They're going to turn that into a fight. Masquerade is on the way here. CC Immune on Turtle Gaming. That's the ultimate pop. Going to flash the wall to get out of there, unfortunately. It's going to be Waffles versus Masquerade. Knocking him up, comboing him in. Lots of value here. Here comes the surprise contender. 3 winning lanes, ulting in, getting the fear. Great play. Waffles making space. Turtle, you got to pay attention, man. Like, these guys are still alive. They're still up. Your buddy didn't work out, unfortunately, and 3 winning lanes is running in pursuit here. They hit the Q. They got the extra move speed on the pathway there. Here comes Jay to help out, but it's all but Cell for the most part. Great blast pod usage, and the wall is in the way there for the pit. Turtle Game trying to find one more respite there. Unfortunately, he does not, and Atakan is looking like he's top lane after all of this misfortune.
Exactly. You know, even while the fight was happening, while it was shaping up to happen,
Yeah.
you can see 3 winning lanes walking up, getting ready to press that ult button. That, you know, pivotal ability that might even be saving the game right now. But it looks like report mid is going to be on that Herald while they're distracting Ray in the mid lane.
They're looking really healthy this game. I think they can do so much with it. And you're so right about this 3 winning lanes selection on Nocturne. Interesting character, great DPS. And man, great use of the ultimate. I can't wait to see where they go next. And about economy here. Waffles has like all the kills right now, dude. Look at that. 5-3-0 on Waffles. As we do see another fight break out in the Dragon River area here. Lots of damage coming out. Shut down on to Hollow from the mid lane. Gonna pop that pod there. Jump through one of those. Snare is probably imminent, but not gonna be enough as Akari finds a kill onto Rasaka. And in the meantime, we also see Ray go down while trying to escape all of this violence. Oh my gosh, tongue out on the floor, just dead.
Yeah, and if you think about the sort of gold swing for Waffles right here on that Camille, picking up those 2 kills in, you know, the top lane skirmish into the immediate back teleport to pick up a 3rd kill. Now they're 6-3.
Yeah, they're gonna put that money to good use as they hook shot in for the fight here. Here comes the ultimate from Olaf, but Waffles is just so itemized right now. They got so much value. You see the teleport, tell him to get out of the neighborhood at the moment, unfortunately. But that's going to be end to the fight. And man, they look so commanding right now. Camille being such a strong character, a great fight potential. What do you think Turtle can do to get back in this 1-0?
It's really hard because I don't think at this point Olaf will be able to really take any 1v1 fights against Camille. It's definitely looking more of like a just sort of like a split push angle, you know, sort of try to draw attention away and be more of a team player, allowing the rest of the team to get objectives. But even then, with 3 winning lanes sort of also being so strong, 0-0 right now, but being so pivotal in these team fight moments, these skirmishes and these fights, it's looking really hard for Turtle to really get back into the game on that Olaf.
Oh man, making me disappointed in him, man. Like he's been such like a presence tonight, and now he's on one of the champs that's been held behind a ban too. So let's see. Maybe it's a late game thing. Like he's gonna come out here with some crazy build, find some super value, get axes onto the right players, keep them out of the match. The CC immune off of his ultimate right now, the Ragnarok. It doesn't seem like super useful until he gets up against Eerie right on Grand.
Yeah, I think it can also prevent the charm from Rakan, right?
It's more than we think. So I mean, when these fights are happening, he's got to certainly have something going on.
I think definitely, you know, in the chaos of a team fight setting, Olaf might be able to get a little bit more off. But I think in these 1v1 situations, it's not really going to go well.
Yeah, so we're counting on him to be the difference maker in those types of things. But here comes a Waffles with a crazy combo, popping W early, and the ultimate going to find a dominating kill on to Masquerade, taking away their jungler right now. They have the dragon on the way pretty soon, so they can start looking towards that. And man, it is tough right now out here as blue team pops a Rift Herald down in mid. Gonna find some damage onto that first turret. They are supporting it too. They're waiting in the wings here, so see how much they can get. Waffles walking in for a bit of a risky play, but Hookshot gets him out pretty well. Here comes the ultimate, gonna make him stay in for a charm. Unfortunately, gonna drop everything to find that shutdown on to Waffles.
Definitely a big shutdown, putting more gold back, trying to even it out a little bit. Still a 2k gold difference, and you know, 3 winning lanes actually still on the dragon while this whole fight is happening.
Yeah, this is a mess, but he knows, he's got his eye on the prize right now. He knows they're winning. They lose a little bit, it's fine. Got the smite in the pocket. Ray's gonna try and find something on it, but it's not gonna matter. He's just throwing the life away at the moment. Maybe it's a big bait because Masquerade is on the way here. They're jumping in. They're finding a dash. Gonna find some damage on the 3 winning lanes. Sustained damage is quite strong in Shin right now. Unfortunately, they're gonna get passive by the brand, but Eerie, oh my god, flashing out just on the right moment there before the knockup was coming along. And they're gonna make it out with their lives barely. And the dragon. And the dragon too, right?
Yeah, it was sort of a committal gamble there, focusing on the dragon while the rest of the team was fighting. It's a very tough decision to make. Maybe you can get off the dragon and help your team survive, but you know, they were up 4-2 in the fight at that point. Masquerade still walking up from the base, and I guess they just decided they wanted the dragon more, and thankfully they got it and were still able to escape with some of their lives.
Yeah, but now after 20 minutes, right, the next objective is this Otacon dude. And he's pretty interesting. He does a lot of damage. You got to be careful when you're fighting him. Contesting it is interesting because everyone's getting blown up, right? But now these roses are also going around since 14 minutes. And they're giving that stacking buff little by little. So we'll see who comes out on top with that one. But we guess we missed something up here. Waffles was harassing someone. Turtle once again, I'm sure. And they're going to ping that guy to kind of, what the hell is that, dude? It's strange to see it do something new in this game. This game doesn't change. Come on.
Yeah. And I do believe that they forced out the Tahm Kench ult out of Ray to sort of protect Turtle from dying yet again.
Yeah, it's a crucial ultimate for big fights, and we do see Akari coming along here trying to bother Visaka, but good combo to disengage there. Turret sitting on 1 HP. I'm sure it's going down quite soon. Pinging into the jungle here. They know where Ray is. They're trying to set him up in the jungle, find a kill possibly, but he's quite tanky. Maybe not the best one to pick.
Now it looks like they're posturing around Otacon, and they are actually going to start it.
Yeah, getting
We'll
started on
see
this.
if Argument's one jungler catches onto this and tries to stop them.
Yeah, they're making away, but feels like a bit of a bait here. They're putting all resources into killing the opposing jungler right now. Masquerade popping himself to try and make it a 1v1 situation, but doesn't quite work out as Otacon makes it to the edge of his zone. It has to reset. That's okay, but they have the jungler down. And there is Turtle trying to find some damage into the opponents. Fortunately, not getting too much out of it. 2 players down. They have full space for this. Waffle trying to keep away the opposing players from mid. And Risaka on their way, possibly. But I think they just got a free Otacon after all that effort.
Exactly. And I think this makes another epic monster for the count.
Oh, okay. They may have all 3 they need.
I still think some of these attacks from Otacon look so weird. Like the
Yeah.
energy balls and the sounds that they make.
He hurts, man.
Futuristic. What's going on here?
He's taking them down. Oh my gosh. Yo, Eerie. Okay. All right, he got it. He got it barely, but his fallen brethren. This is the northern one. I think it's like the Voracious, or it's the Revive one, I'm pretty sure. So two of them gets a revive buzz. Yeah, so we got Akari.
You can see the Guardian Angel portrait above their level.
And on the character themselves, they have like a little bit of a wreath, like a hula hoop there. I guess that indicates the buff. Huh. Yeah. And I'm just getting word from production. Turns out, even though they died, they may still get it. If we could take a look at one of the other players on blue side. Yeah, they still... What is this, man?
They all get it,
dude,
even after they die.
You can't do this, man. For 10 years, if you're dead, you don't get it, dude. What is this? Oh my gosh, dude. This... Okay. Sure, we're all learning today. Well, maybe not everyone. But yeah, they have it. The whole team has revive buff. Very cool. Extremely balanced. Definitely worth it. I mean, kill some players, but it doesn't really matter. As we do see a 1v1 duel here, if you want to call it a duel, with like a fly swatting there. Waffles is huge right now. They can walk up to anybody. Maybe not Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench can walk it off, you know, just chilling. But otherwise, yeah, they're looking quite strong. 16-6, 2k gold lead for Report Mid.
It's looking like another skirmish in the jungle is coming up. Jay trying to get the engage onto Masquerade, but dodging. Seraphine ult, unfortunately, going to whiff completely.
Yeah, and then the fight ends up going in bot lane here as we, oh my gosh, committing down to this turtle right here. Hollow also down, 2 players dead, 4 humans and 1 jungler. As the map gets a bit smaller for them, start taking damage onto the turrets on the sides here. Tier 2s. Baron Nashor on the map. Akari getting dangerously low here. The Eerie backing them up to find some damage onto Ray. May not have enough to catch much, but Akari's got it with Eerie to support. And Waffles and Masquerade hanging on top here. Unopportune for either one to engage right now with him under turret.
Exactly, and with all of these epic monsters that they've killed, you know, we're sort of seeing these tier 2 boosts coming up onto report mid. You know, with these feats of strength, because they did take first turret even though they lost first blood, so that's still they've still won the race of best of 3. And again, they're looking to take another dragon. They're about to be on soul point.
Oh man, they're looking really healthy then. It's like a complete swap from last game. They're poised to win this one, hopefully, if they can keep all of this together. Never count out 4 humans and 1 jungler, of course. There's always potential there. But they look really strong. And once again, Turtle gonna deny the pod there. Not catching him out exactly, I guess, because he has friends in the jungle here. These are the woods of their team, red side. So you're gonna have to run away, pop in the ultimate to get out as well, which is unfortunate. Which is gonna be tough for the next fight then, right? So let's see what they can do there.
Yeah, and it looks like the next fight is shaping up around Baron, trying to gain map control, trying to gain vision control. Definitely going to be hard for 4 humans, 1 jungler, losing so many of their tier 1 turrets. All of them are gone. You know, the space that report mid is taking up is just going to be so oppressive, especially around these neutral monsters.
Yeah, Baron, you're right. Baron is the place right now. And if we know anything, Masquerade's great at securing these buffs, especially in the big, like a strong position, which he doesn't have this time. So we'll have to see how he does it, if he can. But Akari has been all over the map this game as well. Great score on them, making sure they can bully out some of those side laners. Make sure that you have to look at your base while you're busy on the objective. But Jay checking out the woods here. Always up against Ray and Jay in the woods. Trying to find that vision control, vision denial, making sure that nobody knows what's going on. And there's so many wards on Baron. You're so right about this fight. It's got to be coming up.
Yeah, everyone's sort of congregating, you know, going 4 members of the team around the Baron, while each team has 1 player in the bot lane. Maybe a duel will be occurring soon, but for now, we're all eyes onto the Baron as they're posturing around it.
Yeah, last ward is going to go down here thanks to 3 winning lanes. Giving a little bop. And Jay is finding this post-wall kind of area in their favor as Eerie comes into support. Waffles pushing up. They're starting to make that space that they really need, as you're saying, and it's going to be so crucial here. Man, but they're waiting in the wings here. Maybe they can find a kill onto Jay if they're lucky here. Just have friends around. Going to pop the charm are all over the place. Here comes the ultimate down from 2 winning lanes. Lots of damage. There is Turtle Gaming joining the fray once again. It's going to be tough for them to find a lot of value, and the first death is going to be Risaka on the edges of the fight. Lots of kills coming out for report mid as they see so much value. No kill for Turtle, unfortunately, and the whole team is up. Last player is Hollow. Going to pop the zone. He's trying to stay in the fight. That tower is doing work. Both of them going down, and it is almost a clean ace, if not an ace itself, for this fight here. They are quite low, though.
Yeah, and we mentioned, you know, Turtle Gaming has been sort of shut down by the team so far, but if you notice in that fight, 1v3, he almost got them all down. They were all very low, so, you know, give an inch and it'll take a mile. Think about how this game could have gone differently if maybe he wasn't as behind, or if they dedicated less resources to shutting him down in the early game. This Olaf, with that Ragnarok against, like you said, the Brand, the Rakan, the Nocturne there, might have been very, very scary. So it's definitely sort of seeing the effects of early game propagating through.
Yeah, the true shutdown is certainly working on him. Not coming back up just yet. And once they get this Baron, it's got to be kind of like true endgame here, or Soul Point, which is coming around pretty not too soon, but it's in the wings, right? It's in the works.
Yeah, everyone resetting after that last fight, trying to push out some waves, trying to get more gold, get items in preparation for the Dragon fight.
Oh yeah, Dragon or Baron, they kind of have the ability to go to either one. Dragon being threatening, but Baron being extremely damning if they can get their hands on it. All these Baron buffs camps in the woods as well. Man, it's gonna be up to them. And once again, the Vision War is in full effect. It's a hidden war sometimes, but Jay and Ray are making sure that nobody knows what's going on here. Impressive vision score for Jay of 87, making it work for them.
Exactly, a little skirmishes, projectiles thrown left and right, but nothing too big so far. Soon, Dragon is going to be up, and then Dragon and Baron will both be up. We might see them go for a trade one for the other, whether or not Report Mid is going to, give up Soul in favor of Baron. Oh, but here we have a fight.
Yeah, it's breaking out, and they're running through with all the charms, all the damage. They are in the back line this time. 3 lanes finding some kills, but there is some damage coming down. Jay going down, unfortunately. Even going down next. I think they did such a good job of getting the back line here. Masquerade and Turtle going to be up against the beast that is Waffles if he wants to 1v2 engage. This is the last part of the fight here. It is pretty tough. Okay, it's going to be up to them to have some really good gameplay going on. Unfortunately, the ultimate is so powerful. Turtle Gaming got some life gain off of the... Oh my god, it doesn't matter. The hook shot is coming through the wall, and that is it. Last man standing, Waffles. It is so impressive that 4 humans, 1 jungler could put up such a fight at this moment. Waffles going to go for the solo here on that. What do you think about what happened there? Oh my god, Zero.
I think that was definitely an explosive fight. The Great Wall of Waffles really holding everything together. But as we noticed, like we mentioned during, Champ Select, that Victor ult that scales with size, hitting absolutely everyone, increasing with more takedowns, definitely put in a lot of work. I think Victor's definitely, sort of scaling, 3 items completed. And like you said, give Turtle an inch, take a mile on that Olaf, doing so much work, actually almost killing Waffles. If the lead wasn't so big, if all of the team's kills weren't on this Camille champion, things might have gone very differently in that fight. And while the fight did happen in that location, they didn't have much of a choice but to take that dragon. I don't think they're complaining, though, because they do now have the Infernal Soul.
Oh, Infernal Soul is huge. And we've got a pause at the moment, it seems. So we're gonna head back onto the screen here. I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe it's a strategic decision. This is a big game in the balance. We saw a pretty equal fight going on there, but it could be something smaller than that. Maybe I'm being dramatic.
Or maybe we're not really too sure if there's, a technical issue or if this was, a decision. I'm not sure if we're going to get word on that, but
Bit of flash there.
Yeah.
I think we just heard that it's a game crash for someone. So they'll be back very soon. You never know. Not every PC is built the same, especially these days when parts are expensive. But we'll see how they recombine everything and they get around here. So yeah, last fight we saw how 4 humans can, despite having a bit of a deficit at the moment, can still influence it to make it work for them. They did 4 out of 5 players, not bad. And I think we'll get back into it here. But yeah, they can certainly they can cut their way through. If they really try. If they really try, I think they can cut their way through into a fight victory. You see another one going on here. Akari wrapping another one up at the moment. Super opportunity for them. I'm speaking too soon. But if they had the right situation, they could. But no, it's not looking too good. And, ooh, a bit laggy at the moment on the program. I think it's pause related. What can you do? And here we are. But yeah, they're going down steadily but surely here. Waffles finding the way out. Another big jump in. Jay finding the way to the front line as well with the charm. CC immune, though, is not going to matter for him there as Turtle Gaming goes down as well.
Yeah, and I think, Report Mid really learned their lesson from that last fight. Keep Victor out of the fight. Don't allow them to get these huge sort of team fight combos off. Definitely looking for picks, and after 1 or maybe even 2, then we can go in for the full engage. And it worked out beautifully for them right here, going down 0 members to 3.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of time, as you're saying, and they can wrap up this Baron possibly. Not as bad as Alakon. That's crazy, man. Alakon does like so much damage compared to Baron in terms of the mechanics there. But that's how it is in the season. So yeah, blue team on the Baron. All players alive. This is a buff that requires membership in the world of the living in order to obtain. So everyone's gonna get it. Not bad.
Definitely, and with this Baron buff, maybe they could even try to close out the game here, pushing all of these waves out, breaking open the gates of the base, trying to get more turrets, trying to just push their lead even further. In that fight that was so close with only Waffles left standing after the fight, there was a 6k gold difference. It's, they really have to be committed for getting it that close with such a big gold difference. But unfortunately for for humans, that difference just appears to keep growing bigger. We're looking at an 11k gold deficit right now.
Oh my gosh, that's 3 completed items, right? That's pretty, almost 4 even. So it's tough to come back from that. Yeah, man, they are just looking for the next thing. They got to use this Baron buff. The game's been going pretty long. The longer it goes, the more chance there is for humans and one jungler to make their way back into it. So they gotta make great use of this Baron buff, as they are starting to do. Eerie and Jay in the mid lane, and Waffles in the bot lane.
Yeah, they still do have a little bit of time to push their lead. Baron buff is going to be active for a little bit. Oh, but Waffle's getting charmed, and then CC'd all the way to death using the Hextech ultimatum to try to escape so close, but the Tahm Kench ultimate is coming out to put an end to Waffles.
Yeah, in the meantime, Akari is working on that top inhibitor. Gonna unlock the first super minions of the game today and make it very difficult for them to defend their base. You gotta put a lot of resources in stopping Super CC, man. They're huge, they're buff. You want to send the mage over there, and we'll see what they do with it.
Exactly. And Report Mid still has a little bit of time to push their gold lead. Because as we can see from the economy down below, not all of the members are capped out yet, but sort of once every single member of both teams is capped out on items, then a gold difference at that point would not really make, that much of a difference in terms of, your itemization. So as they do have, an overwhelming advantage right now in terms of the leaderboard and the kills, but as time goes on, that lead might get smaller and smaller, and as we move on to the late game where, respawn timers are so much longer and the fights get so much more pivotal, one pick could make or break the game.
The Waffles has really got to watch out then. That last death on Waffles kind of broke their siege a little bit and their Baron opportunity a little bit. They still have Baron buff, but they're going to have to rebuild that situation again. Do you think they can do it? And how much time have they got left on there? They got maybe quite a few ticks left, so what can they do?
I'm not sure, but definitely pushing out all of the waves. We see a lot of pings about Elder in, just a couple minutes here. So maybe I think try to break a bit more of the inhibitors, try to get a bit of a siege off, and then, force them to spread their resources thin to clear waves and also, to contest that dragon.
Yeah, they're going to commit to this mid fight here. Everything's going to create explosive. You see the ultimate coming out from Tahm Kench to save one of his buddies. It's not going to work out. Hollow going down. They're in the back line again. Masquerade trying to find some value. Unfortunately, Turtle's going to go down as well. It's just Ray up at the moment versus 2 players. He's looking pretty healthy, but this ain't last season, so Tanks ain't as strong as they used to be. Using everything he can to try and get this guy, but it's not going to be enough. Waffles in the Akari. Going to break down this next inhibitor. Nexus turrets are available for some damage, so they're going to make their way over there. Break it down. There's no one to respawn for a while. I think this is going to be a closeout. Okay, all right. Bringing it to a 2-1 at the moment then. Favor 4 humans and 1 jungler, but great job to Report Man for pulling it back. They definitely switched up a lot here. A great presence. I want to highlight Waffles. I'm sure we said his name enough times this game, but that was definitely the difference maker this time around in terms of performance on an individual player. He gets the Oscar for MVP there, and we're in it now, man. So yeah, we've got games ahead and games behind, and yeah. How are we feeling about this one, Cyril? What was something big for you this game? What was something big that really stands out?
I think, in that final fight, what I really noticed was, the Akari on that Akali being able to put out so much damage despite being exhausted.
Oh, man.
I think, with Waffles taking up the spotlight, as, what comes with the spotlight, you also get a lot of negative attention using a lot of resources to sort of try to shut down Waffles' rampage. But they neglected the Akali just a little bit too much there, able to, get a lot of items, a lot of resources, and just completely blow up the backline.
Yeah, no, they were you're right, man. Like they were in there, dude. Same could be said for both sides. They were making a big effort to disrupt backline activities with their melee characters. Great effort by Masquerade in some of the downtrodden fights there to really get some value, especially that one in the mid game there where they almost felt like they were going to bring it all back. But Waffles was too large, and even in the final fight, it wasn't 100% clean. Waffles on low HP, Akari half HP, but they made it work, and I think that should be telling that this can go either way now, that this team can pull out a victory despite how the first 2 games looked. The first 2 games feeling a lot more one-sided than this one did.
Yeah, I think compared to the first two games, this one was a lot closer, even if it didn't necessarily seem that way. A lot
Yeah.
of the pivotal fights came down to the last, one or two members, but Report Mid with their backs against the wall, trying to claw back a victory from the clutches of defeat.
Yeah, and that's all you can hope for sometimes when there's $100 on the line, provided graciously by BMO as always. Thank you again to them for sponsoring our event tonight. And Intramurals have felt pretty explosive, man. And I'm glad that the players are coming out here to try so hard. And I'm excited to see the next draft coming up too. Lots of changes here. I'm surprised that Olaf, even though making it through all the bans, didn't really make the biggest splash this time around. But we can attribute that to Waffles being really the warden of top lane, making sure that he's got nowhere to go except for the gray screen, right? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's true. I think
Yeah.
this time they were more comfortable letting that Olaf through. Maybe they were confident that Waffles on the Camille would be really able to shut it down. That's just sort of why they let it through the ban list. Even though that Olaf still did do a lot of work, throughout the mid
Yeah.
and towards the late game, so much damage. CC immune, it's definitely such a threat that they really had to do a good job sort of keeping that contained. Otherwise, he may very well have run away with the game.
Now maybe that's what we're gonna see next game. We'll see Turtle back on top of the damage meters again, and the participation and making sure that everything's valuable. But I do agree with you. The effort to kind of still make some value despite being a bit down on the board was definitely there, certainly there. So that's what I love about this team: 4 humans and 1 jungler. And yeah, a big change for the priority team here of Report Mid, finding lots of jungle representation this time too, making sure that they had the soul point, they grabbed the Baron, they got the Otacon, not despite a couple of deaths, because that's a pretty complicated guy, right? But yeah, no, I like what I was seeing there, and I'm excited to see their next picks. Maybe an AD carry, not that that's like important, that's whatever,
Yeah, maybe
yeah,
maybe
well,
finally.
yeah, I just want to see one, man. I guess with like playing a mage in the bot is just so sick now, and sure, it's cool. But 80 is awesome, man. You can take down players like Waffles if you don't get jumped, and we'll see.
It's true. It's not like they're wanting for too much range. Seraphine, Brand, still these high range, even like playing
Yeah,
in a more artillery mage sort of play style. But I guess maybe that's just what's in right now. So they can afford more AD on the top side. With the Camille and the Olaf, rather than playing more tank oriented champions in the top side.
yeah, and let's see what tanks they bring very soon. Before that, though, we will send it to a small break while they prepare for the next round, and we're going to game 4. It's going to be good.
We'll see you then.
Hey, welcome back, U of T fans. We are back with some League of Legends Intramurals Grand Finals. As always, we're here with Report Mid and 4 Humans, 1 Jungler. 4 Humans, 1 Jungler, 2-1 against Report Mid right now. And I'm joined by Sirakune again. Excited to be back for this next one. That was a big match. Flipping it back, right?
Yeah, definitely an explosive game three. And now we're looking to see if they can sort of keep that momentum going into game four, maybe even getting the coveted reverse sweep.
Oh. Yeah, and I think we have the draft ready to go too, like almost immediately, so we can take a look exactly what they're going to be up to this time. Lots of interesting picks coming along, right? So we're gonna zone into the draft and see what they're gonna select and how it's gonna affect this next match because there's been some changes between the matches, but there's been some consistencies too. So I want to see what they're gonna be up to this time around. You think there's any characters that are gonna get banned straight up this time, or anybody they're gonna avoid, other than what's been said?
I think definitely with the Camille pick coming out and being
Oh
so
yeah.
dominant, I'd be a little bit surprised if they didn't at least have a counter pick or maybe even a ban going into that.
Yeah, yeah. Waffles was very commanding on Camille, so I think that that's certainly a good one. Seeming to be really good on these duelists, for sure too. First game they were playing like a tanky. They were playing Scion, so tank split pusher, and now the duelists have been going well. Jax was good and Camille was good, so we'll see if they can keep that up. If not Camille, I'm sure there's some other ones in their repertoire in their wheelhouse that they can choose from. And same can be said for Turtle, who had some tough times on Olaf, but that they really made an effort to keep him down. So we'll see. Maybe they'll switch up the pick order a little bit because they've been kind of like picking those top laners towards the top and then bot lane toward the bottom of the picks as well. That could definitely affect it if they don't know who's doing what.
That's true. Definitely a lot of changes in strategy here. But I think, perhaps maybe the biggest change is actually the side switch for the first time in this set.
Yeah. Okay. They've won on their lucky blue side, so now they're ready to try anything out, right? Hmm.
Yeah, I think it's actually the losers pick the side. So I think the losers have always picked the blue,
They
but
stuck to it. They
they
really
they
did.
did. Yeah, third
Yeah,
time was
yeah,
in fact the charm, but now
yeah.
that's sort of been taken away from them. Are they able to continue with their win?
Yeah, well, I hope they can have another good showing here because it was tough those first 2 games, and here they are. So I'm looking forward to some new picks, some interesting ones, and keeping some old favorites in there too. I think Brand has been pretty cool too. For that was Eerie. Eerie was big on Brand, 2 games in a row. I think they had some great ultimates and backing up the rest of their dive-in team, right? And not we can't forget 3 winning lanes as well. You called it really early on that the ultimate on Nocturne is going to be crucial to turn off the lights, get in there, get some crazy picks with it, and really swap some situations back on their head, which is what they were using Galio for. Hollow has been using Galio all night to really flip what's going on and making sure that it goes their way, and they've taken a note out of their book.
Yeah, a lot of these map control champions, Galio, can attack from afar, and so can Nocturne, also taking away that vision control. Um, but on the other side, are there any champions that you'd like to see that we haven't seen so far?
Oh man, in the bans, they're always banning all these top laners, and I actually would like to see Ornn come back. I think Ornn was awesome in game one. It really worked with the slow kind of build them up play style that they were building for 4 humans and 1 jungler. So we'll see if they can get their hands on him again. Maybe he'll dodge the bans this time, but he did great in lane phase. Turtle did great in lane phase with that character, and he also turned it into a great value with the passive, making those masterwork items for the rest of the team. Everyone else looks really good when he's around. So my bet is let's see another Ornn. Come on.
That's true. And maybe for game four, finally an
Oh,
ADC. But
yeah.
maybe that's getting my hopes up a little bit too much. I think
Yeah.
these mages in the bot lane have been really doing a lot of work, sort of holding down the fort. It might be a bit too risky to switch up strategies, but maybe a switch in strategy is what's needed.
Yeah, and that mix-ups are huge in these drafts as well, and it certainly worked for them last time, so we can see that happen again. And supports have been jumping around. Give it to Jay playing a different support every single game, always in the tank kind of category, so there's lots of options there. Tom Kench was interesting. I feel like he didn't get the time to shine there for Ray, but we could see Kench come back. There were some times where catching somebody with the ult on your own side to save them was pretty useful. And I think if they're ahead in the driver's seat and they have that option, it could be really good. So it'll be cool to see him again. But they have such a large pool that we've been shown now, and let's see how it is. But Victor is one that is omnipresent on either side, so I'm sure we'll see him again. He's like the top mage, right? So yeah, let's take a look at the draft. We're gonna jump over there. It's just starting now, and once again, Thresh is off the table. We've swapped the sides here. Red and blue, as Zero has mentioned, have been happening, and we see some similar bands.
The Galio band, and there it is, the Camille band. They're scared of it, and I don't blame them. I would be too, as well as the Akali.
Oh my gosh, Ban would beat you, right? That's the way.
Ban would beat you.
Oh yeah. Speaking of that, Wukong from earlier, Masquerade was a monster on Wukong all night, and we're back on Viego, a return to one of their prior champs they were picking in the earlier games, and he was awesome. He's pretty big. That was it's gonna be Masquerade on him this time, because earlier it was 3 winning lanes playing Viego to great effect, I believe. So he's swapping sides there, and he's got a lot of options. So we'll see how they do. But yeah, locking those junglers in early is nice. Dodge some advance. And oh hey,
Xerath that was banned in the earlier games. That artillery mage finally getting to be in the spotlight.
Oh, okay. And Nocturne was working for him, so they're sticking on it. And I want to see about this Xerath. We were talking about how good he actually is, but it's got to be the player that's good at him, right? If he's being banned so often. So I want to see what's going on with him. It's pretty interesting. But there they are. They're going to lock in that Nocturne like we were saying. Turn off those lights once again.
Nocturne was really so pivotal in that last game. I'm not surprised they want to run it back.
Okay, back over to 4 humans and 1 jungler here. They got Viego so far, and nothing that they've been using so far. See if they can bring it back. Could see the picks being moved up a little bit, but I think they're gonna keep these mids and tops here. Oh, Ziggs is certainly a character they've been abusing down the bot lane. Great spacing with his satchel, and he can blow up those towers at low HP, so it's really useful in this feat-based meta now, right? You gotta get rid of those feats. Collect the feats for yourselves, and getting rid of towers is one of those, so could be useful. And there we go. All right. So they went back to it. He dodged the ban, and they're back on the Ornn, huh? So yeah, big value is going to be accrued. But now Report Mid has the opportunity to pick a top laner into this. They know that if they have the right tools, they can certainly make Turtle sweat a little bit, and they're not going to show just yet. It's going to be. Or wait,
Ahri. The Ahri.
Yeah, wait.
Interesting. Maybe that's a Xerath ADC situation in the bot lane.
Okay, everything's out the door with all these mage selections down there, right?
Yeah, maybe paving the way, but also they get the first pick after the next round of bans, I believe.
Well, here come these bans, and Renato was a character that's shown up a couple times for Ray, and they're going to take it off the board. I think there was some really powerful ultimates dished out by them, and it really, as always, is still banned 4 in a row. Never going to see that champ tonight, it seems. And Talon for the final ban. Interesting character. I guess the mid slot is still open for 4 humans, so that's one of them out of the way.
And just waiting in on this final ban in game 4 before we lock in the rest of the draft.
I guess you could see something in the top, the mid kind of area if they're misfitting it. Or top. Is it top laner? Yone? Okay, he's flexible. He can go a lot of different places. Lots of fight potential for a team like this, and Nocturne is certainly going to be paired with some partners that can engage with him, right? It's going to be very useful for him. Make sure that the fight potential is very high, getting that backline together, because right now he's surrounded by 2 wizards that are just going to be chilling and dealing some big damage from afar.
Yeah, definitely with the more anti-engage play style of Xerath and Ahri sort of preventing, these threats from breaking through the front line, and then Nocturne can, and once again, we're adding to that wall with the set.
Okay.
Bit of a duelist, bit of a tank, really able to do it all, I think. A very strong pick.
Definitely going to be able to hurt Ornn in the lane phase if they're sending set top. He's got that true damage to break down Ornn's big HP bar, and probably wins most of his engagements if he doesn't get poked out too much by the little hammer Q, right? But now they got info of that, so they're going to pick into their bot lane here for humans here. Maybe the support come on up, and the mid is still open. Corki? Does that count as an AD, dude? Is he a wizard?
I don't think he's a wizard anymore.
He can be. Yeah. Yeah.
But is that Corki in the bot lane or in the mid lane? This sort of Corki
Oh.
Ziggs situation.
Ziggs was bought earlier for them, so maybe they'll send him back down there, and Corki can go mid and get some pokes out on Ari once they hit level 6 and get some big damage. And Pyke makes it through the ban round too. Okay, Report Mid has got a pretty spicy team this time around. Some cool new picks, some CC heavy dudes, and some great engage to go along with Nocturne. Also, man, Set is awesome here. He can grab Ornn, throw him into the team, big damage based on HP, but there's Poppy. There's Poppy to lock it out, make sure that they have some of the escapes locked down with that anti-escape and engage W that she brings to the table.
That's true. The anti-dash technology really goes a long way into this team, I think. So much of their game plan revolves around, getting in and also being able to get out. So really shutting that down all with one ability on one character might turn Poppy into a sort of higher priority target, but still definitely will be very impactful in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they do with that. Because earlier, Jay was doing a great job on Poppy, even in the match where they were a bit down. They had a great showing, great positioning for some vision control and keeping out some of the threats. And the fights that they did win, felt like one of the biggest elements was Poppy making a difference there. So I'm excited to see what they can do with her this time, as just to mirror what you're saying there. And then Rakan is back. He was on the opposite side last game, though, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, they're swapping him. Okay.
Yeah, taking Rakan away from the other team right here.
He compliments Viego, and he makes some space for Ziggs and Corki to play around and see how Ornn does with his big ultimate. I am quite worried about Set, though. I guess it's some PTSD from back when he released way back. He was super good, and you can do a lot with his ultimate there. So we'll see how he does in this match here, up in the top lane. And he's certainly gonna be holding teleport along with Ornn. So some more map presence for both sides, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think maybe in this game the top lane might not be so kill heavy. Maybe a bit of a shorter trades, more of a farming lane. Because while Set will be able to whittle down Ornn, I don't think they're just going to let that happen. And I don't think Ornn might necessarily be taking a lot of those long duels with the intent to get these solo kills in. Definitely play more for objectives, more for team play, as is sort of the norm in this new League of Legends season.
Yeah, it's cool to see them working with more objectives in the jungle area. Like, you really have to. And that's been like the path to victory every single round today. People just coming along and making sure that they make a presence at each of these. Otacon being a big highlight for them. And getting that 4 Void Grubs hasn't felt huge, but it's happened. And it can certainly lead to something huge. I'm sure if back in game 1 when Sion was on the board and he had 4 Void Grubs, possibly that could have been really big for them. But unfortunately, he was just stuck at 1 or 2. So we'll see how that is now. So I'm excited to see what's going on here. What do you think about Corki? Like, how's he gonna look here up against the roster of Report Mid?
Corki, I think, does have the range to be able to contend with a lot of these, and sort of the movement there with no more package, of course. So the team play and the team fight, these insane, lingering path of damage is not going to be a factor anymore. But definitely Corki still puts out a lot of damage, and we are seeing Corki in the mid lane here. Ziggs ADC, I believe, is what this indicates. And I think it's a good pick. I'm not really sure how it'll play out, but hey, that's why they're over there and I'm over here.
Yeah, they're the gamers. Us too, to some extent, right? But we had the pleasure of watching this from the front row, seeing how they work it all out. Man, I'm excited to see what. Yeah, like Ornn is back, which I was kind of calling out for earlier, and I'm glad to see him again. Yeah, and you're right. Ziggs is certainly down in the bot lane. I think they're gonna do that once again. He seems like a good character for that, especially for Khan. They got some CC, they got some poke, maybe even a slight advantage. But it's gonna be Xerath down there. Like Ari, I report mid. Akari's been keeping Ari in the mid, so we're gonna see Versaka take Xerath down into the bot along with Poppy. Maybe a bit less poke, which can definitely be a struggle for them. But we're gonna see how they can do it.
Yeah, but even so, once again, a very poke-heavy bot lane.
Yeah.
this game in the bot lane might come down to who's able to chunk the other one faster, more effectively, more accurately. And especially with Nocturne and Viego, two champs that have, not necessarily the most difficult way to engage. Viego putting down that mist, staying invisible, sneaking into the lane, and Nocturne, of course, with the Paranoia ultimate. It might be a bit of a bloodbath down there, especially considering the top side we expect it to be less so, but we'll see.
That's going to lead to Otacon down there then too, which we haven't seen since the first game, and definitely it's easier to make a presence on that Otacon initially if they can get down there, especially with the bot laners. So yeah, that's certainly a good point to make, and I'm excited to see what they do with it. I really hope that we can see some presence down there from the junglers, because these are characters that are gankable. These mages, they have ways out, but characters like Poppy can keep them in, make a really opportune time for the jungler to come on in and make sure they can't escape. So I hope that they get some blood down there, as you're saying. And man, and what do we think about Hollow in the mid now? They're off of Galio once again. So how are they gonna do?
Yeah, I think definitely Report Mid on the red side has a bit more map control here. Ornn still has, these big team fight ultimates, but Nocturne was just so influential that last game, and they don't have a champ like Shen or Galio, another global ultimate to try to combat this.
Shen would be cool to see tonight. It kind of works out with all those other ones, but I don't know how he's doing this season. So clearly, Galio and Nocturne are doing quite well, at least in this team play scenario. Nocturne works really good with a team. I don't know how good he is in solo queue, but in this situation, like if you can communicate and tell people what's going on, and the opposing team needs to talk and mess up their comms with it, it is awesome. And I'm glad to see him bringing it back because it led them to victory last game along with Akari. So let's see how they do. Man.
Yeah. They're definitely thinking about these sort of things with the ban on the Galio already coming from Report Mid. Maybe they sort of foresaw that Nocturne would be a much greater threat with more of that map control and less global ultimates for the other team.
Global ultimates are crazy, man. Remember back when like Karthus was sick, man. Where he's that man. He globals everyone, dude. He does it all from the fountain. So yeah. You never know.
Imagine if Karthus was released today.
Oh man, people would be complaining so much, right? Like, oh, this is BS, man. How could they make a guy like this, dude?
It's undodgeable no matter where you are.
Instead, we got Spell Reflect on a mage coming out very soon. Very cool. No. Yeah,
the interactions are going to be crazy. I can't even imagine.
God, dude. Yeah, Mel's going to have damn Spell Effect on like W, probably like 20-second cooldown or something. Holy moly, dude. Yeah. Well, I believe we are fully loaded in. Spectator delay has built up properly. So we're going to get over to the Rift now. Take a look at what's going on with the cam. Yeah, there they are. Skinned up again. Oh, good stuff on 3 winning lanes for having that good old... That's like the release Nocturne skinner early on, right?
Definitely early on. I'm not super sure about the release, but Eternum,
yeah, close.
I think. Yeah.
Eternum, yeah, that's a cool one, dude. It's a cool skin line. I think Rek'Sai's got one.
Also, shout out to my personal goat, Ice Toboggan Corki.
Oh, yo, that's a high quality skin, man. It's a winter season. We're Canadians, we love it. Half the year, right? Yeah, but here they are. And yeah, last couple games, we had them running up to bother top lane, but this time we have a mid versus mid kind of river area potential scuffle. Neither one sees the other. They know exactly where that fog of war starts and ends. Fake out the...
Oh, but they're in vision now. A bit of damage coming on to Jay.
4v3 situation. He has the knockup push he does, but doesn't land, unfortunately. So Jay is going to get out of there. Not scotch-free, but with his life.
Definitely Jay going to take that reset, that quick back to refill the health after getting chunked.
Yeah. Be up to him to make it back to lane on time. Make sure that Eerie is not unattended for too long up against some heavy pokers of Rasaka and Ray. It's gonna be tough. But yeah, here's Hollow in mid on the Corki we were talking about. It's cool to see him, and yeah, that is pretty high quality skin, man. Looks good, but he's got that burst fire there. Awesome, great poke potential, and Akari's gonna have to watch his back all match.
Yeah, things
Yeah.
sort of starting out slow. Obviously, nothing too explosive is going to happen at level 1. Actually, maybe I'd like to see that, but I don't think it will happen.
Yeah, it's tough to make risks, especially when like the opposing team is back up on it. Like Report Mid came out with a win now, so they got to be a bit more careful for humans. I think they're gonna play even more passively this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they were sort of trying to see what Report Mid is going to do. I think both teams are sort of feeling each other out, and they already were within the first couple games. But with Report Mid trying to get a foothold, requiring this reverse sweep to win the set, it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they still got a long path ahead of them. 2 wins to get the series versus 1 win for 4 humans and 1 jungler to get the series here. And then bot lane, we see a bit of a scuffle, of course. Some damage coming out. Xerath is it's tough, man. Once he gets some items under his belt, it's gonna be really mana healthy soon. More poke to be had, but in these initial phases, it's just about dodging those couple that he can muster. Yeah, and Akari's getting really poked out by Hollow here. Corki's pretty commanding here. Got the attack damage. He's got the Doran's Blade. Maybe signaling he's gonna go in for an AD build, but you never know. Just a starter item.
Yeah, and Masquerade sort of walking through the jungle looking for something, just going to be content with picking up that crab, as both Akari and Hollow are getting poked out a little bit in the middle lane.
Yeah, they're getting dangerously low. There's always potential for 3 winning lanes, and Masquerade to set their eyes on it there. Eerie himself really low, but under tower, so safe and sound for the most part. Gonna have to do his best to farm. Masquerade making their way around. Kind of an invade right now, but there's a bit of a bothersome time top as Turtle Gaming gets out of there with the dash. Ray and Masquerade waiting in the wings here. They see the low HP Eerie. Are they going to bother him during the back? No, I'm not going to do a full commit and offer their own back instead. And this top lane fight top, I think you were saying that less action, and I believe you're right.
Yeah, definitely. These two players were fighting so much in the previous games, and that can quickly get out of control if you end up on the losing side. So playing it safer, well, naturally is the safer option here, and I think they might be both opting towards that.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's tough when series could go either way now, and it's definitely a good idea. But we've seen that the late game and making their way to the late game without too much of a disadvantage is certainly a strategy that works out for 4 humans and 1 jungler twice tonight. So if they can keep up with that, I'm sure it can work out.
Yes, and the dragon has spawned, so maybe we're trying to look at gaining some objectives here with a lot of poke coming down onto Rexaska on the Ziggs.
Yeah, Riot Games is going to force some action here with that objective spawning at the time that it does. And Masquerade is great at soloing it along with 3 winning lanes here. But they're going to have to bother each other beforehand to really get that control that they're looking for. There's a ward on the way here. I believe they're going to run into him. They may see him started even as Rasaka and Rasaka and Ray are making some mess here for Eerie and Jay down in the bot lane. But Vision is not going to see it exactly. They did see him in the vicinity. Unfortunately, 3 winning lanes is top. Masquerade is fully soloing this. He's got the Blade of the Rune King in hand. Well, passive-wise, so he can easily take it down on his own.
And meanwhile, 3 winning lanes looking to get their hands on the Void Grubs in exchange for the Dragon.
Yeah, that's been a consistent trade tonight. Is they see you going down there, or they assume you're down there. They make their way up these grubs. Getting 3 of them initially is awesome. It gives you the potential to get that 4th one pretty easily if you can just steal one from under the belt later on, or full commit for these 6 if you can, depending. Yeah, but Dragon's looking good. If you got it now, and it's gonna be some committing here, but not really, because they're all just ranged. They're just chilling and making a tough time for each other in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I really agree with this playstyle.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Hold on, we have some action.
Comes the ultimate. He did pop the dash. It's gonna be up to Waffles to grab him. He hits the flash though, which is the trade, I suppose. Flash for the ultimate, and that's gonna be okay. but at least he's living with his life. There's the satchel to pop Eerie back in, find some damage. Ooh, gonna dash in and out. More damage onto Jay. Rusaka's low on the mana, so they can't do too much at the moment. Gonna have to just wait a little while. And Masquerade's gonna run to Akari and Jay while trying to steal this blue buff here. Dashing out initially, popping the ultimate to make some more space. Fortunately, Jay pushes some further out with his own dash in. Not gonna find too much reset onto there. Charm onto Hollow. Okay, Akari's finding some damage. Masquerade's reinvigorated. He wants to get back in here, find something for himself. There's a lot of wards on his position, so he's got to be careful. Raid the Hollow, all in sight, along with Rusaka, and they're just gonna have to give this blue buff. Can't believe I'm saying that. Give him blue buff. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, but these early resources can mean a lot. Neither team has given up first blood so far, as we know, with the feats of strength, the all-important first blood. I don't believe we've seen a team that loses the feats of strength race and yet still wins the game. I don't believe they've beaten the odds in this set so far.
I need a chart showing me exactly how influential those boosts were. Like, I truly can't tell from this this angle. You know, maybe I've been in the match and living with slivers. Like, oh, thank God for these boots. Give me plus 10, whatever. I gotta go inspect those later. But for this game, we're going to see who's going to get those Nikes and get their sneakerhead vibe on. Because right now they're chilling, man. They don't want to give an inch to anyone. We can see the proxy starting here from Waffles right now in the top lane. Masquerade hanging out. Maybe he's going to try and break this along with the help of Turtle. It's going to be tough because Waffles is a tough customer. Of course, there comes the breath of the Bellows here. Going to commit the ultimate. Pop it into one of those, get the brittle once again. Good combination. He may flash the wall here or keep running along. Yep, there's the flash. But they're going to commit their own flash for the first blood. Get that first feat that we were talking about.
Yeah, really good from Masquerade, immediately taking advantage of a little bit of an overextension from Waffles, trying to proxy that wave right there without super good control of the vision in that topside jungle.
Yeah, it's gonna start to matter soon too, because with just that one kill, it probably puts the heat onto Atakan showing up in there. And it's gonna really matter what's going on there then. But here comes a dash in from good old Ray, finding some damage, but not enough. It's so hard to commit here. Jay is so great for disengaging, dude, keeping Eerie alive and well fed. So here's Masquerade looking triumphant now, got the double buffs. Doing some jungle routes. Hollow in mid lane, finding some damage onto Akari, but not too much. They are just hanging out right now.
True, even after that first blood, the gold lead is looking 1,000 gold in favor of 4 humans.
Okay, let's take a look at the farm then. The big farm disparity, the obvious one, is in mid lane here. Hollow is just gapping him at about 30 farm to the 30 over. And in top lane, just a differential of 10, and bot lane, differential of 10 as well. But overall, that gold shows now. You're so right. It really does show. First blood plus some consistent farming.
Everyone's looking to posture around the second spawn of these void groups. Both junglers, maybe they're shaping up for a fight, a little bit of a skirmish to see who gets them. Masquerade starting it, and
yeah, taking these reps away could be really good, right? Because right now there's 3 on the side of Report Mid, whereas they've got just the 1 now, and they're working on it. They've sent everyone, so I'm sure they're making sure it's even. No split push advantage for either side, equal for them. Not bad. There's the ward on there, but vision is denied. In the meantime, there's not really anything else up. It's just time to poke, and Dragon is on the way, and there goes Void Grubs, as you said, for 4 humans and 1 jungler. Gosh. Alright, what do you think about this drag here? They're gonna commit to this one, or?
Well, you know, both junglers have their smite up, but we're looking at fight breaking out, a bit of a skirmish. Rakan ult going down, charming everyone, but Masquerade is gonna fall.
Yeah, leading to killing the jungler. It's gonna make it way harder to take down this drag for them. He can try to steal, but it's difficult when 3 winning lanes is hanging out with it. He's got the resources. He's baiting it right now. The teleport's coming out from Hollow. He doesn't want to give it up just yet. Making his way back to mid lane. Clear it out. And the Dragon is in progress at the moment, as no players from 4 humans and 1 jungler are going to bother with it just this moment, as they actually send Masquerade towards top. Maybe stop Waffles from this efficient push that he's been on.
Yeah, and looking back at the gold, it's a lot more even now. 1 kill on both teams, 1 dragon on both sides, 3 void grubs. But looking here in the top lane, Waffles.
Yeah, the combo was perfect. He brittled him up with the ultimate, and then he popped on in with the flash to get the brittle proc into another resource of the dash. That was awesome. They knew what they wanted to do. They shut him down, and now they get to pop back on there. They don't want to lose that first turret because it's a feat. So they don't. It's more important than it's ever been in this game to not lose that first turret.
It's true, sending 3 winning lanes up to defend the turret while Masquerade is maybe looking for a kill here.
Okay, his fight potential is quite good right now. The 3-wing lanes is pretty healthy himself. There goes the fear. Gonna scare him off. Masquerade gonna pop him with the ultimate. Not gonna find the Q, unfortunately. Here comes the miss to try and make his escape. Gonna narrowly dodge the smoke there to get out of the shadows. But Akari's coming through with the ultimate. Finding the electric proc to close it out. Unfortunately, that is gonna be blowing the ult as well from 3 winning lanes to try and secure the kill. But Akari was more than enough to pop it off with those Fox fighters. And here's the fight in top lane. Turtle and Waffles going at it as always. It's still difficult for Turtle to deal with this. The handsome fellow here, Waffles on the set as always. And damn, it's going to be tough.
And Waffles, you know, taking 2 deaths to push up to that tower, but we're seeing that it's really doing a lot of difference. That tower is almost going to fall, and first tower is a huge objective.
Oh man, it could go either way there, but it's looking like Waffles is under pressure. Masquerade making his way up here. There are some pings coming out. They know something's going on in the area here. 3 winning lanes and Jay coming along to secure this tower possibly. They are popping these vision plants in the yard. They know Masquerade is around. They're going for this dive, it seems, committing all the way. Maybe a bit early taking the shots, but that's okay because he can bop into the tower, knock them both up. Masquerade is not going to commit to this. It's looking to be a little bit too dicey for him. There's that first tower feat. Akari trying to scare him off of the camp as well. Not bad.
Now all that's left is that epic monster objective as the last feat to see who is going to gain, admittedly, a very big advantage in this game 4.
Yeah, it's tough, man. We did also see, well, kind of missed out on Eerie popping his ult to try and get Ziggs out of there, and he does manage, so that's not too bad, making some space in the bot lane. You can see how influential, like, we're seeing all the action in the top area now with this tower story going on, but Eerie and Risaka are dueling down bot lane, finding their farm, trying to get to that next part of the game and make sure that they're valuable because these wizards are going to be doing big damage on the block, and it's really important, man.
Like you mentioned, the gap in the bot lane farm from before, the gap appears to be closing, whereas gaps in the other lanes have only grown larger.
Man, it's looking dicey in top. The 15 gap farm there, and the tower's down. I'm sure he got some plates along the way there too to kind of add to the gold, which are going away. Well, they're already gone. But yeah, and Otacon, his little realm has spawned as well. I believe it's in the top area of the map, so we're going to be looking up there in about 5 minutes to see what's going on. Waffle's taking a little stroll through it, collecting some of those tasty Crimson Roses, Blood Flowers, Black Rose, whatever the freaking team is called from Arcane. but there they are. Masquerade and everybody else making their way around, trying to find some space here. It's tough when there's no objective exactly up just yet. There's something to maybe vision control. It's the name of the game. But here comes the dash in. Find some damage on the Waffles, but it's not going to do too much. He's just too tanky. What are they going to do about him, Zero?
He is just too tanky. I'm not really sure that they can do anything at this point other than committing a lot of resources to try to kill him, to try to shut him down before it really steamrolls into too big of a lead, especially in those team fights, that being such a huge threat with the giant AoE ultimate with a lot of damage and the true damage on the W.
Oh man, true damage is going to be super useful against players like Turtle, but everyone else is trying to itemize. Like characters like Ray on Rakan here don't have too much HP, so true damage can be super damning. But here comes the ultimate out from quite a few players on the team. They're making a full commit here. Report mid is going to get in there, bopping up some people with the ultimate as well on the Ornn. Damage coming through. Eerie going to lock down a kill onto Masquerade almost, as Turtle Gaming is in the wings. They're trying to find some damage. Another kill there. Risaka is surrounded by opponents right now. Jay is going to flash him into the wall. Super commanding and convincing play. And quadra kill for Waffles. Going to turn that into a secure on this Shelly.
One Once again, in that fight, Waffles really looking like the star player. That quadra kill definitely substantial, but it just goes to show how strong this set pick was even before that, especially into the Ornn, as I mentioned it, and then it happened immediately with the set ulting the Ornn, dealing big damage.
Yeah, but here's Hollow trying to lock down a couple kills on the end of it all. Waffles is beating him down with his 1-2 punches. He's got the range on to chase him, narrowly dodging that true damage coming his way and finding a kill onto Jay. It's nice to get something out of it, but Shelly is in the pocket for Waffles. He's got potential to break some more towers. They know they have a moment here to maybe hurt mid tower, but it's hard when 3 winning lanes is jumping into the fence here. Demolish is on it. Akari getting knocked back at the moment by that bomb there. Turtle Gaming making his way through back to his own side here. In the meantime, top lane is in instant jeopardy right now. Hollow has got to defend against this Goliath. Here comes the Shelly, gonna run him over. Get out of the way, man. He gets knocked to the side. Waffles is gonna enter Shelly to escape. What the hell, dude? Okay, so he's making a escape car is ready and loaded. He is out of there. Great play by him. Found the turret, found the way out, everything he needs, keeping the bounty on his head, which is super good for him. Man, they gotta shut this guy down, Zero, dude. Like, he's doing too much.
He really is doing so much, solo pushing that top lane, getting the tower, getting out with his life.
Holy.
They did trade it for a dragon, though. Another dragon going to 4 humans.
Yeah, jungle resources. One of the favorite things for 4 humans to collect in addition to their inhuman jungler. So we'll see if they pick that up and maybe they turn it into something. The disparity is not huge right now. 3K, sure. The map is looking mostly the same. There's some turrets and resources on either side, but it's not no hope gone yet for either side at all. Like everyone's game right now. Game 4 of the night. They can do so much for them, and both mid-tiers getting kind of bottled down. But now we got Eerie and Jay hanging in the mid lane. We'll see what they can do with this. You think maybe Eerie can make some big plays around the map? Then he's got access to everything now.
That's true. The mid lane is where Xerath usually thrives, having that very, very big ultimate to be able to join a fight from practically anywhere. But as we're talking about this, Waffles once again taking another tower, another tier 1 down in the bot lane. He's all over the map.
And that's what you want to do when you're in this type of situation. Keep them guessing, making sure your presence is known. Red turret goes down. I'm sure that's all due to Risaka's passive there. Awesome. We got the Hollow making his way up little by little, lagging his way to top lane, making sure he ain't there too early. Jay getting poked out. The vision war is all encompassing, always there, neck and neck. 47 score for Jay versus 44 for Ray at the moment, and they're making their way towards Otacon, who spawns in exactly now. Here he is. He spawned at top. He's in voracious mode. I think what is that once again gonna be the resurrection then?
I believe so. It's been in voracious mode for most of the previous games, but here we go, another skirmish.
Yeah, gonna have to ult out of there. They're running into a teleport though, finding Waffles on the way. Here comes some ultimates. You got the artillery coming down from multiple different players, finding some damage on the Waffles. Ray is getting dangerously low. 3 winning lanes. They get a bit over his head now as Hollow is starting to look pretty healthy here with support from Risaka. In the meantime, too, they're back up in the top here, and Turtle's going down to Waffles, as has been the mood of the last couple of rounds. And they started up the Otacon by accident, it seems, as they make their way back around. 2 players dead on one side and 1 on the other, but the fight's not over just yet. Jay is in pursuit now. They're going to find a nice combo on to Risaka.
Yeah, we mentioned 3 winning lanes being maybe a little bit biting off more than you can chew, but distracting those other players long enough for their team to really clean up the rest of them actually turn that fight into their favor.
Yeah, now they're looking really healthy on the board right now. Good advantage. It's quite a few K gold, so they're poised to do something big. Otacon's still up. They are gonna have to spend some time. Man, Otacon really just like warps the games now, man. You're sending your whole team to like another objective at any given point in the middle of the match, and the fights are suddenly breaking out. That was like kind of the dev's vision, right? Like, we want to see some battles going on, and this is certainly what this thing brings to the match. So I'm glad they added it in. Pretty cool, pretty cool. And the reward is too good to pass up. So
the reward is very, very good. And it's interesting that even though the fight was so decisively won without their jungler, Report Mid wasn't even able to take it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little while. It's hard. Like we saw earlier, like they were doing it and they wiped out almost on it. So they want to be in full health, PTSD from that situation. They know what they need. Just gonna have to move all the parts in place, all the pieces of the puzzle to get what they want. And that's League of Legends, man. Teamwork and hopefully grand ambitions leading to a win and $100. That's also on the menu. Thank you, BMO.
Yeah, but Dragon looks to be spawning pretty soon. They're posturing around it. Both supports trying to gain that vision of this important epic monster neutral objective. Because 4 humans, 1 jungler is almost on soul point.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard now. They're looking a bit stronger fight-wise on the side of Report Mid, but you can't count out Masquerade and his buddies here. He's been great on objectives all night. If he can just get some support, I'm sure he can make it happen. But man, when you got Jay running up on you like this, making you scared, it is tough to get around. Poppy is great at just making some pressure for the team. Waffles is right around the corner here. Turtle Gaming forcing him out there, making him use the blast pod and back over to his side of the map. But they're gonna break out any moment here, huh? The mist is down on the ground. Here comes some smoke their way. But it's going to be up to them. Vision control, do the best they can. Starting the drag. Okay, they really want it. They're forcing it. They know that Akari is down in the top lane. He's going to have to teleport in to secure this one. Waffles is in the mix here. Putting some damage. The aforementioned ultimate on to Turtles. Big damage coming through. And, oh, someone just got deleted there. There goes Rakan. V goes down. 3 winning lanes out of the picture. No more option to smite it as Chemdrake gets taken by 3 winning lanes. They're still in pursuit here. I don't think Rasaka's going to make it. Hollow stuck around maybe too long too, trying to find some damage. Does get a kill onto Akari. That's something, but it's the ace and some shutdowns for Report Mid. And man,
Teleport for Mary coming out into the top lane, trying to break open the base, open the gates, maybe even get an inhibitor. Because those respawn timers are very long right about this time in the game. But Ray shows back up into the top lane.
Finding these tier 1s, tier 2s is quite good. Making sure you get some of that. And it would have been so cool if they got that inhibitor there. I'm sure they'll be back short term. And Otacon still there too. Does Otacon get like buffer as he sticks around? Does he get to like chill and get strong, or is he always like a 16k kind of guy?
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions
if I'm
about
being
this.
honest.
Yeah. Huh. Let's see. When they visit him, we'll be the judge of how tough he is. As Jay's gonna answer our questions here. 17.5k. Okay. That's a lot. And he's got the objective bounty on him, so that's always a path to victory back into this match. But it's tough sometimes when both wards are on it. Got Eerie farming the mid lane. There's a lot you can do. Man. I feel like this next fight could be pretty damning if it goes the way of Report Mid. They can pop open some of these turrets in the base now, because the map is really small for humans right now.
Definitely, and with both Otacon and Baron up, 2 very, very big objectives that enable a lot of aggressive pushing, making the map even smaller for 4 humans, 1 jungler if they lose this next fight. But on the contrary, if they manage to win, it could turn the game in their favor very heavily.
So let's see.
The ult coming out from Mary, just to absolutely pick off Rasaska, allowing them to attempt Otacon right here.
Yeah, I think they're being pretty cautious with it too. Most of the attacks are telegraphed there. You got to be careful. They do have opponents in the area. Waffles trying to turn up some of those blast pods, limit their options and to make their way here. They got to do something here. They got to make a jump to try and stop this thing from going off. It's getting dangerously low just at the 3k mark now. The fight is breaking out. We got the Rakan ultimate. We have the Ram coming through the middle here, trying to find some damage. Getting out 3 winning lanes. Okay, that is pretty nice. And here we are. We got some Jay dangerously low. We got Masquerade trying to protect the back line here. Waffles is just jumping around, popping people out of nowhere. It is so tough right now. Turtle Gaming making his way out of here, but he is up against some heavy hitters. Despite not having much HP, there's not much he can do. Rasaka's on the way as well, but he's getting chased down. It is tough when Waffles is breathing down your neck. A character designed to ruin your day with some impressive true damage to lock down a kill there, and it's a commanding victory for them. Otacon does not go down, though, which is surprising due to 3 winning lanes dying during it, right? So, that's tough.
Yeah, I'm not even really sure what blew him up so hard. It was looking a bit healthy, trying to take it. It got down to maybe around 3k, but I think maybe the combination of the Ornn ult with a knockup combined with the high damage that we see from Otacon itself, it was a bit too much for the Nocturne to handle.
Oh, yeah, it's tough when you're stuck in the middle there. And yeah, I'm sure Otacon contributed to all of that. You're right about that. He's a menacing guy. But now here they are making their way back up. It is important to be present about this guy because he's got a game-winning buff at this point. And yeah, he is getting stronger, dude. 18k now. Okay, so he clearly is scaling up. So the longer he sticks around, the more difficulty is taken down. Despite maybe itemization catching up to the damage requirement, I'm sure it's going to be a bit tougher. Maybe those abilities are getting stronger too. Yeah, but the lead is huge now. We should comment on that. 8k gold, so you got 3 big items worth of gold there. Eerie getting chased down in mid lane here. Masquerade on the way here. Gonna try and hit the stun, but it doesn't work out because he gets hit by a stun up Eerie's own. And here comes the ultimate getting into the fight here. Eerie making up lots of space. That is awesome. And they're taking their tanky characters to really keep some peel. Here's the artillery mage ability. Oh my god, okay, some perfect aim by Eerie to lock down Risaka. Super convincing, and it's going to be up to some people to avoid some heat from Kari, who's making the way from around, finding some damage into them. Here comes the ram horns, knocking people up, just disengage. It is tough right now. In the base, however, Waffles has got the eye on the prize right now, possibly threatening game 5 as he finds another kill here, living off of that triumph to heal him up. It is excellent, and excellent play as well, as we do see the dragon starting up as well.
Another skirmish here from Akari and Jay against 3 members of 4 Humans 1 Jungler, as Waffles is trying to crack open the base even harder. While 3 winning lanes takes the dragon. They are all over the map, and I think, you know, maybe 4 Humans 1 Jungler are really spreading themselves thin, trying to contain all of this pressure.
It's tough when you got people coming from everywhere. They're grabbing every objective right now. You got Soul Point threatened. Otacon's hanging out top. They could always grab that. Baron is still there as well. They can keep these guys in the base now with these super minions. I'm sure they can find one of these 2 objectives. They're getting some last minute farm in for possibly some game-winning objective takes. And oh, okay. We got another pause here. I may have been a crash at the moment, but that's okay. We are still out here, and we're seeing how it's going. But they are back to it super fast now, so no trouble there. I'm sure it's all dealt with for the moment, and we are back to it here as they are looking at Baron. And oh, of course we got the pause problem. That's okay, happens.
Yeah, but you know, right before the pause bug happened, we see both teams walking up, posturing towards the Baron. This very influential buff, obviously, if you're going to be able to push out all of the waves so effectively with that Baron buff, it might be game winning, might be game ending.
Yeah, who can say? But if you're up this much gold and you grab the Baron, hopefully you're winning the game off of that. Just gonna see how they do. Man.
The Xerath ultimate coming out onto Risaka, again managing to avoid the same fate as last time.
Yeah, sneaking him with one of those is pretty damning. Probably gonna run away from that one. But he dodged it pretty well that time. So good job on him. Man, they're
looking at the rest of these team members. Risaka might be the prime pick for getting picked off by Xerath ult, and last time that happened, they got, you know, a resounding victory in the fight, as well as some nice objectives to go with it. So naturally, 4 Humans 1 Jungler is trying to prevent that from happening again.
Yeah, keeping your buddies in good shape is very important, especially at this point in the game. Anyone dying, anyone getting picked, like we're seeing right here. Masquerade's in big trouble. There goes the bomb, though. Here comes the long-range Ornn ultimate into a satchel. That's a pretty cool combo. It does a lot of damage. Akari's not looking so good right now. But back in the back here, we do have Skull Crab going down. And in the meantime, Waffles always making sure that pushing is going on. And they're finding a kill onto a turret at the inhibitor level. man.
Another inhib turret going down means, a lot of pressure. The base is open. If they're not paying attention, Waffles could crack it open even further, get more super minions down. But while they're spreading their resources thin, I just know that Report Mid is looking for their chance to finally pick up that Baron objective, and maybe even an Otacon to go with it.
Yeah, both of those, that's got to be a win. But right now, like, yeah, he keeps committing all these breaking and enterings around their turf, man. Yeah, it sucks, dude. So we'll see how they can manage it too, as you're saying, and hopefully they can, because otherwise it's going to lead to a loss possibly.
And the pressure of these objectives on the map is really keeping all 10 players in the game concentrated around this topside jungle. As we see another fight maybe shaking up, they're trying to take up space.
Yeah, it's important. And once again, with Saska having to dodge these freaking pellets, right? Oh my gosh, Eerie will not leave him alone. But now here comes the big bait, possibly. They just want one, man. They just need to grab one guy they can get to work. But he's going in? Okay. For some reason, he believes he's alone. And that is going to be an engage from Ray leading straight to the grave there. Here come a bunch of ultimates from either side. The Ram coming out, the bomb from Ziggs. Legendary for Waffles as he finds a kill on to Risaska, and that is so tough. Hollow is the next target on the chart right now, as we see Akari and Waffles making their way down to him, putting up a good fight, but it's down to just Turtle to hold up the base if he can live through this one. But I don't believe he can, as there's so many people bogging him down. And they're running past him to the base, and no, he's not a big problem anymore. And that is going to be almost it for him. Yo, Eerie, turn around. Okay. Damn, okay, he's wasting some time. Thumbs up. But it doesn't matter.
At the end of the fight, and it's also looking like the end of the game. I don't think Ray will be able to hold it 1v3, and we are going to game 5.
Oh my gosh, game 5, man. Reverse sweep potential. I didn't believe it, man. But here we are.
No one ever believes it, but this is the comeback story. This is the dream.
And we've made it there. So the potential for either side to win this one is up in the air now. I got to give it to Waffles for showing up these last 2 matches tremendously, having some great plays and making their team look super convincingly strong at moments when it was pretty even otherwise. So good job to him and everyone else in the team as well, like through inning lanes coming back around, making sure that these objectives are going down the jungle. And man, Altacon really proves to be difficult for teams to take down. Holy.
That's true. I think in that last game, we didn't see either team take it while we did in previous games, but because the fights were maybe a little bit closer, maybe the jungler was going down, and they weren't so comfortable with sacrificing their almost all of their entire team in order to pick up that buff as they may have been in the previous games.
Yeah, it's so risky to do such a thing, and Baron was open for so long as well, right? So they got options. Yeah, so I think just before this final one here, we're going to give the teams a moment to get ready, and we're going to send to a little break. We'll be back around. Myself and Ciro are going to be ready to check out this final match. Thanks for coming. Hey, welcome back, U of T fans. Long night ahead of us, well, behind us now. We are here with the League of Legends Intramurals Grand Finals. It's been brought to a score of 2-2 between 4 humans and a jungler versus Report Mid. So yeah, we're gonna see how they kind of like line up here and how they're gonna do in this final draft. I believe they're about to start the draft, so we can take a look at what they're gonna select and how it's gonna go. It's exciting to see what they choose and what they ban, of course. Cero, is there a character that's getting banned this time that is very apparent from the last one?
I'm not sure that 4 humans, 1 jungler wants to chance it with the Camille again. I know the
Oh,
set was
yeah,
very
yeah.
dominant. Maybe a case of the player being more of a threat than the champion, but still that Camille definitely being able to shut down absolutely just an entire lane by itself. Very, very threatening. And especially now, game 5, for all the marbles, everything is on the line. I don't think they want to take any chances. But now let's go to the draft, seeing the bans come out.
Yeah, and oh, there we go. So yeah, as you're saying, we're lining up some of those expectations. Thresh still off the table, Galio still off the table. They don't forget their history. Jason, Nocturne's turn to get taken off too. He was pretty sick for them. And Wukong, back to him. So yeah, Masquerade's gonna have to. I'm sure Masquerade's got something else unique in there, but it might be Viego again. Looks like it is. Okay, I guess he's pretty good. He can solo the drag. He can jump around, take some different characters' kits, and get some value. We've seen it all happen before, and I can see it happen again. But they're gonna have to think now because this is their last chance. This is both teams' last chance to close this one out. So yeah, Xerath worked awesome for them last game. So there he is.
Xerath was such an important and strong pick in that last game. Being able to get that pick onto the Ziggs so many times, chunking him out, if not killing him outright, preventing him from really joining the fight until the last minute when it was too little, too late. Very strong pick, as we see, and they've picked it again.
Yeah, you can count on Sasuke to maybe have something more mobile because he was getting like targeted, man. He had his postal code and he was dropping strikes on him, right? Oh, ooh, okay, something unique maybe. We got Kane coming along. It's pretty cool.
I do like two different ways, and they lock it in. Okay. Oh, now I'm excited. I love Kane.
Yeah, man. What do you think? I guess we'll see once we see the roster. We'll know if it's going to be blue or red, or blue or orange, or blue or red, right? They'll call it
red. Yeah,
red. Okay, it's like orangey red. Yeah, but yeah, red. Yeah, blue or red. We'll see which way they kind of go with it. Similar to how Otacons go around the map and switching out modes. So is Kane. Similar idea there. But yeah, they're going with Unreliable so far.
Locking in the Ziggs yet again.
Yeah, Ziggs is back.
Didn't work so well last time. Let's see if they're making maybe a change in support to try to, tell a different story this time around.
Yeah, something to deal with is Xerath, because the lane wasn't so bad for Ziggs, but later on he needed maybe a bit more support to stay in the game. Something that heals maybe, but CZ Heavy Chance have been awesome keeping people around. Oh, dude, this character, Aurora, yeah. I know I played her on ARAM a couple times, so I kind of get the idea. Tricky mage, mid, I guess. Yeah, you go in mid with that. Akari's got the kind of the vibe to play something tricky like this, running around, make some big plays. I'll lock down some crazy fights in the pit with the ultimate. We'll see what they choose to do. Oh. They've been.
Aurelia wasn't banned this time. I see, right?
They second half ban it every time. Like they ban it in the second half, and I guess they're grabbing it now. Open to counter picking, of course, but they're gonna give their shot at Aurelia. Yeah. Huh. Not bad.
Yeah, they've kept Aurelia in the cage so far. Now that she's finally been unleashed, we get to see the true potential.
Renata is still off of the board as well. A character that was pretty popular in the earlier rounds. But we're seeing them taken away. And then Ari, I'm going to grab the Ari this time. But Akali is also good. Yeah, Akari was really good on the Akali, so yeah. And oh, yes, it'll be hollow on Aurora, my bad. So yeah, you see how that goes. And they're gone. See these last couple bands. See how it dictates everything. And I think the big thing now is what's the top lane pick going into Aurelia, right? What are they going to select? They're going to pick someone that can go toe-to-toe, or are they going to go something a bit safe? But that's tough, man. She is a tough cookie to crack, so.
That is tough. It's sort of the decision between getting a bit more of a safer laning phase, but not being able to shut Aurelia down as hard. It's definitely being a duelist. Aurelia very strong in these 1v1 situations. Even 1v2 situations, they can get out of hand pretty quickly. But we see both the Ari and the Akali ban, as well as Ambessa going down. But now we have Victor as well.
Yeah, Victor's cool. He's been showing up all night tonight and making some big value for either side. I'm excited to see how he does. But I think coupled with some of the other, they got a lot of damage on report mid side this time. All four of them can really dish something out and rip them apart, which is something that was kind of tough for Four Humans last game. I think they were having some trouble finding some kills during these larger fights. They were dishing out some damage, but it wasn't really going.
You have Renekton here, another very strong duelist, really looking to take those 1v1s and try to get a lead early.
And Sona to close it out, a character that got banned earlier, a round or two. Really supporty, gonna keep these other guys in the fight, and it's interesting. And then Pyke, they hovered Pyke earlier, but he didn't get locked in, right?
Yeah, true. They seem to be hovering Pyke a lot when Pyke isn't banned. We'll see if they decide to lock it in this time.
It's pretty cool. Feels like a good piece of the puzzle. Get some hooks in there. Make sure that these high damage characters can get those kills that they're looking for. There we go. Oh, it was like a full damage comp with a. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, not a lot of tankiness other than on that Aurelia, and maybe Kane if it's a red Kane situation. But depending on where the Kane decides to go, where he decides to gank, we might see it go either direction.
Yeah, Kane's got a lot of options, especially the color, right? Oh my gosh, blue Kane is so mobile where red Kane can keep it in those fights. I'd say if you can optimally go for blue Kane, you can really stretch around and hurt some of these guys when they're least expecting it, and especially with all these objectives, it's good for scouting out. I'd vote for Blue Kane if they can manipulate it to go that way.
That's
for yourself,
true.
what
But
do
the
you think?
downside
Red or
of
blue?
Blue Cane is that, Report Mid's entire team ends up being that much squishy for it. They don't really
Yeah.
have that wall in front to, prevent Renekton, say, for getting onto the back line, or Viego from diving in, or even from a distance Ziggs with all of these more artillery mage type projectiles.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes when you're getting blown out, but they have their own artillery over here. Xerath is going to be able to back them up from the back line, and I think they've got so much aggro that if they can really just keep ripping apart this back line, it could be really good. Renekton's an issue though, like for sure, if he can stick to it and keeps the people down with his stun and his presence. His little miasma that he spawns on his ultimate is always nice too, and it does like magic damage or something, sure, whatever. So yeah, we'll see how they utilize all that, man. But yeah, surprised to see Ziggs again. I think he's great for pushing, but it's hard. He didn't feel too strong these last couple, and he's got to do that tall order of dodging the Xerath ultimate every time, man.
That's true.
Yeah.
As a lower mobility champion, being able to escape Xerath ult proves to be much more difficult. Not only is it sort of more on the lower end of movement speed, but no abilities, no dashes other than the satchel. But we saw how much good that did in the last game.
Satchel, man, he's got to put it on the ground. He's got to maneuver to it. He's got to do like a whole like mini game to get out of the way of even one of those, right? So good luck, dude. And he's getting picked on too. Like it's very apparent. Like Xerath was just bothering him later in the game when they had the advantage. And so I guess the big difference makers here, we see Aurora, Renekton, and Sona kind of joining the roster here. And yeah, to speak to Aurora and Sona then, Sona, supporting, she's out here. She's gonna keep the team healthy, hopefully. Some movement speed to get in and out of bad situations, maybe help Rasaska get out of the way of those dangerous situations.
And you did mention maybe they would switch up their support to a more enchanter focus with healing, and we actually do see that. But as we're just waiting for the spectator delay now, what do you think is like the win condition for each of these teams?
Oh man, I like to bet on Report Mid getting that early game advantage. It shows that it's been working for them so far. They see those numbers go up and it really works out for them. So for them, with damage heavy comp, get those early game kills and make sure you keep it going, get those objectives, break some towers early. And then for the opposite side, maybe this is a bit vanilla, but yeah, just they like to take it easy and take their time on 4 humans and a jungler. We'll see if they keep to it because they need those objectives, man. They get back to that form of glory of making sure the map is theirs, despite having some tough time in that fight potential. We'll see what they can do. So good luck to them, man. Good luck to them, both sides.
That's true. We see once again this really poke heavy bot lane, this really aggressive top lane, and these junglers both really liking to gank early. Again, this early game is going to be rather explosive. We'll see who is able to sort of hold the fort down better, and being able to convert maybe gold advantages from CS or early skirmishes, fights into those bigger objectives, get those feats, and really just convert that into a win.
Yeah. Oh man. Like I want to see Otacon go down this time. They skipped him last game. He was too volatile, right? And he's getting stronger as the match went on. So it seems like that 20-minute kind of like strong Otacon, go for it. Oh man, he's tough though. And yeah, I think the fight potential is so awesome for Repert Mid this time. So they're gonna keep to it, man. Yeah. I've got about a minute left on the delay here. So we'll part with this, I think. So what do we think about so Masquerade here? What is he doing maybe to get himself back in here? Is he changing his pathing up? Is he changing his options on where he's going in general? And
I think if we look at it last game, Masquerade was really there to try to punish Waffles in the early game for the proxying, right? Taking him down there, getting that important first blood. But I think maybe that sort of resulted in Ziggs being a bit weaker, sort of having to play weak side where most of the resources were put into the top lane. But I think if Renekton into Irelia, depending on how the matchup goes, we might be able to path differently towards the opposite side and get that part of the map stronger.
Yeah, I think you're right. We'll see the Otacon get down there too, which could be a big deal. I think that's why it stayed up for so long last game. It's hard to mobilize your whole unit to get up to top lane and really make it happen. But here we are. We're gonna look at these flags for the last time now. 4 humans and a jungler versus Report Mid. They are neck and neck, 2-2. And we're taking a look at them get to the map here. Right. Oh, he's got the arcane spoiler Victor skin on.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for all the non-arcane fans out there that got on their watch list. I won't say nothing, but don't pay attention. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. I have my eyes closed right here.
Yeah. He's just a guy. That's all. But yeah, they're making their way up here. They have Pike this time, which could be really big, forcing a flash right at the beginning. I called that a victory for sure. Can we make that a feat? Can you write that down? Tell Riot.
Whoever flashes first loses a feat.
That's right. That's right. Look at this guy. What the? Okay, he's up to something, man.
I don't even know what that is.
So that's like, is that Project Pike? And okay,
I think so.
she's got a little umbrella, man. Everyone's got their cool back. All right, Eerie, show us something, dude. But anyways, they're pretty cool. Getting the flash out there initially is neat. And getting that, dude, their favorite ward, dude. They won't expect it this time. But it's there.
Yeah, but this information advantage so early in the starting ward's so important when deciding, where to go, what the overall game plan is.
And we have a different matchup. I feel like these guys have gotten an opportunity to try so many different matchups in here in the mid lane. Hollow and Akari. We've got them on Victor and Aurora. Aurora, a character that you don't see very often because it's fairly new and doesn't feel very popular. But yeah, we're going to see what's going on with that. And then Turtle and Waffles, the age-old matchup in the top lane here. Man, they both have a lot of fight potential this time. Arguably, Waffles having the taller order since really is a harder champ to pilot. But, Turtle, he's got his couple buttons, and that's all he needs to. Fundamentals, he can make it happen. Yeah, and then down here, it's cool to see every lane feel a bit different. Supports have changed up down there, right? How do you feel about these two supports? I think you touched on Sona, but what's going on with the Pike? And
Pike is definitely a much more aggressive support, as we're about to see right now, coming in with the stun and then the hook. Actually, being able to pick up that first blood, important objective. So as I was about to say, having Pike in the lane means that we are much more focused on kills and getting an advantage early, which, as we did mention, was part of Red side's plan right here. Rapport mid, they really want to get this early advantage to be able to push their lead, these early objectives, and it looks like they're off to a really good start here, trying to make the reverse sweep dream happen, and we'll see how that works out for them with this first blood.
Yeah, first feed's always good, as you're saying, and man, in the jungle, they're still bothering each other. We got Masquerade over in the mist here, put some damage on to the red buff, but through winning lanes is just around the corner. And Kane is a very versatile in how he can traverse the landscape. So you got to watch out. He's behind every corner. But some of his buddies are not looking the healthiest. So going to walk over a ward here. And that might be the end of the story. Man, been unfortunate with Waffles stun there. A level 4 advantage along with Jay making the trek from bot lane here. Unfortunately, no level 3, so they're not going to be able to dunk and dive there and find some more speed. But here comes the stun into a fully stacked passive, finding lots of damage onto him, forcing the flash out.
Forcing the flash out, but also winning that fight means that Rapport mid now has control of the topside jungle here, getting that scuttle and really getting that information advantage. Kane probably looking to path down here and make something happen in the bot lane right after top. Trying to match up with Jay, who's also heading back down after helping Victor push out the wave in the mid lane.
Yeah, great job to Jay being really valuable around the map here. Getting first blood for his team in bot lane. And then they're still winning farm down here despite the numbers advantage as well. Holy, okay. Yeah, so good stuff to report mid, finding lots of value around the map. And JP, but Jay is right on time to support his carry. Making his way down here, scaring him off, shark in the water.
Yeah, Pike, of course, when he gets close and he's invisible, you get those shark indicators to let you know that danger is on the way, and they're able to make use of that information to get out before things, before they commit too hard. But it's looking like even CS in the bot lane, level advantage on the part of Xerath, or XP advantage, excuse me. But they look to be sort of building what we talked about, that early game lead, and trying to convert that into a win.
Ooh, cool disengage from Saska. I do like the loyalty down to the Ziggs here, like all night on the Ziggs, making sure they can get some value, showing that they know their champ in and out. Top lane, always bothering each other. Either player have grasp this game? No, no grasp this time. They're all in on the Conqueror. They want to fight. They want to be valuable later on. Make sure that they can get into that. I think that's part of the Renekton pick too. He can really make sure that things go their way when it gets dicey later in the match.
Kane hovering around the top side, maybe looking for
Ooh.
a gank. Turtle seems to be in a pretty bad position. As you mentioned, Kane can be anywhere at any time. He's around every corner.
He's walking though. I don't know. Damn, no sneaky intro for him. Masquerade finding his way around. Lots of damage onto Masquerade though. Such a short period of time. Yeah, Kane's so cool, man. I'm glad they picked something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, you were getting hyped too, and I see what color he picks. Void Grubs are up. Also mean that Dragon is up as well, so they're gonna make some decisions here as True Aim Lanes makes his way down into here. The dash is spent for Masquerade. He's gonna flash out of there, but Jay is so good at locking people down. Ray's gonna have to make a run forward too. The cooldowns are coming up. They may find a kill here if they can get the but the minion wave saves a life.
Yeah. And 3 winning lanes on that. Kane hovering around this top side, fighting in the jungle. Getting a lot of these red orbs. I'm not sure if that's the intention here, but the flash comes out from Waffles trying to get the kill onto Ray, and he does it and goes down. But that kill gold is on the support, and that allows Report Mid to really just gain control of these objectives in the jungle, picking up the 3 Void Grubs, I believe uncontested.
Yeah, they haven't looked just yet. Masquerade's in the area, but he doesn't know. And great job by 3 winning lanes and Jay. Man, Jay is feeling MVP right now, all over the map. Make sure these kills are happening. That's what Pyke does, and that's what you want to see. And down in the mid lane, it's pretty even. Slight advantage for Hollow, but they're both farming up. Akari really benefiting from the farm as well as they get towards their late game. And what do we think about Ray here? They're making some effort to get around. What do they got to do differently? What do they got to start doing?
Well, I think for now the strategy tends to be to follow around the Pyke and sort of try to make an even the playing field in terms of the numbers. That doesn't seem to work out so well. Pyke tends to be a lot more mobile, a lot faster with the move from the W. So I think maybe they have the right idea here, trying to capitalize on the member difference down in the bot lane with Jay.
It's tough though, because Jay happens to arrive right on time to kind of equal this all out for them. Yeah, and then up on top, we do see an unannounced kill going through. Waffle is getting taken down by Turtle. Great momentum for Turtle there. He's had a tough time with Waffle these last couple rounds. But we see a big engage here. 3 winning lanes along with Jay making their way in. Gonna ult in. He's got level 6. Popping into Masquerade, finding the kill. Here comes the flash. Missing the hook, unfortunately, but getting lots of orbs for Kane there. They're looking towards Dragon. They have a lot of advantage now. It's starting to build a bit of a gap. A 1k gold lead.
True, and with all of those red orbs, it is very much looking like 3 winning lanes is leaning more towards Ross than to Shadow Assassin Kane, and I think I agree with that, with the team being a bit on the squishier side. Xerath, Victor, Pyke. I think that Ross will go a long way, whereas we don't necessarily need more damage in the form of that Shadow Assassin to really fight the members of the other team, with the added benefit of Red King being sort of that tank shredder to deal with that Renekton towards the late game.
Yeah, also, character like Aurelia can really get some tanks down if she wants to. Depends on her build path. Looks like she's getting towards Bork maybe. And she is running around with Turtle here. Because, like, yeah, she's got to keep that advantage going for her own team. As we do see Turtle holding out for his. Making sure that he can be the difference maker later on. Teleport is going to be super crucial. It's going to be good to see them around the map, and man, I'm excited to see the Kane transformation. We see an ultimate commit from Hollow here. Almost enough damage to take on Akiri, but doesn't go for it as they make it into tower safety range.
Yeah, that was very close. The ultimate from Aurora, they changed it. It doesn't actually lock you in anymore. Just slows you for a lot as you try to leave it. Maybe if that was the old version of the ultimate, it would have landed them the kill.
I see. It still holds all the properties, though, of going to one side. But yeah, these guys always poking each other. Yeah, Aurora's is a strange one, but you know, she's all built about that poke if she can get that going later on, which is something that they really like to do on Hollow. Make these differences in these matches. Yeah, they do have the drag over on report mid, so it's cool to see what they can do with that. I'm excited to see that, and grubs are coming back around soon, and they do have 3 in their pocket as well, making that a big deal if they can get even 1 more.
Yeah, lots of poke coming down in the bottom lane, but it's hard to say which way the advantage is going to go in terms of who is going to get the first tower.
Yeah,
Here we go,
that
another
feed is
fight
gonna be a
shaping
big
up.
deal. Yeah, 3 main lanes making use of the train this time. He's quite fast at the moment. He's got double buffs on. If he can get some slows with this W, okay, it's a bit too far, unfortunately. So it's going to be up to them to reset here. Waffle's a bit low. They got to be careful to duel this guy afterwards, but he's moving up as Masquerade is waiting in the river there, along with Hollow. They might try to make a bit of a dive play here. They're waiting for 3 main lanes to make his way over the wall, possibly. He could walk into them, but he's smart. Puts up that ward to make sure what's going on.
They weren't able to get the dive or the kills, but they're looking to pick up the Void Grubs. Really important. It'll make it 3-3, completely even.
Equaling the set is going to be awesome for them. I'm glad that they made that effort, and that's what all that the kind of zoning was going on top there. Make sure that they had this space. So good for them. Glad they made it to it. And then we're going to see all of report men make their way out of the base as they just finished the reset. Certainly keep dispersion there. This top lane turret. Also, we're always watching for that feat of first turret, and it's looking pretty good for Turtle right now. As the plates are going down surely but steadily there. And then Jay is waiting here. He made sure to ward first. He's going to get the catch there into a stun, into another stun from Waffles. They have a lot of DPS. Popping that ultimate, ascending up. Turtle's going to do that double dash over the wall and getting straight out of there. Not bad.
Yeah, but now that Jay was spotted in the top lane, it looks like 4 humans, 1 jungler are trying to push this numbers advantage in the bottom lane, trying to get damage onto that turret. And we're looking for another dive maybe in the top lane.
Yeah, 3-man setup here. Nobody else in the area. Here we go. Making his way through the wall. It's going to be up to Turtle Gaming to stall for as much time as he can, get as many shots as he can go. That healing off of the rage is going to be awesome, though. He's still not truly down. Lots of damage through, but they did a good job of kind of managing these shots here. The orbs onto him. Here comes an engage on bot lane. The shots are coming out from Xerath. Erie's popping down onto Masquerade, but it's tough when he's in the mist.
A lot of big fights happening, but the action seems to have died down. We'll see if Kayn has enough orbs to transform into his red form. Rost.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, and he goes for it. I guess he's identified.
Such a cool skin.
Useful. Oh yeah, dude. When they have that Guardians of the Galaxy ripoff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good time. Had like a its own map too.
Yeah, I think Riot said they weren't gonna bring back any more of those like PvE events, but it's such a shame too. It was really fun.
Oh yeah, dude. The Shurima Ascension stuff. Okay. Yeah, some cool stuff out there. Now we just got TFT.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
What we also have is the dragon spawning again, so it's looking like a lot of the members are mobilizing down, but we do have a fight into the top lane. Waffles hitting the stun, trying to get some auto attacks off, but having to disengage after Turtle pops the ultimate.
Ooh, but there comes his own ultimate, trying to make some space, get those marks onto him, but he's feeling so tanky right now. Not going to be able to shred through him exactly. Getting down to the wire, and one more slap from the crocodile, and he gets it. Or alligator? Oh my gosh, one of the 2 species. But he's out here. They're trying to make their way down to Dragon now, because they know that they have an advantage in top lane. They can call on their Egyptian buddy when they need him. And yeah, Erie and his friends making some pokes here. That's what they're good at. Jay missing a hook, unfortunately, not going to find anything. Masquerade waiting in the mist here, taking down some vision control. It's going to be important to make space for this guy here because they want to start contesting. They don't want this to slip away from them. Quite even right now, but it's anyone's game as Hollow gets just shaped up here. Unfortunately, no more ultimate for them. There goes Kayn. Ross is going to get taken down through winning lanes in the drink there. Masquerade taking his form, popping in, unfortunately jumping straight into some heat from Erie and his buddies. And that is going to be almost it as Rasaska is finding some damage onto Jay. He's in gray health mode, but here comes the flash into an ultimate heads-up play to find some damage onto him. The 1v1, no mana on Ray at the moment. In pursuit, Erie's going to charge up fully. Flash in for that stun, not going to find it just yet, and some players are running away. But back in the top lane, they are not tired of each other just yet, as we see Turtle getting a lot of damage onto him from Waffles. Huge opportunity. No one can come to defend this turret just yet, except for the respawning people. Here they are.
And as we saw, that fight was so drawn out around the dragon that no one is actually able to pick it up.
It's tough sometimes to go back to the objective when you're all worn out of all that damage there. But here is 3 winning lanes making its way over here once again, hitting the drag, trying to get it pulled out so they can get some advantage on it. There is a war knot, so they know, but it doesn't matter because they have a great start on it.
It looks like it's going to be uncontested. Not enough members of 4 humans, 1 jungler. And of course, the poor mid gets the dragon, and we see it's Cloud Rift. A lot of movement speed, a lot of rotations. We're going to see a lot of fights and a lot of people rotating out of their lanes to get to the fight a lot quicker.
Oh, Pyke loves that, man. All over the map. Super speed. Underwater. There he is hanging out. Making a decision if he should help out the lane or go make some havoc somewhere else. Gonna get satcheled off, though. He's not that tanky, though, man. Like, he gets hurt. Does heal it up, but he's gotta be careful. Here comes the ultimate. This cooldown feels way too short sometimes. Saska managed to dodge about half of them there. It's getting harder every time as the night goes on. These players have been playing for hours, right? Oh my gosh, how good can you be after 4 hours?
It's true. But with all of the action top lane, we see Otacon coming up. And speaking of action, another fight shaping up here.
Okay, 2v2, jungler and top versus each other. Here we are, but we do have another entry here. Hollow popping the ultimate to trap him in for the most part. But there is 3 winning lanes also getting locked down. This is such a commanding play for Turtle Gaming and all his buddies here, as they find so much value. They're looking at Rift Herald now, shutting down some vision control. Jay's not giving him a break though, as there's so many eyes on this damn thing. But does he have the manpower to contest it is the question. The answer is
true, and now looking at the kills even, looking at the gold even as well, this really could go in anyone's direction. As we saw in Champ Select, I'm really agreeing with this this Renekton pick, being able to fight the Irelia on equal terms.
Yeah, it's quite risky to pick Irelia early. But yeah, here comes the dash out. He's trying to make some value, makes some big jumps back in, but he knows he's done for as the Pyke ultimate comes out. It's tough, man. They picked Irelia pretty early in the draft. And they kind of paid for it now with Renekton shutting them down. The effects have looked even, but like situations are nothing.
True, and now the gold is looking very even after that Pyke printing money with your cut and the ultimate.
Yeah, doing exactly what Pyke needs to do. Quite a lot of money for everyone else's pockets in addition to his own. And he did a good job with that all over the map, right? Oh, they got Waffles down here right now. I guess they're trying to come hang out with the drag that ain't up just yet, but switching lanes. They're making their way around. Akari up in top. Waffles down in the bot here. And 3 winning lanes, feeling strong, making their way into the jungle here, stealing up some Krugs, unfortunately. Masquerade gonna have to grimace in despair as they do find a big dash and hook on to Turtle Gaming. There he goes. Zig's ultimate a bit late, finding some damage onto Jay. That's not gonna be enough. There goes the hook. Masquerade trapped under the tower, has some support from Ray in pursuit here. We'll find some heals, but 2v4 is pretty tough when these guys are loaded up with weaponry. And here comes for Saska to even the odds a bit better in their favor. But it's hard, man. Luckily, Akari's up there. Hopefully trying to make some value, but not so much as they are just getting to mid, hopefully, to help out. Because, Akari's going to ult in on... Sorry, Paul's going to ult in on Akari. Going to get followed around by the post-mortem Storm. Finding some damage onto her, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah. Back to the fight that just happened in the bot lane. we're really talking about how Renekton is the most tanky member of the team, and yet, you know, Report Mid has just so much front-loaded damage that they blow him up near instantly, even through the ultimate. And I think that's really what they're going for here, trying to convert, you know, all of these damage and the early leads to sort of take out the main threats before they can really present any threat of their own.
Yeah, crushing it in the cradle, that's definitely the way to go. Make sure they can't get that stuff. I agree with you heavily, because that's what they need, man. They gotta be strong. They gotta take these high damage characters to their advantage so early on, and characters like Pike, who's always gonna be a CC bot, but like his damage will fall off a little bit. The threshold, though, is gonna continue to be useful as he pops some ultimates onto his opponents, especially squishy players like Hollow and Rasaska, these mages along with Ray. There's lots of good options for him. I'm speaking too soon. I think Jay's got a good lifespan on his character's usability in this match, of course. And there goes, oh, despite the jump, he's still going to find the hook. They are trapped inside of an ultimate right now, though. Big damage from Rasaska on Ziggs. Waffle's coming in the back here, having to run, though. Got that home guard on, luckily, along with the wind in the sails. So it's tough, man. It's tough out here. It's a scary teleport in a dicey situation. Here comes the Rift Herald. See if they can do something with this.
Using the Rift Herald is almost a bit of a distraction to try to get that dragon, destroying the turret in the mid lane. And now they're turning their attention towards the Cloud Drake. We'll see how Report Mid responds, or if they're just going to let this one go, because they already have two, and they already have their upgraded boots.
But yeah, the feats were totally done, right? So now it's a 1-2 Drake situation. Gonna be able to hold down that soul point. We do have Otacon up in the top now for a couple minutes here. He's definitely ignored last game. I think that it may be similar for a while here, as these teams are quite even. It's hard to go for it in that case. They need a convincing wipe or a big distraction, right? And you know, Turtle Gaming is always hanging out up here, and he is the arbiter of who gets to take on Otacon.
It's very true. The last game, they were in such a tough position, both teams unable to really take it because, like you said, you need that incredible decisive fight, maybe all 5 members alive and healthy before being able to take down something like Otacon.
Man, no one can afford that, dude. Win and be healthy during an even match? No way.
In this economy, no chance.
Yeah, dude. Well, as always, Jay is always making sure to keep eyes on the area up here. Living Ward, that's the way. Feeling like a fiddlesticks right now. But yeah, they're making their way around. And man, 17k HP already just for being up a couple minutes longer. That is tough.
Yeah, looking at the economy, it's looking pretty even right now in terms of gold, a 1k gold advantage for Report Mid. But looking at the CS leads in the individual lanes, they tell maybe a bit of a different story. They're Renekton behind 30 CS.
That's a lot, man. I guess this point in the game, wow, it's already 23 minutes, huh? Like, it's been going, man. And they've been keeping on top of so many things, but keeping it even. This is the most even of all of them, too. Given it's the final one, neither team wants it to slip away. They know the prize money's waiting. They know that they can thank BMO for it afterwards. And it is tough, but they're making some plays here. Akari trying to move in with their ultimate here. Here comes Ziggs Bomber coming along, and great job by Jay to keep his carry safe at the moment here. Making it hard for Turtle Gaming to move around. They do have an opportunity to get him possibly, but here is a... What? Okay, Aurora is here, sure. But they are in the middle of 3 villains right now. Gonna have to make an escape. Okay, invisibility, hopping around. It seems pretty useful. Making a re-engage here. Ultimate being quite tricky. Okay, this seems like some crazy play that I don't exactly understand. But Jay is looking unhealthy right now. Turtle Gaming is back with full HP. He hit a med pack somewhere. I don't know. Maybe Sona is keeping him up. But now Eerie is low. And oh my gosh. Okay, Ray is a savant with this flash in damage kind of stack, man. And in the meantime, Waffles is doing what they do best and taking down some turrets, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, it was looking like a very decisive fight until you realize it was 5v4 Waffles in the ball lane trying to crack open the base. And Aurora's ultimate, of course, allowing her to teleport from either ends as she tries to leave the circle. Very tricky movement, very hard to keep track of, especially since the zone is so big and you're essentially blinking from one end to the other in quick succession.
So complicated, but it definitely worked out for them. So they found some value where it looks a bit doomed, and they're keeping that match even. The tower advantage is going is one way certainly, but it's not by much. So we'll see how that goes. And yeah, we gotta really highlight Ray here. Their score is looking great. They've been crucial to a lot of fights around the map, and hopefully we can have Sasuke catch up soon and be more impactful. But they're doing a good job trying to drop that ultimate when they can.
Yeah, and despite the feats of strength, despite the initial gold lead, it's coming out to be a very even game, even on kills, even on gold, even across the board.
And that's what we want to see for a final one, final round, final game of the night too. Another one letting slip away. Ah man. So yeah, let's see what little Sasuke can do here. Get some farm in that mid. You get that money, dude. Come on, little dude. And then yeah, right on time for a Baron up Scuttle Crab. Masquerade is making sure to have that vision ready for that upcoming Drake.
You go, maybe a little scuffle. Both top laners still in the top lane. Everyone else mobilizing around the dragon, see if they can have a small fight, maybe a pick or two. 3 winning lanes getting a flank from behind.
That's what we can hope for. They're in strength position here, kind of surrounded slightly as they do move back into their own jungle there. We do have the top laners in top. Teleport is up for them too, so they have the option to join the fight when they're ready. But I'm sure as soon as they get their hands on the dragon here, Necton's going to get a little bit of a signal to come on down. Really holding that teleport too. It's going to be up to them to be difference makers in the midst of a fight. It's tough though, it really is. Also, little itemization thing to mention. We do got the Hull Breaker down on the relay, which is nice. So we'll see what they opt to do. But they're pinging in. Here we go. Aurora ultimate pop. Finding some damage into Eerie. That is some damning damage right there. Oh my gosh. And it's going to be flipped over on to the side of Report Mid. Looking really strong in this one, but they have to give it up at the moment. They back off, unfortunately. Another Drake in the pocket for 4 humans, 1 jungler.
4 humans, 1 jungler, taking this second Cloud Drake, evening it up 2 Drakes apiece. This game is still looking very even in gold as well.
I think Otacon, Soul Point, Baron, these are the ones that kind of break the neutrality of it, I guess. Also, okay, Humble Grave, breaking some of those wards pretty quick. Not bad. Yeah, good job on Jay for keeping the presence right.
Yeah, Jay truly putting in the work to try to win this Vision War. Umbral Glaive always buying control wards. 97 Vision score on the board.
Oh my gosh. This is the largest disparity in their Vision score tonight, I think. So, if anything, that doesn't show up on the economy board much, but it shows up in their own stat tracker, so it's pretty good. Ping's coming down here. They're trying to take a look, maybe an engage, possibly. There's Masquerade losing the charge. They identified another replayers here, and then big damage by Hollow to kill Jay. Unfortunately, Masquerade's gonna get caught out into. That was a bit strange to watch, but I think 3 winning lanes was in there with the ultimate. Akari getting a bit low, and it's gonna be a kill on either side.
And of course, Waffles buying that Hull Breaker. This is the strategy playing out, really trying to crack the base open while the rest of the team takes these big fights. Let's hope they don't give too much away in the fights to prevent those split pushes from being useful in the end.
Yeah, they may not escape here, unfortunately. It's like a flash the wall or something. Oh, fake flash.
No way.
No way!
My goodness! Revealed by the Krugs.
No way.
And they don't
still
notice.
don't understand. This is crazy.
They have no clue what's happened. The
Extremely
vision,
impressive.
Of course, Krugs don't give the vision, but the Hollow's walking
Check the
up,
bush.
not going to check the bush.
No way.
An incredible flash juke to escape.
Oh, speechless. Most impressive flash tonight. Oh my god, what happened to Waffles, dude? They're going crazy these rounds, making it look insane as Masquerade finds
getting
Jay
caught
in
out
the
here.
jungle here. Ray backing him up. Holy, and he's in pike mode right now. Maybe push another guy. Could be. They are looking around. There's some teleports coming along here into the top lane. They want to catch out Akari, who maybe is a bit too far during this push. Here come the explosions. Man, Hollow is blowing people up with this Aurora gameplay, dude. The ultimate just like explodes. It's crazy.
Aurora, very, very high damage, and they're actually going to try to take the Otacon right here.
Okay, he's looking pretty good so far. They
For
gotta be
mid down two
careful.
members, this is melting pretty quickly. A lot of the team is healthy, but they do have vision, and they're going to try to use a Xerath ult to steal, while 3 winning lanes is sprinting towards it. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as the blue team takes the Voracious Otacon. But look at Waffles here in the base.
Oh gosh. Yeah, Waffles is so good at that. Doesn't have to make a great escape this time. But yeah, that's the first super. Man. Otacon or super bearing down on you. That's kind of the trade that just happened.
Yeah. But then again, after taking Otacon, everyone on the side of 4 humans, 1 jungler does have this Guardian Angel buff, the revive.
So they gotta go for fights then. They really just gotta get it going. They have some options.
Looks like it's shaping
Baron
up, trying to
is looking
force
like
a
a good one,
Baron,
though.
confident that they're going to win the fight afterwards.
Yeah.
The Hollow taking up so much space, going to jump onto Eri with the ultimate, so much damage coming out with the ult from the Ziggs.
So they were planning for this, right? He's like, okay, I'm gonna put him in my big circle, and you bring along the heavy artillery, right? And so like this ultimate combination is ridiculous. It just they might have just even won, like, dare say like won the game there. Such a big advantage. They're starting to pull ahead now. Hollow and
It
everybody
isn't
else
over
here.
until it's over. Jay seeing what he can do about this. No other members
man.
of the team there.
Baron Otacon's pretty tough though. Turtle getting surrounded here, but withdrawing. Okay, I guess that's what it's called. But yeah, the resurrection comes along. Everyone on the team's gonna have the Baron buff. Oh my gosh.
Still puts you back in the base just without having to deal with the gray screen for 1 minute.
Yeah. Free back. Not a bad deal. Oh yeah, well we do have the Drake coming up now. I think they're primed to fight for it if they can make it down in time.
Everyone is up.
Yeah, it's going down pretty quick. High DPS from Waffle.
Masquerade trailing behind. We'll see if they can rush it before he gets
Turtle
there.
getting around. I think they're gonna get it, but they are gonna make them hurt for it. This is what you want to see. There comes some stuns, a great dash in. Waffles in trouble. Looks very convincing earlier, but that's gonna be it. Stealing the form there on Masquerade. 3 lanes is behind them. They're picking down the turrets. This feels like a pretty big push coming up for them. They still have Otacon on a couple of them. They have the Baron buff in full force for all 5 of them. Oh my gosh, bearing down on the base. A couple people dead. There's still 40, 30, 40 seconds on them. How are you going to deal with this? They are just like a machine right now. They're making their way through. They can smell victory. 2 turrets and a weird looking building in the way. And here they are, going to do one more fight. Here comes the Aurora into the ultimate, popping around. Big damage. Jay has to back off. Jumping back for him. Doesn't matter though because this building is going. And that's going to be it. They're going to close out the night. Find their prize money and look good doing it too, and so convincing too. Oh my gosh, they are tough, man. Holy
Yeah, and that was the game 5 of grand finals, going to 4 humans 1 jungler, really showing their prowess in that last game, trying to repeat what they had in those first 2 games, really coming in with full force.
Yeah, you love to see it playing a bit differently too. Like the first 2, they were kind of taking their time, getting that end game value. But this one, they were convincing the whole match, keeping it even, and then like they spun their damage into some really good spots there and objective play. It is awesome, dude. Big highlight to everybody over there. Oh my gosh. Any players for their side that you want to highlight, particularly in this one?
I think in a lot of those, sort of late game, end game fights, the Hollow really shined with insane damage coming off of the Aurora, putting down the circle, just deleting entire health bars just like that, actually turning around the fights with this huge AoE, especially combining with the ult combo with Ziggs. It was maybe a bit too much for them to handle. Again, like we mentioned, they did have a more squishy team compared to some of the previous games.
I guess it called for something like that, right? Like they saw the opportunity, they spoke down to Rasaska there, and they brought in the character that could really combo in for some big damage. And Turtle up in the top lane, keeping it really even on Renekton, which felt great, escaping some dicey situations. And same could be said for Waffles on the other side, making the great escape with the flash there. One of the best moments for me tonight, for sure. I know it's quite simple, but like it worked. So like, hey, come on, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't
Man.
love to see a flash juke like
Yeah.
that? Honestly, just escaping by the skin of your teeth.
Mhm. Well, yeah, thank you to everyone for coming through, and congratulations to 4 humans, 1 jungler. I don't want to keep everyone too long because it is 12:22. People are getting sleepy, I think.
It's true,
Players
it is
included,
late.
us. Oh my gosh, dude. But it has been awesome. Thank you again for BMO Next Level over on Twitch for sponsoring the event tonight and getting some prize money to our players. Congratulations to the winning team of 4 humans, 1 jungler of getting $100 and $50 to the consolation for Report Mid. Great showing from both of them and giving us a full 5 rounds of gameplay as well. We were worried when it was
Honestly,
2-0, but here they are, right? Made it to game 5.
yeah, almost with the reverse sweep. 4 humans, 1 jungler, really beating the odds in that last game, going down, not having the feats of strength, and we're still able to come out on top. Just absolutely impressive showing. Honestly, from both sides, going down 2-0 and still bringing it back to force out that game 5. It was truly an exciting conclusion.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And thanks to everyone for having a good showing tonight. So yeah, to all of the League of Legends fans here at the Intramurals for the grand finals, have a good night and thanks for coming out.